All right. So we have 7 people scheduled to come, and so far we have not that. Things are going great. I'm like, do I message? That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. I'll message them individually as opposed to spamming all of them. That makes more sense. Don't spam in the Discord channel. Just message them all individually, and then I'll continue working on my special words. This is not the main list we're working on. This is a special one I'm making based on jokes, basically. All right. This person. And this person. And this person doesn't show up. I cannot find this person. That is unfortunate. And this person. Yeah, that's everybody except for the one that for some reason doesn't seem to exist. That's weird. All right. Yes. Whether or not they're going to regret letting me host, I don't know. Kind of depends on if anybody actually shows up. I think Little Goom can join us as the stuffy to start the new year. What other words are representative? Ooh, I can do that. It counts. They became. They didn't come out, but it definitely became available. So that's nice. Ooh, no, we're not. Yes, we're doing it. We're freaking doing it. I will ask before I post the list. And in case anyone's wondering, I'm not doing anything Ukraine or whatever related on this list. Even I have my there's this level of content. This is generalized enough. Either it's dumb jokes or funny things, and also it's targets like Elon Musk, who 100% deserves all your criticism, and that things that are actually human rights abuses, that's a different story. And Omicron is more just it's a tragedy, but it's not even like Omicron itself isn't the tragedy. The tragedy is how people are reacting to it. There we go. There's my hot political takes for the day. This is why I have no friends. Okay, I'm doing it. Also, I hope no one who's playing the game is actually watching right now, because that'd spoil the fun. Yes, this is literally what I came up with. It was like, no one else is showing up. What do I do while I wait? I got it. One person replied.
Hello?
Hello. Is that too loud? Sorry.
Oh, I don't hear you.
Hello, testing. Because I was on a Discord call earlier and that worked. And I do hear you. Go message them. Okay.
I hear you now.
Okay,
Okay.
hello.
Wait, nope.
Never mind.
My head.
Ah.
I got new headphones.
Yeah, been there. So how you doing? Okay.
I hate noise canceling headphones, I've learned.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that'll happen. That definitely will happen.
Mm. I might switch headphones and come back.
That's fair. Oh, also, I should probably warn you before you know anything. I am technically streaming right now, so just a heads up.
Yeah, I know.
Fair. No content
I'll
warning or
be
anything like
right
that.
back.
No problem.
Hey, sorry I'm late. Lost track of time while I was working on some writing.
Ah, don't worry. It happens to the best of us. And I had a thing to fill time with. I'm working on the 2022 special edition word list. 25 words that represent 2022 that don't involve human rights violations.
Nice.
Mm.
How's that going?
I'm up to 10 words out of 25. It's got to be 25 because that's the minimum you need to run an entire game of Codenames with just that word list.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to make it like broad and not just like the other word list we use is the Tilly Beans list, which has a bunch of Cortilli themed words. I'm trying to make this more generalized,
Yeah.
Mm.
which consists of
I'm
me.
going.
Oh, sorry.
Uh, I'm going to suck at this no matter what. I'm really bad with word association things,
That's
so
fair. That's fair.
it doesn't really matter what words are used.
Understandable. 7 people said they were available. Of those 7, one of them doesn't exist when I try to message them, so I don't know what's going on
Oh.
there, but I did follow up with the rest of them, obviously, as you guys saw.
Hmm.
Doki said she will
Hmm.
be here, or
Yes.
they will be here shortly. No word from Longhorn, from Sly Coops, and actually that's it. Oh, that's right, the last one was me, though. And to be fair, this is the whole New Year's Eve thing, so I figured
Yeah.
turnout wouldn't be as high as it might not be. The whole idea behind this was just, yeah, I got nothing better to do right now. Let's play video games.
Yep.
Yep.
I should be finishing up my grad school applications, but I need a break from that.
Yeah, yeah, I feel that. I haven't even started mine,
Oof.
but which I mean, I
Mine's
probably
due tomorrow.
yeah, I'm not even. I'm gonna probably do that next year is my plan.
Nice.
I took the GMAT like 2 years ago, and then I ran out of money. So,
Yeah.
and then
Fortunately, I didn't have to test into this one. I'm very grateful for that.
yeah, I'm at the point now where it's been so long since I took the GMAT, I might even be able to apply for an executive degree, which doesn't care.
It's good.
But that's the problem is I had a good GMAT score, and now they might not care. I paid like $500 for that test.
Oh.
Hmm.
I think I don't know. It was a few hundred
Hmm.
because at the time the plan was, oh yeah, go to grad school, get better job, and then I got a different job, and now I just need to, yeah, you know,
Yeah.
you know how it be. Also, I guess I should give a warning heads up. I am live streaming right now since that's what some of us do around here.
Yeah, it's okay.
I am live streaming making the 2022 special edition word list. It's very thrilling. Alright, so I've already gone to the Oxford word list of the year and the dictionary.com word list of the year. And 22 motivational words to propel you into 2022 I feel is not useful. Presence, clarity, Focus.
You-
Screw you. Oh, here we go. Quiet quitting. There we go.
Ooh.
There we go. I can give you my opinions on that, but that's what we're here for. We're here for dumb memes.
Topics and rhetorics, definitely. Sorry, I'm going to talk to myself a little bit.
Not a problem. I'm just waiting for Doki to show up so we can start it, considering the game wants at least 4 players. Longhorn says they are hanging out with family. Fair enough. Ooh. There we go. Doom scrolling.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, no. Like I said, no words involving that. Anything involving that situation is off limits. They suggested oligarch, and I'm like, yeah, no, we're not going there.
Yep.
Not fascist either. I have other streams for that. Hey, Doki. Microphone issues or something else?
Hello.
Hello, there you go.
So,
Hello.
It looks like this might be the entire crew. There's one other person who said they were potentially coming, but otherwise this might be it.
no worries.
Yeah.
Oh wow. I thought there were a lot more people that reacted to it though.
Yeah, Longhorn said they were available, but I don't think he realized it was New Year's Eve. Actually, I probably should have been a little bit clearer about that part, but I was busy going with the Bad Among Us joke.
Mm.
And then I messaged another person who reacted, who for some reason, even though it says 7 people reacted, only 6 show up, and his name doesn't exist, their name, so I have no clue if maybe they blocked me, maybe they can't, maybe I can't see them because we're not friends, I don't know.
Who is it?
The name is...
If it was me, I accidentally hit ignore.
It was Miedcom123454.
Okay, yeah, not me. I accidentally hit ignore on your message, and I apologize for that.
Oh, you're fine.
I just have that instinct because I'm on
Yep.
Tumblr right now, and if it's someone I'm not
Oh.
immediately familiar with, I'm just like, nope.
Yep, that's fair. No, the only one who I haven't heard back from is Sly Coops. A name that I recognize, but I don't know if I've ever played with them before.
Yeah.
Whereas I have no clue who Miedcom is, and when I search their name in Discord, nothing comes up, so I'm at a loss. Why is Homer a 2022 word of the year? Oh, Europe. That's probably a joke I don't get. Anyway, that's not why we're here. I can do this. Now that we actually can get the game started, I'll do that instead and be productive. Alright. I did post the code in the codes thread if you're all there.
Yes.
Cool. You have been idle. Continue playing. 3 players so far. We have Doki, we have Lysage. Okay, we have Kimber. We are good to go.
Yep.
Yep, feel free to join whatever team you want to. I think it's probably, yeah. I feel like with only 4 players, randomizing is probably not necessary.
I don't want to be Spy Master.
Whoops. Well, you can leave. Well, we could reset the game too, and you could. What you can do is switch to spectator and then just jump back into the game as non-spy master, and I can randomize the words again.
I don't know how to do that.
If you go to the top right where your name is, you can click the become spectator button.
I do not play Codenames enough to understand what's happening.
Fair. I could show you on my stream. But then the problem if you're watching that is this game is bad about stream sniping, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Yeah, in the very top right, there's an icon that should have your name and a smiley face by it. If you click that, it has the full options drop-down menu, and the first button, yellow with an eyeball, is Become Spectator, which allows you to leave and then re-enter a team, or switch teams if you so happen to want to.
I don't see a thing for becoming a spectator.
That's weird. Kimber, right?
Yeah. Nope. I'm good. I am
Oh,
cool with being spy master if we
oh,
want to.
Lysage, you have any... Oh, that's why. I was confused who was talking. That's my bad.
Mm.
Lysage, yeah, you can't do that because you already are a spectator. That's why. You haven't joined a team yet.
Okay.
Doki, do you want to be spy master or no?
I could.
If you don't, what I could switch to the blue team and I could be blue team spy master, and Lysage could be red team operative. Up to you. I just joined red team to balance things out, so up to you. Because if you want, I can do spy master this round, and we can swap around as we want.
Yeah. I don't want to be spy master first round.
I'll do it then. I'll do it. Oh, especially on blue. I forgot blue team's the one going first. Oh, I have to go first immediately. Dang. All right. Ooh, some of my new words showed up in this one. For context, this list I got is the one from Minnie, who made her list off a combination of, apparently Anne has several lists, so Minnie's is kind of a conglomeration. And then I added 27 new words to Minnie's list. 27 was a very specific number I had to add because the previous list had 42, and I had to. Because I had 25, and I'm like, it's 2 off. I gotta add 2 more. I mean, that's too easy. Oh, right. Because, yeah, I could make the obvious Among Us joke, but that might be too easy. And also, I only get 2 out of that. Communication 4. Waving is communication. Hitting is technically a communication. Magazine is a kind of communication. And spying is a kind of communication. None of the red words particularly look communicative. And I don't think the neutral ones do, but yeah, no. This is going to be the one trick with playing this game with so few players, is there won't be as much talking between teams. Hey, Mock, all the words. Yes, indeed. We'll go with it. Communication 4. No pressure, Doki. That is the one catch with only 4 players, is there's no one else to blame. Well, I guess
yeah.
me. You can blame me. Oh, I already have regrets. Yes, Mock. All the words. I do find it hilarious that I managed to get 3 of my brand new words. Fall, skink, spy. That is funny.
I apologize now. I am not an out loud thinker. I'm a quiet thinker.
Not a problem. I am a person who doesn't shut up whether I'm hosting or not, so I can fill space. If you want to at least click on the ones you're thinking of, if that helps you potentially, then that could be an option as well. Not that anybody would help or anything. Although I'm sure Lysage would love to give you some advice. And that's why I said I had immediate regrets. Because I, for some reason, overlooked that word. which was the worst word to overlook. Well, it's more of you can choose to prioritize specific words. Yeah, I'll quickly explain this part since it came up in my stream chat. When you set up a new game, you can prioritize which words show up. So, for example, you could add a custom word set and then set it to make sure some show up, make sure a lot show up, or just add them to the set. And I chose make sure a lot of them show up. So it has a large set of about 869 words, but it'll prioritize the 69 new custom words that I added.
A little disappointed that she's not wearing the hat.
I didn't realize he was. It's like, oh yeah, that's right, that is different.
It's so festive.
Indeed. Yeah, that's my bad. Sorry, Doki.
Oh.
Somehow I completely overlooked that. Well done on your win, Kimber.
Yeah, we didn't have to do anything.
Yeah, that was 100% my fault. I did not. First, I looked like, okay, none of the gray words, none of the red words, we're good, right? And I just didn't even think to look at the black word. Because it's just one word, right?
Meanwhile, I've been staring at the black word going like, how do I make sure we don't click this?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. I got it for you.
I was really hoping you'd click
But
on like a gray or a red or something so I could just put like relook 0 or something like that. I don't know. Would have come with something.
But I am proud of myself that I did have the other two.
Yep.
Yes.
Well, yeah, mirror or hit. I didn't even think of mirror. I was thinking hit because hitting is a kind of communication.
Oh, yeah. Very true.
All right.
I think mirrors
Communicates appearance.
kind of a little bit obscure, but like communication mirrors.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Spy mirrors or even just pre-modern era communication. Because at least if we've been in the military before we invented like.
And then I mean, then you got like the magic mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
So
I should have done
Signal
communication
mirrors
5
and
and lost even
emergencies.
faster. All right. Do you want to do the same teams or? Given that it's still pretty quick.
I can do same teams. That's all right with me.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they didn't get to.
Yeah, we didn't do
exactly.
anything.
All right. Start new game. Oh yay! More of my new words showed up.
Oh god, I'm going first now. Yeah, the new ones that I added from last time were like skink, spy, and fall, and this time it's kitty and ratwar and howoo. Like I said, trying to prioritize stuff that's technically Tilly Beans related. Alright, Lysage, no pressure. I have to remind myself not to make smart-ass comments when I'm the spy master. It's one thing when I'm just a player being a smart-ass. It's another thing I was like, I actually know the answers, so I should probably shut my mouth. And keep working on the special edition 2022 word list.
this Spy Master for this board, but only if I had certain words.
Like, which ones?
Spreadsheets and hentai.
Yeah.
Uh,
Spreadsheets is weird. It was the one of the only words on there that wasn't in all caps, so my guess is it was one that Minnie recently added but hasn't actually been in a game yet. And I don't know the context. Yeah, there was spreadsheets, and then also what was the other one? Trash. I don't know why trash was on there. I don't know what the context was.
I'm trying to figure out a fourth thing, but I literally can't put anything together.
You could just do the 3 you're pretty sure of,
Yeah.
and then go from there. I hope you know how much it hurt me to say that knowing you get 3 right.
It's only the guys wearing the hats.
Yeah, it looks like the guys are the ones wearing the hats and none of the
That
girls
is
are.
weird.
That's
yes.
It's annoying.
Hmm.
That's sad. Like, why?
I'm just gonna. I'm
Yeah,
guessing I don't
fair,
want
that's
to click on something that I don't know.
Mm-hmm. And here's the worst part: I still don't have an idea what my That might be the best I'm gonna get. Let's go for it. I swear this time we shouldn't grab the bomb. Famous last words. If I get the bomb again, I should probably stop being Spy Master for a bit. Don't worry, we are typing off screen. There is conversation going.
Little Spy Master discussion.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Rip.
Oh.
Were you going which one you thought was most likely, or were you just going top, bottom, left, right?
Well, when I thought about it, it was like, well, you fall into nets.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I can see it.
I could also see it. That was my first thing when I saw falling was net, so
Such be life. Yep. You're far enough ahead that you could afford those twos.
My brain also is not working right now.
Too many applications.
Too many. No, this is just one application right now, but it's a complex one because I'm also going for a TA ship. Try and,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
that would do it.
have money.
That would 100% do it.
It's like, yeah, tell us why you want to go to this program, then tell us why you want to teach. I'm like, ooh.
I would like to be able to afford to go to school, and that is why I want to teach.
So I'd like to be able to afford rent in your very expensive city.
Why do you want this job? Because I don't want to die of starvation, and this job will pay for
Yeah.
food and clothes and a house. That's not a good
Yes.
reason.
yeah, it's great.
I love when managers are all like, that's a bad reason. It's like, oh, right, you've never known what it is to not have a house. You've never been homeless.
It's like the main reason people want a job is for money.
But when you've grown your entire life never wanting for anything, you don't understand that.
Yeah. I feel like my brain is thinking very weird about the thing of tattoo since I've just been watching Ink Master the past few days.
I have no idea what that is.
Ink Master, it's a tattoo competition that most tattoo artists absolutely hate because it's not believable.
Yeah, that sounds right.
But it's great to watch.
It's hilarious even if it's really dumb.
Yeah.
Just like Twitter.
Yeah.
On my 2022 list, I had to resist putting like 5 different Twitter words on there. Mostly because that makes the game way too easy. They outright say, don't choose words that are too similar because it'll make it either too easy or too hard to get them all together. It's like, yeah.
Scared to just click on one that I'm not 100% sure on. Gonna do it.
Do it.
Yay! We needed the help.
It's fine, I gave them the first one.
I'm so sorry, Doki.
That's fine.
Alright. did get permission from the other spy master to do this.
Yep. We're chatting.
And it's one of those things where it's kind of a compound word with a space. Given that when you say board game, you think of something very clearly different than when you just say the word game. Nice. We're on the board. Literally. Well done. Yes!
I also got permission for this one.
What exactly does this even mean?
Am I allowed to define it, or is...
Unfortunately, nope.
Oh. Well, that's useful.
Yep. By default, technically, I don't know if it's a house rule, official rule, but yeah, you're not supposed to be allowed to look things up on the part of the operatives. Mainly because the explanation would probably give away which words it is.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you can at least look at the words that are used and be like, okay, I can kind of get what's going on here.
This isn't completely out of left field.
I was just excited to see this use as a cue. I'm like, yes. I follow a YouTube historian who is currently getting his PhD in violence and its role in the founding of the American West.
Ooh.
And one of the things he does is like historical reviews of movies based on true stories, mostly dealing with the American West. So the words spaghetti western are never too far from my personal lingo. If anyone's interested.
That sounds really cool.
I can send the link to the guy's channel if you want.
That would be awesome.
Okay, 1 second.
Closest thing I get to that is there's a YouTuber I watch who makes historical clothes,
Nice.
which is very fun because she also sometimes watches like movies that are supposed to be accurate and they're never even near being accurate in the clothing.
Of course
Oh,
not.
wait, do you watch Bernadette Banner?
Yes,
I love her so much.
she's great.
She's so sweet.
No, the
But
difference is, the Muppet Christmas Carol.
Mm-hmm.
The Muppet Christmas Carol actually did really well with their period outfit.
Trying to think of one of the things that she liked. I know that she hates Little Woman. My brain is not working.
Yep. Yeah, I feel that.
You know, I don't know.
Crap, I wasn't ready yet.
You always gotta be ready when I have no clue what's going on.
I was busy researching history YouTube videos again, which I do way too much of. I may or may not be subscribed to almost 100 of them.
Oh.
Can you tell what I do in my free time? Alright. I'm blue team. I gotta remember I'm blue team. What? Okay. What to do, what to do. Oh, actually, yeah, that's an easy one. We'll do that.
At least this one's an actual competition.
Yeah, this one's real close. Just keeping it basic. Literally. After I spent most of that time thinking, could this possibly tie to the black word? No, I don't think it can. If this gets tied to the black word, I'm going to be impressed. No pressure. I'm an idiot. Okay, so this is really close.
We're all making great decisions.
Somehow, like, I can't say that. Never mind. Almost accidentally gave away the words. Never mind. Shutting up. It'll make sense in context, I swear.
Yeehaw.
I agree, Mock. Watching history YouTube videos is a great use of free time.
I don't know. I'm not going to risk clicking another blue card
Yeah.
or the black one.
I understand, even though it would help me. Alright. You know, Mock in my chat's like, I also knew the historical clothes channel mentioned.
Woo, we love Bernadette Banner.
Oh yeah.
Dream.
I had never heard of them before today. Probably because
I don't remember how I even found her channel in the first place. So.
Whereas I'm the opposite, where I found like 2 different channels that do like historical armor and stuff, and I've since unfollowed both of them because after about a dozen videos, I just got so bored. And it's not like I'm a military history guy. I like the people history. That's what I want to know is like, why did people do things? How did businesses differ in how they did business? What were people's motivations? What was legislation going on at the time? The clothes just doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I look at them like, yeah, they're not naked. Moving on. A bit of a stereotypical guy, if I do say so, unfortunately. I feel like the last word I did ties 2 words together. I just can't think of how to tie the other 2 together. I feel like that's not saying too much.
No, I think you're good.
My cat agrees as well. My cat's like, no, here's what you need to do. Hello, everyone. Kitty says hello.
Hi, kitty.
Hi, Kitty.
Hi, kitty cat.
Kitty.
Thank you for the distraction I needed. By time. And no, kitty is not a hint because it wouldn't be a legal hint for obvious reasons. Do I do it? Do I just...
Come on, full send. I say it slightly selfishly, but full send.
We'll send.
give up. Yeah, I figured that was a gimme. Hi, kitty. Am I boring you again? Yeah, unfortunately, I have a thought logic of what I'm thinking, and I'm not allowed to say it for obvious reasons.
I'm excited to hear about it afterwards, though.
Shutting mouth, shutting mouth.
I'm not gonna risk it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
But
we
now you
might
don't
just hope they can't connect their three words.
Round to one, so that should help.
As long as they don't get all three this time, I think we have this. We might be in trouble. I mean, either way, we got down to one.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I might be in trouble. I suck at everything with words, so.
Oh, you're doing great. You're doing so well.
This is incredibly close.
Hey, you did not click on a black word your first round.
You did not give a hint for a black word your first round. Good, good. I mean, sorry, bad.
I feel like this is very straightforward, and I am questioning it more than I should.
Speaking of that, I will be right back. Kitty needs to learn to bury her. I'll be right back. Kitty, please tell me.
My brain is going these two, but I don't know if I'm right. So I'm second guessing everything. No.
No, hey, we did really well. We got really close to the end before we got to the assassin.
Yeah. It's just my brain for costumes goes straight to animals.
That's fair. That's fair.
So,
My rat war connection with costumes was tenuous at best because I was thinking Nutcracker, and the scene in it where we get a bunch of people in rat costumes fighting people in soldier costumes.
oh.
It's one of those niche things I just know because my sister danced in the Nutcracker for years.
Huh.
Oh, I wonder what Baron would have given for chili beans.
Yeah, we were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, I was saying, like when we started, if I would only have wanted to be a spy master if I had hentai and spreadsheets because my clue word would have been sexy. Spreadsheet is sexy. And hentai is so.
If kitty hadn't been the bomb word I would have used furry.
Mm.
Because I feel like Ewok, rat war, and hentai could have tied together on those three.
Yeah.
But it was just like, oh, that dang bomb word.
It's fine. I'm not good with words. I'm a
No, you
very
did fantastic.
yeah, way better than the only other time I've played Codenames. But then again, I was half asleep the last time I played Codenames because it was at like 11 at night.
Yeah.
So
I see. I came back to Well, this is an interesting scene to come back to.
Indeed.
Oh my. So, yeah, sorry about that. Had to go clean up. Kitty is not feeling very well right now, and occasionally leads to accidents outside the box. And with how close the box is to my desk, it needs to be cleaned up immediately. I'm going to smell it the entire time I'm here, and that's not great.
Oh.
Yep, very sad, Kitty. Doctor says it's probably stress from moving, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, should I explain any of my logic, or?
I think I would like to hear that.
Okay, so board game I think is the easy one. Strategy token, boom. Glass, what happened was I wasn't even looking in the middle card. For some reason it was already clicked, and I was just like, oh, nothing else makes sense. You still got clock and tap, so I think we did all right. Batman, the logic was, I'm going to hope you got Tilly Beans from falling, and if not, maybe you'll just skip, but we need at least 3 words this turn. So I figured superhero would be gotten immediately, and I still had clock and tap from Cowboy. Falling! I had
What were
Tilly...
you gonna do for Tilly Beans? I'm curious.
For Tilly
Fall
Beans?
Guys.
Yeah.
I was probably just going to
Guys.
say court.
Okay. Would have worked.
Something simple that just is obviously Tilly Beans. Hopefully. You have to be careful though, because of course we had like Mini Stud, Ratwar, Ewok, etc., which could throw
Yeah.
things off. But I figured court should get the point across, like, yep. But of course can't use anything that says Tilly for obvious reasons, like core Tilly was clearly out. That's too close for comfort. Falling, I had shower, I had Tilly Beans because Fall Guys is a thing we do a lot, and I had Token because Crypto Crash, and I had Superhero because they fall out of the sky a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I did that one. Like I had 3, and I'm like, let's do 4, and maybe they'll find a way to tie it to something else. Or even, I guess, dollar could have worked too from that same perspective of falling value of the dollar. Anyway, that's what I had. Oh, what was the other
I
one
want
for?
to go through.
What was the other for tattoo?
That was gonna be mine actually, because it's like yours. It's something that is on your body.
yeah, it was between Dollar and mine. But Dollar just went straight to my head. Just like that. Makes sense.
And did we discuss
Sense.
spaghetti westerns yet?
No, we did not. So that was going to be Ewok because Star Wars is based on spaghetti westerns.
Oh.
Should we explain
Ranch.
spaghetti western quickly first?
Yeah, so it's a genre of movie. It's sort of those really campy, stereotypical Western movies that you get in, what's it, like 50s to 70s, sort of, moving
Yeah.
into the 80s a little bit.
The golden age of the western.
Yeah.
The hero
so
with a
like
gun
the-
walks out into town, maybe with a group of buddies and they all go shoot up like 100 people and save the village.
Yeah, my logic for that was Ewok Ranch and mine, and thinking more of like the mining side of mine.
And to be fair, Cowboy, when you did that next, got mine and ranch, so
Yes, I was just trying to get Ewok in there if I could.
fair. And that one is a bit of because you have to know what spaghetti western is, and that it's inspired by like Star Wars is spaghetti western inspired, and also both of them Seven Samurai inspired. Given that's the connection kind of there, so it takes a bit of it takes knowing movies kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know horror movies and that's it.
I am finding
do
that to
not
be
know horror
surprisingly common. A lot of people who just really love horror movies.
It's a great time. I watched a 4-hour documentary on 80s horror movies.
Ooh.
It's a good time.
I just never got into them.
I am an
Yeah.
absolute chicken.
I am a weirdo, and my favorite franchise are the Saw movies, except for the newest one because Spiral sucks because it is a horror comedy. Saw is the farthest thing away from a horror comedy.
Oh, one more. Am I correct in guessing that Shakespeare's fourth one was hentai, or am I totally off base?
That was actually going to be ink.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, Shakespeare, hentai. I get a connection there, but that's fair too.
I could connect. That could be a connection.
Yeah, probably.
All right, shall we go again?
I'm cool with doing another round. I'll probably have to leave after round 2, but I'm cool with another one.
Okay. Unfortunately, my 2022 words are not done quite yet, so might not get to them. But we can at least try. We can do another game, and then I can hopefully have them done, and maybe we can do a solo, like the everyone on the same team game with that if we want to try one of those. I've never played that mode. Have you, Doki, or no?
No.
Okay. Well, we could see what it is, possibly just for the sake of having another game. But yeah, maybe for now we'll do a swap and have Doki and Lyzaj be the Spy Masters. If you are okay with that.
Sure. I'll try.
I mean, what could possibly go wrong?
Everything could go wrong.
Besides that. Alright. Start new game. Ooh, other new words of mine. Knee-boy is here. Yay! I figured we needed that one already. And then, what else? Boys' Night and...
Monty Python?
No, that was in there already.
That was in there already.
Yes. I know. That was already one of our totally custom words. I don't know what the context is. And that might actually be it. Yeah, I don't see any of my other words in here. So yeah, just boys' night and knee boy. And don't worry, girls' night is in there as well. It just hasn't come up yet. Oddly enough, ratwar is one of my new words. That was not in the one previously, which surprised me. Shakespeare's long-lost graphic novel, hentai. From my chat for the record, I didn't just make that one up. Alright, and then I'll do my best to get the last few words on the 2022 list taken care of, even I have to do some filler words. The trick is trying to make sure I include at least some positive ones is the problem.
I'm trying to think of like good news that happened this year.
I mean, I put Crypto Crash on here, so technically.
I'd agree with that.
It's funny because I work in banking, so technically it's supposed to be bad news for me, but I don't care. Hello again, Ayla. It's been so long since you graced me with your presence. Meow. Is there something you're trying to tell me? Is it that you're bored? I think she is bored. There aren't enough toys for you.
How dare you let her get bored?
Mm-hmm. She takes it very personally. I'm actually genuinely debating. She does enjoy running around and chasing things. I'm wondering if I get her a harness and a leash, if she might enjoy going for walks around town. Get her some exercise. She can explore new things.
Used to it.
Mm-hmm.
It might take her a little while to get used to it, but I think she might like that if you're saying that.
Yeah, she is she plays fetch with me and loves just running. And although she hates, for example, strange new places, if it's something that she can grow gradually familiar with, she might be okay with it. I think the hardest part would just be the harness and leash, obviously.
Yeah.
But 100% she's not allowed out with that one. Even apart from the obvious, I don't want the cat wandering by herself. In her specific case, she doesn't have... Her right eye is... I don't know what exactly it is, but it's something along the lines of it's clouded over and she can't see clearly out of it.
Mm.
So her depth perception's not great. Which is not good for a cat who lives this close to a river.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
And just other natural disasters, such as being outside as a creature who weighs less than 10 pounds.
Yeah.
And in a neighborhood that has at least 15 dogs, several of which are not always on leashes.
Oh, jeez.
That's,
To be fair, they're, from what I can tell, all but one of them are pretty obedient about it.
That's good.
One of them has visited my house several times already.
oh.
Only when I'm outside. He just wants to be friends, right?
On behalf of other dog owners, I do apologize for people who think their dogs are the world's perfect little angels.
Oh, my dog is not anywhere near an angel, but he's also like 16 now, so he doesn't wander around like he used to.
That is fair.
Yep.
He doesn't like leaving the house.
Yep, it's like, okay, I guess I have to pee, so let's go for today's... He's just like that old man who's like, well, I guess it's time for my daily piss.
My dog also hates snow, so it's the worst time of year for him.
Yeah.
Because he also has short legs, so he can't really walk in the snow.
Yeah, that's
What type of dog do you have?
He is a mix of a few. We don't really know. We also
That's
got
right.
him 15 years ago, so...
I have
Oh,
decided to
goodness.
compromise on the 2022 special edition, and I'm including words that are 2022, even if they don't represent 2022. So Baby Tilly has made the list. I don't care.
What is a representation?
I cannot, for the life of me, figure out a way to connect a single one of these words.
Are you feeling similar, Toki? Because we could reset the board.
I'm actually pretty good at my work.
Yeah, I think they have better words.
That sucks. I'm sorry.
If you can just even get 2, I'll see what I can do with that.
It's extremely hard.
Oh, God.
That's the worst. How about this? I'll just click the black word.
Mhm.
My guess is the black word is probably puppies. Let's be real. If anyone's the assassin, it's probably puppies.
I'm going to guess that it's Carol.
Okay. In case actually puppy's one of our words, don't worry. If I think it's ours, I will actually click it. I'm just going to put that out there that it's totally puppies. Because black hole is way too obvious.
Yeah.
You know,
was
I'm
like-
just going for it.
Okay,
Nice,
cool.
Nice. Okay, so also probably boys' night if I had to guess. You know, it just like we're just talking Ram Ranch kind of writing here. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeehaw.
I apologize to anyone in my audience who knows what I'm talking about.
Could be a thing for Monty Python with the coconuts where it's the...
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
That'd be really funny.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm going with dragon for dragon riding. Like dragon riding.
Nice.
See, we got this.
Mhm.
We got this.
You gonna do a third word just to gamble, or you okay?
No. Because with my luck, I'd hit the bomb.
That's for when you're like streaming with a bunch of people and you want to just impress the audience.
Yeah.
Let's just say that that's not what's going on right now. I'm under no illusions that I'm anywhere near as popular as anyone with more than 9 viewers. I stream because it's fun.
As you should.
Mm.
We're
But
all
to be,
here to have fun.
but to be fair, it helps that my main job provides me enough income that I don't need to make a living off of streaming.
Awesome.
And I'm pretty sure if I did, it'd be more stressful. I know people are like, "Oh yeah, I need a job," so I started streaming. Like that,
The bold move.
It's
It
2022.
takes a long time to get to a point of being able to live off of streaming.
Like the people I know who are doing that started over 10 years ago and took years to become profitable.
Mm-hmm.
I remember on Twitter, a content creator I watched was that people often ask me, "How did I get started streaming?" It's like, I don't know. I did it, and people watched me. I can't give you advice. I got lucky.
Yeah.
I can't help you. People, I play video games. I'm an idiot. People watch me. What if I can't help you? And I know people whose brand is I'm an idiot, and some of them do well, and some of them don't.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I can give you one piece of advice. Talk to your people in your chat. For the love of God. Especially if you've only got one person or two people. It's like, yeah, say hi. I get it. You're really enjoying that Overwatch game.
You just gotta talk. Just even if you feel like there's nobody there, just continue talking. You know.
Okay, just gonna get the obvious out of here right now. Yep, yeah, so you guys lucked out there. Alright. Shrubbery. Yeah. Okay, boys' night, not boys' love. Okay, fair, but technically, depending on the kind of boys' night,
No rules on boys' night.
boys' night can involve love without needing love. It can just be a friendly, like, game night or something.
All you need is
Or sewing
love.
night. There's no rules to say you can't have a sewing night, boys' night.
Yeah.
Damn, that sounds like a good night.
I have at least 3 friends who, if it was a boys' night that was a sewing night, they would go to it. Because they do anyway. I'll admit I'm not in that crowd, but I know guys who would totally do that. Like I remember the one time I was playing, I was going to the library just for a Mahjong event and ran into a friend. I was like, oh yay, nice. We're the only 2 people under the age of 30 who are at the Mahjong event. Correction, the only people there under the age of 50. That was a trip. Alright. That being said, shrubbery. The worst, I
That's
guess
going to be stuck in my head all night.
puppies. Puppies do pee on shrubbery, so okay, we got that. And I guess plastic gets stuck in shrubbery a lot. My previous house, good God, the amount of trash I pulled out of my shrubbery all the time was so frustrating. And shrubberies are natural, and so are glaciers, I guess. And I guess you can make a shrubbery look like a mohawk.
I'd love to see that.
Mm-hmm. Like that, like, if you're gonna have shrubbery, go all out, or just don't buy. Okay, no, that's not true. Shrubbery's always better than grass. Grass sucks. Mostly because a lot of grass isn't native to the region and is usually imported and thus causes environmental issues.
Reach.
Living the American dream, yo. Now, the unfortunate part is there's a chance that there is a joke with shrubbery that's a stream joke. I don't know. That does happen sometimes. Like, if there's something with Chelsea or Anne Extract or Mark with shrubbery, I'm not going to know it. To be fair, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is here, and my guess is that's a stream joke I don't know, so for all I know, it's all connected. So if that's the case, Doki, I do apologize. The disadvantage of I've not been watching as long. That being said, also I remember gingerbread houses could have shrubbery, gingerbread shrubbery. Alright, so we got some options here. And that's kind of what I got. So I'm not sure which of these are that strong, so we're just going to go for it. I'll start with gingerbread. Oh, hey, nice, yes.
Woo!
Yeah. And puppies. Yes!
Oh!
I don't know if Doki's like, wow, what the heck, or if that's what you're going for, or what? I have no clue. One more. Mohawk. Can't win them all. Can't win them all. It was a really cool shrubbery, though, the one time I saw a Mohawk shrubbery. But I guess I should have realized that that's really niche. I just wasn't feeling too strong about the other two, so... Alright. I don't know if I did better or worse than you expected, Doki.
Unexpected.
I'm actually kind of half expecting that half the words I guessed weren't ones you expected for shrubbery.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yep, that's a
I
thing.
think I know what's.
Yep. I am very afraid that it's words I have no clue were supposed to be shrubbery related. Such be life. How many is that so far? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19, or 20, 21. Oh, that's 21. Why does it have that? Oh, right. Windows 11 Notepad throws me off. It keeps adding line breaks that shouldn't be there and then removing line breaks that I added, and it's so annoying. So I only need 3 more words. That's not terrible. Alright. Yeah, because of the extra line breaks that Windows Notepad added, I thought I needed like 8 more words, and I need 3.
Nice.
That's much better. At the risk I have to remember to quit being controversial. When I keep thinking, oh, Donald Trump, never mind, shut up. Besides, that's a 2020 word. still having trouble putting words together, Lysash. I mean, on the bright side, I could click another one for you.
I sent you a message
Oh.
at a DM.
Oh.
Nice.
Ooh.
Now
Okay,
that's a good
so-
boys' night.
Now, I don't think Carol's going to be the bomb anymore, because I'm thinking a Christmas Carol and, like, caroling.
I was wrong about puppies, so you know.
Yeah. I'm kind of thinking mittens.
That's fair.
Thinking about how, like, winter aesthetic, a lot of art and things seems to involve, like, knitted mittens.
And then probably plastic because of how fake modern Christmas is.
That's an option. My other thought was turning red. Not because of the movie, because, like, you get the red suit on Santa.
But what about silver because of silver bells?
It's true. Okay, I'm confident about Carol.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Also, maybe Glacier because, like, winter and ice.
What about Mark because of the Gospel of Mark? Never mind, no one's gonna get that reference in this crowd.
Oh, I do. Just trying to think about... I don't know enough to know if you're religious.
I'll put it this way: anytime I've tried to do any kind of religious reference in this audience, it hasn't worked.
I'm gonna go with mittens.
No offense to any of them.
Oh, darn.
Ah,
Okay,
well.
at least it was a gray word.
Great word, yeah.
I got one. And well, we do have a woman wearing a Santa hat now. We have 2 women in Santa hats.
Finally.
Just noticed that.
What the heck was before?
Just noticed that.
Dagger. Shell can be a kind of shiv, which is kind of like a dagger. Blade. Okay, we'll click blade first. That's the
You
we'll
have
do the
a
easy one.
knife.
What?
No! You have a knife! No!
Is that also a
You know
movie
the
reference?
Vine? It's the Vine reference.
What's fine?
Social media that went extinct probably is 6.
Oh, is
no,
that the one
8
that only
years ago at
lasted
this
like
point.
2 years?
Yeah.
That's why I was like, oh, should I get on this? It's died. Okay, never mind. I don't care.
Just watch Vine compilations on YouTube these days when I'm sad.
Alright, plastic knife, that's probably not it, but... Egypt, Cleopatra died. I think that was by poison, though, never mind. Only because I know Cleopatra's a meme around here. Obviously, same as Mark Antony, which isn't on the board right now. Silver could also be something you make a knife out of. Silver knife, good for killing vampires and werewolves. Not as good as a silver bullet, I understand, but you take what you can get. Although, to be fair, it'd probably be easier to make a silver bullet because they take less metal than a silver knife does, but that's neither here nor there. And then a fan blade made of daggers is just a terrifying thought.
She warrior vibes.
Ultimate Ninja Warrior.
I think those are called
Hardcore.
war fans.
What? Oh, sorry, war fans, you said?
Those are cool.
Blade fans, I think they're called war fans.
Yeah, war fans are a thing that exist, yes. I admittedly don't know as much about them as I probably should, given my history nerd status, but I know that they're a real thing. At the end of the day, I'm not particularly strong on any of these. Is the problem. Like, plastic just feels too generic. Plastic dagger is just like, that's too generic, I'd say. I haven't watched Turning Red, so I have no clue if that's related or not. In case you're wondering, I haven't watched any movies since 2019, so it's not just Turning Red. I haven't watched anything. Just hasn't happened. I think we'll go Silver Dagger. Oh! Hey! I will take it. If that's right,
Hey.
I will pretend it's right. I was half expecting that to just be the end right there. It's like, oh, okay. We're going to pretend that was correct and move on to, do I want to guess one more for shrubbery? Yes, I do. There are shrubbery Pokemon, so we'll do that. There are plastic shrubberies. Still the nature reference.
Ooh, Ash could have also been for Christmas.
That's true, that's true.
And going down the chimney.
And just fireplaces in general, wintertime aesthetic in general. Yeah, that's true. Nature. Dang it!
Hey!
That's the second shrubbery I've given you.
We demand a strawberry!
I should probably quit guessing on shrubbery, I think. I think we're done with that. There is my hint to Doki. I'm going to quit guessing off of shrubbery, so pretend that clue never happened. I apologize. Or never finished happening. I apologize. I was like, oh, I went a totally different direction. Surely I'll guess at least one, right? No. Bring me a shrubbery. Yes. But I already chose Monty Python. And I don't know if there's anything else referencing that. I genuinely have no clue. This is probably going to sound like blasphemy. I watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail once, and I said, oh, I literally have already seen this entire movie because everyone shared every single meme and every single line in this movie was just an improv comedy bit. The only part I wasn't spoiled on was the very, very end of the movie. People watch it know what I mean. Because it was the weakest joke in the entire movie was the ending.
That's a good thing.
I think it ended that way because they ran out of money.
That is the
That's what
joke,
I
yes.
heard.
They ran out of money, so they ended the movie. Just
What?
ends. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, okay. So this was pointless. That's okay. And I just left like, okay. I kind of wish I hadn't seen a million of the memes on this movie because improv comedy is really only funny the first time, and after that it's gradually less funny. And by the time I watched that movie, I've already seen every single joke a dozen times, and I just didn't laugh at all. I didn't get to see it in order, but in a case like Monty Python, does it really matter, considering half of it was just sketches that could have honestly been randomized in order and it would still work?
No. To be fair, Monty Python's Flying Circus are basically the same sketches over and over and over again.
Yeah. That is the problem with improv comedy is either A, if it's being recorded, you gotta work with the material you have, which can lead to that kind of a problem, or it's more just, it's funnier to watch in person the first time. But you gotta, if it's your job, you gotta pay for it somehow. I'm not saying it was necessarily bad, just that because I'd already seen it, it just wasn't exciting anymore.
Yeah.
Science.
All night the science guy. I'm thinking
Science?
maybe black hole.
Science would be a great idea for a boys' night. All of you just researching together, like just giant science lab. The only problem I can think of is, well, why could that not be a boys' and a girls' night?
Yeah.
I guess bachelor party, which kind of shows you how I think of how I think of bachelor parties.
Okay.
We're doing
Egypt
science.
made some
Wink.
big advances in science. Like Egyptians were the first ones to calculate the circumference of the Earth.
That is true.
It's an option.
And also, in general, the Islamic world was kind of the center of scientific
Yeah.
discovery. Like Egypt themselves was at the time because the caliphate was centered out of
Yeah.
the Asiatic regions, but Egypt eventually became the head of the Asian world during the time of the Mamluks. So,
Yeah.
Asian world, Islamic world. My bad.
If only we had not
and-
lost the Library of Alexandria.
Oh god, that still pisses me off.
Here's the funny thing: I used to be in that camp, and then I realized something. At the end of the day, Alexandria, while it was still bad, and we definitely lost a lot of stuff, a lot of that we had copies of in Constantinople because they did a lot of that sort of copying. I realized there's actually a library that got burned that's probably a bigger deal than Alexandria, and that's Baghdad.
Probably.
And the sack of Baghdad by the Mongols. Because the relationship there wasn't nearly as big as the traditional relationship between Alexandria and Eastern Roman Empire, so there weren't nearly as many backups. I'll put it this way:
Hey,
it's
Baron, do
estimated
you
that
remember what
oh,
Anne does?
sorry,
Remember
what?
what Anne does for work?
She's not a full-time mod for Cortilli? I thought that's all. What? She doesn't
I
do
feel like she's mentioned science before in some context.
maybe. Yeah, I'm joking there, but I actually have no clue.
I have no clue either.
The only times I've interacted with Anne are Among Us, and I think I rated her once. I actually genuinely have no clue.
I'm gonna say plastic because plastic's like a scientific invention that sort of revolutionized the world. Oh,
It is.
another gray card.
Yeah, I should have guessed that for shrubbery. Dang it.
Hey, we are 3-3.
Yes. These have
This is
been
not a bad
real.
spot to be in.
These have been really close games. In no small part thanks to our really good spy masters.
And the fact that I am perhaps a little dumb about this.
We've all. If this game ends in a black card too, I think we can all just safely say.
I'll be a
Considering
little
that
dumb about this tonight.
that
a
is
long
true.
year.
We don't really know it was Alexandria. And it was definitely still a tragedy. Do not get me wrong. That was still really bad. My guess is purely just based on. My guess is Baghdad probably lost more than Alexandria. And I think it is safe to say that there is probably a bit of a Western-centric bias in putting Alexandria as the number one over Baghdad. As I realized over the years, like, yeah. Given the Western tendency to be focused on the Mediterranean over everything else. Everything in history all happened around the Mediterranean Sea. No history happened except there. Nah, I'm really getting a history nerd. That is also true. From that era, history, like in general, writing it, we just don't have. Like, we would have had more, but we don't know what we would have had, so that's the biggest tragedy, arguably, is we don't know what we don't know.
Yeah.
For all I know, the biggest loss was the sack of Constantinople. Who knows? Probably not, though.
Constantinople, that's Istanbul, my Constantinople. It was coming. You knew it was coming.
I should have. I've said Constantinople enough times today. I love when we get into an argument about Constantinople and the Ottomans. Everyone gets so offended. I say Constantinople for the Ottomans. I'm like, dude, it wasn't called Istanbul until Turkey. And also, to be correct, it wasn't even called Constantinople technically, because Constantinople is the westernized version of Kostinin. Yay! I can't pronounce it because I can't speak Greek. But that's what both the Ottomans. Actually, I don't think the Byzantines even called it that. I think they technically. I forget if they actually called it Byzantium or not. It's complicated. Byzantium also might be the older one.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, it's complicated. And I need to do more research on the time period that I already have. It's just too much to learn, yo. That being said, here's the real problem. I have no clue who Kelly is. Like, I genuinely have no clue who Kelly is.
Do we want to talk through this one together as the operatives?
Okay. Mark
Okay.
Kelly, wasn't he a politician?
He is a politician. He's also the astronaut who has the record for the longest time in space.
That's an option.
It's the only one I've got for you.
Kelly's probably not Boys Night.
Probably not.
Probably
I think
not.
Grace Kelly's also a name that I've heard.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But I'm not sure if that has any relation to like whatever. But
Yeah.
maybe they did. Okay, they did call it Byzantium. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And yes, Baghdad
Kelly and
was.
Shell kind of rhyme.
But that's
Sorry to
not
interrupt stream talk.
that's not allowed. Actually, you can't do like word like
Okay, got
rhyming
it.
or like it. Like they specifically say you can't do letter references, and I think
Mm-hmm.
rhyming would be considered a little close for that.
I would agree with that statement.
Given this is supposed to be a word meaning play and not just
Mm-hmm.
that. Puns are allowed though, even if they're terrible.
Puns are great.
I think I realized what it is. I don't hate puns. I hate bad puns.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just I realized, oh, it's just that most jokes suck, including most puns. I'll go Mark Kelly, and we'll go from there. We did not go from there.
We did not go from there. Oops.
Oh well, sorry, Doki. In general,
sorry, Doki.
yeah, those kind of references, I'm either gonna know or I'm not, and you're never gonna know until you make them. That's the worst part. Yeah, Baghdad was the center of learning for, yeah, I think multiple centuries. 1,000 years is not out of the question, I would say. And the worst part is, the only reason it was sacked is because it happened to be under the control of a dude who said, "Oh yeah, the Mongols. I'll murder your diplomatic envoy just to show you I don't like you." And that was a no-no because Genghis Khan was only an orphan because his dad was a diplomatic envoy that got murdered. So the number one rule of the Mongols is don't kill diplomats. And the ruler of Baghdad's region was like, "I'm gonna kill your diplomat, just show you I don't like you." If I recall correctly, he was approached for a trade offer. So the tragedy isn't just that it got sacked, it's that it got sacked for the stupidest reason.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade with you, so I'm gonna murder your diplomat. Dude.
Don't kill the messenger. Isn't that
Like,
like
you,
rule one of stuff?
that's the problem, is that was actually pretty typical in some cultures, whereas in
Mm.
others it was like blasphemous. And let's just say that that Baghdad was very far away from Mongolia.
Gotcha.
And to be fair, though, in a lot of cultures, even in that region, it was also blasphemous. He just felt like being salty.
You know, sometimes you're being salty.
And he also was overconfident, thinking, "Oh yeah, Genghis is busy. He won't possibly make time for me." And then Genghis made time for him.
Yep.
Because he was like, "Okay, I'll finish this war quickly just so I can go murder you." Don't get me wrong, Genghis was a warlord who did some bad things, but there were a lot of warlords who did a lot of bad things in that time period. Genghis was just one of the more successful ones.
And you know what? We love a businessman.
We do?
We love this one. We do not. Genghis Khan is remembered as being
Very
first of all,
economically savvy.
fuck machine.
You're right, he also is the ancestor of something like 10 to 15% of the modern world. Or
Which
an
is
ancestor.
impressive.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing is we don't actually technically know. That's an assumption, but it was
funny
based
assumption
on
to make.
rumors. Like, the problem is we don't actually have his DNA to check.
Yeah.
So it's an assumption based on his operatives and his practices, but we don't know for sure. But it's theoretically possible given that he had such an extensive breadth of areas of influence and a harem.
Mhm.
And it was a very multicultural harem for obvious reasons. It helped that in his religion, there was no rules against having a harem. It's like, yeah, King Henry, you totally could have had that level of influence if you just were able to marry more than one woman and didn't have to keep executing them. Oh, Henry VIII. If anyone's interested, Mock in the chat posted wikipedia.org/names of Istanbul. If you want the full list of names. I love that I managed to attract history nerds to the stream. Or I sought them out, I'm not sure which. I guess that's what happens when you're in the top 10% of Europa 4 players on Twitch.
Ooh.
Not by viewers, just by raw number of hours played. When it's your only game you play every Saturday, and it averages 100 viewers across the entire game. Every, like, yeah. Curse. I'm gonna go on a limb here and say Neboy.
I'm gonna say Egypt.
That's also fair.
Also, Neboy is a good guess there.
I was just saying, given the amount of times people have said, like, what people have said about Neboy, I imagine he's inspired a lot of cursing.
I'm also wondering if Boys Night.
That's also
The
possible.
sheer amount we've been talking about it, and the fact we've been like, sort of treating it as a cursed thing. Confident in Egypt.
Yeah, Egypt, yeah, that's a good guess.
Yeah. Also, I'm still wondering if Ash.
Mm-hmm.
Ash is a component of a curse.
Yes.
Hey.
Not bad, not bad.
Okay, okay.
You've technically still got one for science, but that could
Ooh,
be Egypt. You've
wait,
got two for
and
Christmas.
turning red.
Is
Turning red, the whole thing
yeah,
is the family's curse.
yeah, that's valid.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so what were the shrubbery clues?
Monty Python and
Yeah.
the Holy Grail,
Mm-hmm.
and technically, the shrubbery tied into like the actual movie Monty Python and the Holy Grail because I also had Blade in there. They were
Oh.
all carrying swords,
Yeah.
and there was silver in there
Mm-hmm. And
as
then
well.
Boys Night.
Yeah,
So basically, the clue shrubbery was meant to be a Monty Python clue,
yeah.
but you couldn't say Monty
Well,
Python.
I was and I was thinking knee, like going with knee, but then I was like, wait a second, they might go with knee boy.
And that's the problem is I went harder into the literal shrubbery clue than into it being a Monty Python joke.
Yeah.
That is entirely
But-
fair.
When you had ginger ale and poppies off of that, it's like, well, that's two things I don't have to worry about anymore.
It's like, hey, I helped.
You did.
But then I'm also selected Glacier and Mohawk trying to help, so.
Yeah, it's great. You made me not have to figure out.
And you were worried you weren't going to have this.
You did great.
And so did
Those
Doki, despite
words,
me
though, at
puzzling.
the start were just
Those are some
they
weird
were
ones.
horrible for trying to connect.
Egypt, Carol, Black Hole, Dragon, Mohawk, Ash, Saddle, Turning Red, Glacier.
I had a great time reading the whole plot for Turning Red. You know what it was about.
Just trying to find some way to connect it.
It's like I don't even know what this is.
Let me
I
guess,
know there's a red panda. That was it.
Ash wasn't even for curse. She just got lucky.
Yeah.
Well done, well done.
Kelly was.
Thank
first
God I've
grade.
got a kid that I
Kelly,
babysat this year
and-
who was obsessed with Turning Red for like 3 weeks.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
know
watch,
the
good
general
movies.
gist of that movie, but I haven't watched any movies since 2019 because I didn't go to theaters and I just haven't cared. I fell off Marvel hardcore and just, yeah.
Yeah.
After
I'm
Endgame,
behind
I'm like,
on
it's
Marvel.
over.
I've seen Infinity War. That was the last one I saw from Marvel movies.
I saw Endgame and I'm like, okay, that was an ending. I didn't like it too much, but it was fine for what it
Oh,
was.
I
And
didn't like Endgame.
I haven't seen Endgame, but I was a senior in high school, and in my band class, the junior who was next to me, I asked him to tell me what happened in the movie.
yeah, my problem with Endgame is I liked Infinity War better and how that ended.
Oh, Infinity War was good.
But also I'm biased because I love Thanos and they killed him off in the first 15 minutes.
What
And then time warp 5
what
years.
happens in that movie?
In Endgame?
Don't even and they
Yeah.
haven't destroyed
They
it.
kill. First off, they find Thanos. He says, "I destroyed the Infinity Gems." Well, we can't undo everything, and so Thor just cuts Thanos' head off. 5-year
Oh.
time skip where we learn nothing about what happened. We skip forward time years, and then time travel happens, and now the dragon's out of the bag. They've opened Pandora's box, and nothing means anything anymore
Exactly.
because now we can time travel everything. Admittedly, Endgame used time travel somewhat responsibly, but the moment you add that as an element into your universe, anyone else can use it. It's fair game, and you're going to end up with, okay, multiverse time, nothing means anything. Loki's back from the dead, Gamora's back from the dead, but they're not really them. They're a new, improved version to fix the problems the versions of the character had.
Yeah. I don't know.
And with that, I do have to go because
That is
I
fair, that is
have
fair.
Yeah.
You gotta be
I
productive.
have to justify why I want to be a TA in grad school. whatever.
Understandable. You do that.
Thank you for a very fun night, guys.
For sure, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I'll have a good one.
Aaron.
Y'all have a good one.
You as well.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Night.
Happy New Year.
Indeed.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dirk, you said something?
Aaron, Kelly was Grace.
Ah, yeah.
Grace Kelly.
Yeah.
Is a fan because you're a fan of Grace Kelly.
Yeah, that's the problem is I know the name Grace Kelly and I have no clue
Yeah,
who Grace Kelly is.
I'm there too.
Yeah. Just happened
It's
to
like
be.
the name is there, I just don't know who it is.
Oh, jeez. So we're gonna try the
the
one
s-
team.
the the cooperative mode, which only needs at least 2 players. There's one catch though. I still need one 2022 word. And I can't just put 2022 because good luck connecting that to anything. Unless you get lucky and 2022 is the death card, in which case everything is right in the world. It's like, okay, what last word can I put in 2022? Or do I give up? Oh, actually, no, I know what No, I've already... No, that's too obvious. Alright. Anyone have any ideas for what the last word should be? Because I need 25 or the game won't let me put the word list in. What word do you think of when you think of 2022? And sucks isn't an option. Hi, baby kitty.
Twitter.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I did put Elon Musk on there already, but I guess I could also do Twitter. And we'll call it a day. Alright, 25. Boom.
You know, I don't understand women who are actresses and then they quit being an actor to marry a prince. Why would you do that? That's apparently what Grace Kelly did.
Oh, I was gonna say, where did this go? Oh, okay, that's where this came from. Alright.
She was an actress and then married a prince.
Custom
I'm just
word
like, oh.
pack. Edit. Oh, I can only have one custom word pack. That's sad. Alright. I guess I'll just have to make sure I save it for that later. Doesn't... Well, I guess it's the only one I'm using, so it kind of doesn't matter what I select. It'll choose all of them anyway. And cooperative. We apparently have side A and side... Oh, right, because the way this happened, I think, is each side is choosing other... If I recall correctly, each side gives a clue for one of the words the other has. Is how this works. So one of us would be on side A. I guess one of us is on A and 2 of us are on B, or vice versa.
Oh, God.
Do you guys want to work together, or do you want to be on different teams? Yeah. Someone's got to go solo. I am okay going solo if nobody else wants to. You have an opinion, Doki?
I already chose a side, so.
That's fair. Oh, I mean, okay, yes, all right.
And I got joined, so.
So, yeah.
It's either one of us had to be alone, or we could make you be alone.
Yeah, and I am okay being alone. I can accept failure like that. I am an exceptionally overconfident person, if you can't tell. Alright. But yeah, I think how this works is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green words and 3 black words. And I think you guys have something similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 10 green words and 3 black words, or is it 9 green words and... Oh no, it's going to be... Oh, I have 8, so you'd have 7.
9 and 3.
Okay.
It's 9. And 3 black words.
Yep. So you at least know not to get... So the goal is to get to guess all the green words and not guess any of the black words, basically.
But you have different black words than we do.
Correct.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. The whole idea behind this mode is when you don't have enough players to play with to play the main game, basically.
Okay.
Hello, kitten. Welcome back. It's been so long. I know you've missed me. And of course, I'm going first because I'm on side A. To be fair, if we wanted, we could just cheese this and go one at a time, but I feel like that's cheating. Ooh, no, I can't do that. Crap. I really can't do that. Oh, wait. You guys only... Actually, never mind. I think I know what it is. You guys only have 3 black words, right? That you can see?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have 3 black words.
So there's 3 black words neither of us knows.
Mm-hmm.
So be careful about that. That your words could technically refer to
Well,
the gray words. If I'm correct.
Our correct words could be one of the black words for us. One of the black words we see could be one of your green
Never
cards
mind.
that you see.
I did not realize that. That is different.
I believe that's how it works.
That definitely changes things. So I gotta be careful. I gotta be especially careful now. That's mean. I love it.
I've played this once, and that was the only other time I played Codenames in this server. And it's hard to understand.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's an option, actually. I think that's my first option. We'll do that. Just keep it straightforward. Keep it obvious. And then for the first time all day, 2 people are on the same team and can talk to each other. Hasn't happened all day.
Oh. I don't know if talking to each other is going to help us at all. No. I feel like all of these words just connect with every other one on this board.
That is the idea, yes.
Well, I'm meaning like you could do a clue and get almost every single thing on the board without trying to.
Yep.
I think it's funny that it's hope. LOL.
I had a lot of fun making this list. You can tell.
How confident do you feel about goblin mode?
Do you guys know what Goblin Mode is? It's the Oxford.com 2022 word of the year.
Why?
They've been reading too much questionable content, I guess.
Oh,
Which, to be fair, anyone who still reads that comic probably feels that at least at some point. Source, self, still reads that comic.
Pokemon is
you know, these are
fantasy.
also fantasy.
Yes, because Goblin Mode. That is correct, Mock. Yeah, they apparently just felt it represented how people felt in 2022, and I'm like, okay.
Sure. I guess.
I would have put that for 2020 in that case. But I think 2022 they had like COVID-related stuff or something.
Mm.
I think the idea was just Goblin Mode represents burnout culture.
Ah.
But in my mind, I would have just put burnout. You know. Common meme? Oh, interesting. I guess if you're into memes, you would have known that. Which
Oh.
answers that.
All the memes I get are in the Discord.
All, the only memes I follow are Star Wars prequel trilogy memes.
Honestly, the two I feel most confident in here are Pokemon and Metaverse.
Isn't Metaverse the Facebook thing, though? Technically.
It is by Facebook, yes, I can confirm that much.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's by Meta. Because
It's
Zuckerberg
stupid.
thinks Zuckerberg thinks he's smarter than us.
Doesn't just
Oh.
everybody think that?
That Metaverse isn't like them.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. Metaverse isn't like alternate realities and stuff.
Metaverse is Mark Zuckerberg trying to channel his Ready Player One.
Ready Player One's a good time.
Mm-hmm. Better than the Metaverse, for sure.
Mm.
And
I mean, yes,
Pokemon and
Mark Zuckerberg
I don't
is
think
Sorry.
I don't think we're advanced enough in technology to have a Ready Player One situation
I don't think
just
we're
yet.
advanced enough in copyright law to have a Metaverse situation.
I'm gonna.
I'd say just click on something. I'm
Yeah.
fine with it.
Yeah. I figured that was at least relatively safe, because hey, if you clicked on it, it's not a black card. Oh, is it that if we hit 9 gray cards, we lose?
That's how many there are, I believe,
Oh, okay.
overall.
Got it.
Because also, just saying, green cards, your green cards you see could be one of the green cards we see.
Well, it would have to be in that case, because if you guys have
Yeah.
exactly 8 UC and I have exactly 8, then one of them is the same one.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
I think
I need to look the rules up for this mode proper.
we both see 9 green cards. So means at least a couple of them have
What's
to be
his
the
name?
same.
What's his name? I can't ask you who it is. Oh, never mind. I don't remember his name. There we go. This should be an easy one. I say. What's the difference between add suggestion and give clue? Both sides should take turns giving clues. It's their turn. You can give clue anyway or you can wait. Okay. So if they're like, you should let the other side play too. Yeah. Are you guys shouting on Discord or something?
No.
I'm just like staring at the horse, trying to figure out.
Heh. Yes, Ayla. Something wrong. Here's the problem. I don't speak cat. I know you're meowing. I'm gonna go run a quick check of like the water and stuff and make sure she's okay there.
Okay.
So BRB.
I see you're having as good of luck connecting them as I am. I think we have shitty words. Or we're just really bad at this game.
It's hard to get words that don't apply to
Everything else.
everything else. Like, I was thinking like tweet, but then that gets one of the black words.
I wasn't even looking at the black words. Hmm.
So should I just send what?
I think just go for it. I think that's the best we can do.
Yeah.
Just gotta click on something, right?
Okay, hold on.
Still not quite sure on clue to give.
There you go.
That's this.
when I clicked on give clue, it's like, hey, you're on a team with more than one person. You wanna suggest first?
I think with
Oh, that's what it
suggestions, you can also click on which card you are talking about
Yeah.
with it.
That's what a suggestion is. I forgot that was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense why they emphasize it in this mode. And also means in my case that add suggestion is useless.
Honestly, you know what? I'm just gonna send it if you're okay with it.
Yeah.
We're having a hard time on this team.
I'm so sorry. Should I maybe do it with a different word list? Is this too
I
much?
don't know how much that would help us.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, equipment. Steam Deck is equipment. Gonna go for it. Nice. Can you guys still click on that word or no?
No, it's picked for.
Yeah.
Okay,
Both
that's
sides, then.
good to know. What's the question mark mean? Oh, okay. I'll tell you what the question mark says to help explain things. You always see 3 black cards. The other side sees one as green, one as neutral, and one as black. Since you already revealed the green one, you know the other 2 can't be green on their side, so thus tapping them makes no sense. I apologize to spoil things, but you guys got rid of my black card. That was a black card. So the other 2, basically, one of your black cards, I'm guaranteed not to be able to click. But you don't know which one it is.
Okay.
So yeah, apparently on both sides there's 3 black cards, one of which is overlapping for both sides, one of which is a green card on both sides, or on one side but not the other, and one of which is a neutral card on one side but not the other.
Hmm.
So I have 2 cards I know for sure can't be green. And one of
Oh,
them is
that's
black.
useful.
Yep. I won't say which ones those are though, because, well, obviously. Alright, so I will end guessing. And good at save my clues, so I will give my clue.
Okay. Oh.
I hope that this is a little easier than the last one.
Hmm.
You know what? Why not this one?
Hmm. You know what? If you think it is, I'll agree with you.
Not your style?
I don't know a ton about celebrities. I know about the slap, and that's about it.
The only thing I know about Will Smith, I guess he was a rapper. I didn't know that
Yep.
before.
Yep.
Well, he's the one who did the
Fresh
Fresh
Prince.
Prince
Which is why I know about that.
intro.
I watched
And
Fresh Prince of Bel Air documentary recently, and that's why I found out he was a rapper.
Hmm.
and if I remember correctly, he doesn't curse in any of his rapping.
Interesting.
Like all his raps are clean.
Uh,
I think, for the most part.
Mm.
As far as I know, they're all clean.
yeah, I don't have any clues. Sorry. I do know
Yeah.
there was a controversy. I think it was between. Was it? No, I don't think it was Will Smith. Someone in that community of influence and Bill Cosby. Over Bill Cosby saying, "I'm the cleaner one," and everyone's like, "Well, roles reversed now." But I don't know if it was Will Smith or somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know for like rappers is that NF, he does not swear in a single one of his songs, and he has 5 albums.
Someone mocking my chat posted, "Will Smith don't need to cuss to sell records, but I do, so fuck him and fuck me too." In Neiman. Or Eminem. Eminem?
Eminem.
Oh.
Eminem. Okay, that's how you pronounce it.
Eminem.
Okay. Eminem, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you guys.
You know,
Mhm.
it's a little scary that one of the black cards we see we know has to be a green card.
I know, it's the worst.
It's like, well, shit, one of them is going to be a black card and one of them is green.
Yep. Yeah, Eminem like the candy. Yep. Got it now. I guess I just never put 2 and 2 together. I think because I kept thinking it was a Neiman. So I had literally the M's and the N's reversed in the name, is how I always thought of it. And then I actually read it, it's like, oh, that's not the case.
Well, I'm knocking out those gray words.
Nice.
Yeah.
Eventually, it'll be just black ones left and green. Everything could be a bomb. It's a line from the real Slim Shady. Interesting. Never heard of it. I am culturally ignorant if it's not a video game. I do have another clue ready if you guys would like one. No preference. I just think it's funny they give me the add suggestion option when there's no one to suggest to.
You can suggest to yourself.
So I remember which 3 words it is. Okay, that's fair. I hate to admit it because fuck him, but and similar vibes. But yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
My thoughts on Elon Musk are very obvious, and I think my thoughts on it's not that I hate the queen herself, I just don't like monarchies. So the
That whole royal family is just, I
yeah.
would rather not.
Yeah. It's like even the thing with Megan and what's his face is like I only like them I guess because everyone else sucks. For all I know they suck too. I don't know them, I never will. But
All I know
I
is,
do agree that there is a lot of racist hatred for Megan and that is uncalled for.
mm, it probably also doesn't help the fact that Megan was an actress before she married into that family.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the thing though. Justinian's wife was a prostitute first, and we all oh no, never mind, everybody hated his wife too. The amount of times that Justinian's wife got blamed for everything wrong during Justinian's reign just because she was a woman,
Mm.
which is why we aren't even sure she actually was a prostitute, and maybe that was made up by her enemies.
Women get blamed for a lot in that society.
Yep, especially in the 600s during the fall of parts of Rome. Poor Theodora
It
just
also,
can't catch
it
a
also
break.
doesn't help the fact that in like all the royal families, women were solely used to birth male babies.
Mm-hmm. Again, getting us back to Henry VIII.
Mm.
Aaron's doing better with our clues than
Well, this might
we're
help
with
even
his.
things out, hopefully, because I realized a really easy one, hopefully.
Mm. Yeah, I think that.
Turns out having a singular, all-powerful head of state is a bad idea. No shit. But what if he's a good monarch? I mean, maybe he's a
Is
decent monarch.
anybody?
But his son or daughter or non-binary child.
Mm.
But here's the problem. Can you guarantee even if your child's good that your grandchild's good or you're like somewhere down the line you're opening it up to all you need is one bad person and the entire thing goes to hell.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ugh.
I've done all the clicking so far. You need to do some clicking.
Um, you know what? I'm gonna click on it.
Dang it. Didn't
Oh,
even think of that.
I just wanted to click on it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I understand.
Mm.
Yeah, I was going for adulting in goblin mode, although too soon makes sense too. I just forgot that Hope Lowell could technically connect.
okay. So what were your burnout?
Yeah, burnout was goblin mode, adulting, and quiet quitting.
Mm.
I figured it happened that we were literally talking about goblin mode and burnout being similar, that it might connect. And then you guys did a go for it, and I'm like, oh well.
Uh,
What were your three black words?
Baby Tilly, Steam Deck, and Hope.
so baby Tilly was
Baby Tilly was one of
was
our
the
One of your green ones, yeah.
same one.
Oh, it was the same black. Okay.
Yeah.
Poor baby Tilly.
We had baby Tilly woman and Twitter for our
black. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going for
Uh,
with my Will Smith was slap and then woman because that's why the slap happened.
uh,
Oh. Yeah.
that family is a lot.
Yeah. At
Uh,
the end of the day,
one
yeah, it's
one thing I have to say, Jaden Smith has a horrible music career. I will say that because I've seen him
that's
live
the
and
son, right?
he sucked. One of the sons. They have
Isn't
two
he the one with the
sons.
terrible movie, or is that the other one?
Well, Jaden's the more famous son.
I don't know. One of them was in a movie that didn't do well to the point that it bombed.
Huh.
I the only
I don't
celebrity
know.
I really know are Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher and Billy D. Williams and Anthony. You're
Mm.
noticing a trend here, James Earl
Yeah.
Jones, Caden Christensen.
Fun.
Guess which celebrities I follow?
Pedro Pascal.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then, oh, I guess also Viggo Morrison and Orlando Bloom and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. That's what I follow.
I just follow Twitch streamers and certain musicians.
Yeah, that's legit. That's legit. Admittedly, a lot of the musicians I follow are even YouTube musicians. Jaden's been in a number of movies, at least one of which bombed. Okay, so I didn't narrow it
Huh.
down.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Also, Jaden Smith made no sense for the concert I went to. I went to Fall Out Boy, and Jaden Smith was one of the openers.
It makes sense. He's the son of Will Smith.
But it makes no sense with the genre of Fall Out Boy.
But, son of Will Smith. It makes sense.
You could have gotten Willow Smith. She has good music.
But, son of Will Smith. They're the Fallout Boys. Boys night.
Black Bear was the better opener.
Yeah, I'm stretching here just to be a dick. I have no clue.
Jaden Smith also played 2 of the same songs, apparently, from me looking up his set list.
Do we want to try this
That
mode again,
concert.
or because I could do it with not these words, just because we just did these words. I'm good to play again, or if you guys are good, I'm good too. Either way.
I think I'm good for one more.
Okay.
Could do one more if you guys want to.
Same teams or different teams? And I'll do the regular words this time and not the custom pack.
Mm.
Or rather, I'll do the actual custom pack and not the special 2022 edition. Pursuit of Happiness was good, but the rest all bombed. Okay. I didn't realize he was in Pursuit of Happiness because I haven't watched that.
I don't know what that is.
Me neither. Alright.
Did we both?
We clicked on it at the same time.
Yes,
Word
HelloFresh finally appeared. One of my like, I was so proud of that one. I was like, yep, that word needs to come in. And skink, and believe it or not, plate up was one I added because that wasn't in there yet. That shows you how old the word list is.
Oh.
And oh yeah, Boy's back. And yeah, I think that's all my new ones. It was a sponsorship that lasted a while, and I thought it was funny. Admittedly, that was one of the ones where it's like, I need a few more words. What's a word that may be associated? HelloFresh was a sponsorship. Because there was exclamation mark HelloFresh, and I will do that. What can I do here that won't kill everybody?
You know, if you when you give a suggestion, you should also click on the words you're thinking of for that.
I did just now.
It's not showing anything when I click on the thing.
That's weird. Do you need to click them and then click add suggestion, or?
I believe so.
Let me check if I can, because can I?
Did it work when I did celebrities last game?
Yeah.
Did you see what? Okay, because I clicked on them before I did add suggestion.
Oh.
So.
Oh, okay. Try it now. That
I,
does it highlight them now?
no.
It does for
You could just re-give this suggestion completely.
That's an option. Oh no. Oh, that's perfect. Is there anything
that
that could
worked.
go wrong?
Okay.
Maybe that. Maybe that. But that one, at least that won't kill everything. Yeah, we're good. We're doing it. Boom. With any luck, one of the words I get out is a black word, and everybody's happy.
Mm.
But I wouldn't get that lucky that fast, I'm sure.
Seems like we're in agreement for 3 words.
Yeah, and I'll click on the one on the top first.
Yeah, go for it. Okay.
All right, I'll do that.
Boom! Great teamwork, guys. I was very proud of that clue.
Mm.
I think it's my best clue all day. It was a clue with more than 3, and you got all of them, and no one clicked a bomb.
Yeah. I think the clue you have, Yoki, works. It's just there is
Yeah.
the. But I think it would be fine. Mm. Do you want to give this clue? Do you want to think of something else?
Okay, so that clue is a proper name, technically. I just realized there's no other... I can't really ask the other side, is this an okay clue? It's 3 words, but it's a proper noun. Which we've allowed sometimes. Like, I know movie titles are usually considered okay, but, you know. I'll leave it as a maybe. But I just realized the reason for suggestions is I can save them and have a bunch piled up and then just choose my current favorite.
Ooh.
So it lets me save stuff. And yeah, I found the only way that you have to select the cards and then click get add suggestion. You can't just...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Whoops. I forgot to...
I'm good with that one if you are.
That's what I was maybe suggest. Metal. I think Metal Concert is an easy one to suggest there. And then... You know, Metal Gear, yes, okay. Those 2, I'm good with those 2. Metal Gear, Metal concert. Boom. Glad we all agreed there. By which I mean myself. Alright, the clue that has the most likes on my side is this one. By which I mean that clue had 1 like and the other one had 0 likes. Alright, how do I connect those?
I agree on that. Hmm.
No. First gray word.
I was thinking you might suggest that one. I'm like, it's worth the risk. I'm trying to think of if it really would be a bad thing to have any ones, if that's really a problem.
Honestly, I think this is the best clue we could give.
Yeah.
Click on it.
Play Pokemon and Rodeo's a kind of game. Though I know that's also one you guys suggested on your side. Oh, dice game. I think game would be good for, sorry, play, dice, and we'll say Pokemon. Nope. Okay, it was gray for both of us. Interesting. Got 2 out of 3 and it was a gray, so that's not bad. Alright, we're doing it. It's close enough.
Oh.
Now it would be sad if neither of you know the reference and this is all wasted.
Brain goes this.
Okay, good. So you did know the reference.
Do you want to go with rodeo? I'll click. Okay.
And we're good.
The other side, I should get a clue.
Hmm.
Alright, I got 4 words left to connect. And I have no clue how to connect any of them. Oh, I might have a pun. No, never mind. Bad pun. Would not have worked. No, that's definitely true. Ooh, that works. That's an option. I will say we're doing good this time.
We are.
I probably shouldn't say that, but we're doing good this time.
It's just getting those last 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 4 on each of our sides then?
I guess if there's 4 on your side, there's 4 on our side.
Yep, it looks like it says 6, which means 2 of the greens are overlapping. I don't think either of us has guessed the other side's green yet. Yeah,
I'm
that is
fine
correct.
with a clue if you are a Doki.
Which means I could get lucky and you guys could give me a clue that gets rid of some of these words. I don't have to connect them. Or vice versa, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, cult. And what else? Trying to think. Oh, Encanto was about Day of the Dead.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
Coco was Day of the
Coco.
Dead.
Whoops, my bad. Encanto's family. Never mind. My bad. Oh, although I guess also Homer's Odyssey is also religion, so actually, never mind. It's gotta be Homer, doesn't it? Homer it is. Damn it! Which one was
Didn't
it?
think about that.
Which one was
Second.
it? Second?
Like the second coming of Christ.
Oh, I wasn't even. I was nowhere near that.
So we also had Played Up.
That was the game.
So I guess we had 5 left technically, I think.
I don't even see Played Up.
Played Up was one of the ones we got
early.
early.
Because I was about to do sticky
We got
note for
on-
postage
on
and wall.
catering.
Yeah, second was both of ours, and then I had postage, wall, and skink.
We also had skink.
Is that why you guys didn't click skink for four-legged?
I didn't know what it was.
Oh, yeah. It's a lizard with 4 legs.
Yeah, I know that now.
Yep. Which is in there mostly because of the Among Us content. and the running
Art.
skink jokes.
Yeah, haven't watched Among Us recently at all. So
Well, to
I
be
also
fair,
don't play Among Us at all.
yeah,
So it makes me way too anxious to have fun playing.
I can see that.
Oh.
I could. In this case, though, it's. I don't think it's as bad because there's so many more black cards, and it's
Yeah.
both like it obviously has to be harder because it's not player versus player, it's player versus environment. So, I'd say losing in this isn't as bad, given that the
The
only way to
cards
lose
we clicked was a black card.
yeah, you guys.
Wedding was a black card for us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got.
wedding was the black for us.
Oh yeah, because you guys. I got dice before Kneeboy and King even came up, so that worked out real well for me. Because I knew, okay, it can't be Kneeboy or King, and all I had to do is make sure you guys didn't click those either.
Neat boy was one of our black cards.
Yeah, so we
Yeah.
both had Kneeboy. So your other one was Homer then? And then what was your...
Homer was also a black card for us.
And what was the
Homer
last one?
and Wedding.
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 Okay. Ah. Oh, so when I got Wedding out of the way...
Our-
That's why you guys were so hesitant about how Wedding originally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we both got our black card out of the way in like the towards the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you guys got you guys got your black-green card out of the way the very first card.
It was the first one we clicked on just in case.
Yeah, just like last time. You guys did Steam Deck last time, and that ended up being my green-black card, so...
Mm.
But our green cards were mini stud, gear, concert, dice, second, played up, play, cult, and skink.
Yep, I had rodeo, wedding, plate up, postage, second, walls, and skink, and dice. I guess. Actually, I don't know. Oh, right, because some of these... Oh, never mind, I'm backwards. Correction, I had... For you guys, I had wall, second, Pacific, wedding, rodeo, plate up, postage, skink. Yeah. So yeah, we had the 2 green overlap cards left, so we almost had that. I just did not realize... Yeah. Second Coming just didn't occur to me.
It didn't occur to me either. I was fine with the clue because I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what second had to do with religion.
And then you didn't realize that...
There's also like the kind of like the second book. Like there's the Old Testament and the New Testament.
Yeah, the problem I was thinking was second is so broad, which is why I couldn't get anything either. It's like second is so broad. I was
and
debating
there's like nothing else.
I was just debating like
next to it.
third one.
Uh,
All right. I'm assuming you guys are probably good, or
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, that's fair.
This is really fun though, despite it only being.
Only a few people, but I think it
Oh,
I
worked.
think the fact that it was less people made it more fun.
Everyone got to speak up pretty frequently.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I'm kind of like a quiet person, so.
Oh yeah, I can tell because you're at 200 volume and I still can't hear you half the time.
Yeah,
Not
mine.
that
Oh my god. Yeah, I have you at 171.
Yeah, there are some
Sorry.
people when they talk up I can hear them, and you are not one of those people.
I casually have you at 83 though, so
Me?
yeah.
Only 83? I'm impressed.
I don't know.
Normally I'm...
Well,
Yeah.
it's just like really weird because, like, I keep most of my settings the same,
Hmm.
and it's like either hit or miss. I'm either too quiet or too loud.
Nobody has talked about how I sound. I talk very close to my mic though, so it actually picks up my voice. So.
See, my mic is on my headset,
Mm.
so I do kind of move the mic around, especially if I'm like eating and drinking during the thing. But like for the most part, it stays in roughly the same area, and my settings are like turned all the way up.
Hmm.
So it's just like hit or miss, whether
Yeah.
I'm soft or loud.
Yeah, I know in Among Us sometimes we have to turn you all the way down and sometimes we turn you back up.
Yeah. Yeah, and proxy chat. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's just the thing with proxy chat though, because even watching streamers, like half the time they're all just changing the audio levels for people throughout the game.
Oh
It's just
yeah.
like, oh, somebody's extremely loud all of a sudden when they were extremely quiet before. I think
Yep.
it's the excitement levels make people louder.
Oh yeah. Among Us is definitely an excitable game.
Hmm.
Unlike Codenames, which is very calm and chill, and no one ever gets excited over it.
Mm.
Oh, it probably would have been fun if SLR had been able to drop in.
Mm-hmm.
Because SLR is just chaos, and it's
Yep.
it's just a fun
There's
kind of chaos.
there's a few people who definitely are more chaos than helpful in this game,
Mm.
which can provide the right kind of spice depending.
Yeah.
I was kind of sad that there was no Among Us this week.
Yeah, I thought that was weird. I was like, I know it's been on and
I
off
would have
lately.
expected. I would have expected, because I know they gave like Christmas as being the reason, but I'd expect the Thursday before Christmas to not play instead of the
Yeah,
Thursday after.
Yeah.
it's
since
like, what, I
on
think everybody's busy
Sunday.
with their Christmas presents. That hasn't been a good excuse for me since I was like 12. I'm gonna go. I'm sorry, I can't join. I got a new microwave for Christmas, and I'm busy using it too much.
Hmm.
I got a book for Christmas. I'm busy reading. Can't play some Among Us. I'm too busy reading this book.
Oh yeah, that's a great excuse.
Not you know.
I got a book for Christmas.
I got three.
I
books
already
for
read it.
I got 3 books for Christmas. I haven't read any of them because my mother doesn't ask me what I want before I get Christmas presents.
Ah.
A history
I've
of
got-
100 world dictators. Well, the first
Oh.
part of that was cool.
I got a book called The Prisoner. It's a thriller about a married couple who get kidnapped. It was a great time.
Nice.
Good twist in it. Read it in 2 days.
No, when I read fiction these days, it's usually something by an author I already read a lot of, which means it's usually Isaac Asimov.
I own only fiction.
I
have a
own...
whole bookcase full of fiction books.
Honestly, right now I read more fan fiction.
That's fair.
I used to read fan fiction a lot throughout middle school and high school. I do casually have a specific published fan fiction series.
Nice. Congratulations, I know that could be
They're
difficult.
good books, though.
Honestly, I found that like some fan fictions are way better written than actual.
Yeah,
They're
it's
just
like
writing.
Or
They just have a bad name
It's-
because everyone's like, oh, you're stealing from somebody else. Like, dude, Dante's Inferno is fucking fan fiction. Shut up.
I could read Dante's Inferno. My dad randomly has that.
It is fan fiction. It is 100% fan fiction.
Fan fiction's a good time. But also, it has my favorite trope. So,
You know what else is fan fiction? Book of Mormon. Or plenty of, like, a lot of popular historical, like, the Aeneid is fan fiction. It's it's Homer's Odyssey
There's-
fan fiction. Because they needed a self-insert Roman character. We just everyone loves the Homer and the Odyssey, so we're just going to make a version of that where Rome got founded. Yeah, 50 Shades is a very well known. I was just trying to think of like what are
Ah.
historical fan fictions.
yeah, I don't know historical fan fictions, but yes, I know.
50 Shades is very well known fan fiction.
Oh yeah,
A
great
sp-
fan fiction.
I remember I watched a documentary about that recently along the lines of, 50 Shades of Grey.
Mm.
It's a thing, and from what I heard,
It
the movie could have been
was
better, but the author
Twilight.
got it. Yeah.
Twilight fan fiction.
Twilight
is-
fan fiction.
Mhm.
is actually like Twilight fan fiction. So.
And then it got published, and they changed all the names so that they weren't just
Oh.
Bella and Edward.
Yeah. All I can say, the 50 Shades of Grey movies are way better than the Twilight movies.
And from what I've heard, they could have actually been way better, but
Oh.
apparently the
Damn.
author got really pissy about what was or wasn't included, which is why the second and third movies were way more accurate to the books, and thus, from what I can tell, less high quality.
I don't know. I like movies that are more closer to the books. Like, they're based off of books. Just follow the books as closely as you can in the time limit that you have.
In my case, it kind of depends on if the book was any good or not. And in the case of 50 Shades of Grey, from what I've read of the book, I'd be okay if they tried to fix the books in the movies.
I haven't read the books. I do own them, though.
I've read enough snippets to know that the main character is even more of a super rapey asshole than he is in the movies.
Oh,
Like-
interesting.
That's the biggest problem I have with 50 Shades is not that it's a BDSM story, it's that it's a bad BDSM story that just falls into all the BDSM tropes of, so yeah, BDSM is just everyone having repressed sexual trauma, and it's just legal rape. It's like, no.
No.
Can we move past this?
I don't know. I like the After series. The movies are shit, though. The books are great. He is a shitty person in those, though.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I really liked A Ring of Endless Light by Madeline Label. However, I want to forget that they ever made a movie.
Oh, there are certain movies based off of books that I just wish they didn't exist.
The only thing similar with the book is the name. The movie is the same name as the book. They've got the title the same, and they kept some of the characters.
Interesting.
And there are dolphins involved, and that's like it. That's all that they have in common. But like the book, that was like my favorite book. It was very. It resonated with me. There's nothing to resonate with the movie because they took out like all the problematic stuff.
To make it more palatable to a wider audience.
Well, it was Disney.
So yes.
That's great. A movie that I know a lot of people hate, I haven't personally seen, but like the two Percy Jackson movies. People absolutely hate those movies.
Yes.
If they've read the books. If they haven't read the books, they're fine with the movies.
But
They're just
people who wanted
veered off too far.
people who wanted a faithful version of the books did not get that.
Yeah.
I don't like the Harry Potter movies.
I haven't read any of the books, so I only know about the movies. And a ton of random trivia because of a YouTube channel I watch.
Which movies?
Well,
I
if
missed
you
it.
wanna,
Sorry.
if you want to read the books, go to the library and rent them out. Do not give JKR any.
No.
Yeah, no.
No. Like for me, it was more of I was debating buying a couple of them at the thrift store one time, and then I was like, actually, I don't really care, and then I put them back on the shelf.
I'll just try to find them at Goodwill.
That's where I found
think
it.
that's
I found 2 or 3 of them at Goodwill.
I found one of them. But it was like the third book, and it's just like, that's not useful at all.
It's funny because when I was growing up, it was super cool in Christian groups to hate J.K. Rowling because Harry Potter was all about witchcraft and stuff. And now growing up, I'm in different communities, and it's still cool to hate J.K. Rowling.
Yeah,
But
it's
from the
always
left
cool to
side.
hate her.
But before it was
Funnily
because
enough, that's actually how I got into Harry Potter.
Ah, fun.
Because because of all the hoopla that
Mhm.
that one person was raising, saying it's like
Satanic.
devil worship and it's trying to instruct.
It would have
people on
been
how to do
so much
shit.
better if it was.
Hmm.
I know, right?
And so it's just
But no,
Uh,
I
it's
read that.
British.
Yeah,
Way worse than devil worship. British.
British.
But
Yeah.
like, I picked them up and I really enjoyed the stories. But like,
Hmm.
but now that I'm older, and actually since I've read some of the fan fiction where they've pointed out some of the things that are, it's like, wait a second, they're kind of right. That is kind of.
Hmm.
So do you read fan fiction off of fictional characters? I'd-
I've read a lot of Harry Potter fan fiction. I've read
Mm.
a lot of Stargate fan fiction. I've read some Sherlock fan fiction, some Y50.
Hawaii 5-0?
Mhm. I love that McDano. Whew.
Mm.
Yes, that is true.
Criminal Minds.
Oh, I love Criminal Minds. Cannot get through season 12 though. Wish I could, but I can't.
Shut my mouth.
Why?
Criminal Minds was something my mother loved dearly, and I watched a lot of it as a result, and I don't love it.
I just like
I love
the
Spencer.
characters. Spencer's great, and I'm extremely upset he didn't come back for season 16, but I also understand why.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was Matthew Gray Gubler's first acting job,
That is
and
fair.
he did it for 15 seasons. So honestly, it makes sense that he wouldn't want to come back again. He
Mhm.
wants to just move on with his life.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I actually got into Criminal Minds via reading a crossover with Stargate. There's a Criminal Minds
I believe you.
Stargate
That's
crossover,
great.
and
Hmm.
because they basically taken Spencer because things got too hot for him on Earth.
Yeah.
So, to keep him alive, they sent him to Atlantis.
Mhm.
And I got to know him through that. And I was like,
That is a
Spencer
trip.
person's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
I was like, I kind of want to know more about this guy, so I guess I need to go watch Criminal Minds now.
Yeah.
That is a
Honestly, he wasn't supposed to be the favorite character.
trip.
That's not what they thought would happen.
Mhm.
But he is like most people's favorite person in the show.
I was like, I just want to like adopt him.
He's great.
He is.
And he's the youngest, which I think also makes him more
Yeah.
likable.
Everybody loved the young guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's
But
see.
Derek
I-
Morgan, Shamar Moore's character, was supposed to be the hot guy who everybody liked, and it
Mhm.
wasn't the case.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it to be?
My like for Derek Morgan is based on the episode.
Hmm.
Some episodes I like him better than other episodes. He's
Yeah.
not-
Little hit or miss.
Yeah, Derek's hit or miss.
That's the unfortunate reality of such things.
Mm.
And I want to say the fandoms I've probably read the most of are Harry Potter, Stargate, and The Untamed.
Mm.
Or Modazushi.
I've never read fan fiction based off of fictional characters. I've only ever read fan fiction about an actual person.
Oh, wow.
It's a great time. I've only read fan fiction about one person. Just a ton of different ones over like 7 years.
Which person is
It's a
that?
great
If you don't mind
time.
us asking.
The lead singer for Five Seconds to Summer, Luke Hemmings. He is my favorite person, and I will never meet him, so
I have genuinely no idea who that is
it's
or what
he's
that is.
5 Seconds to Summer is an Australian band. A lot of people call them a boy band, which they make jokes about now because they toured with One Direction. So
Who's that?
Okay, I need to go
I'm
for a
joking.
few minutes.
Okay,
I'll probably be back in a bit, but I need to go for just a few minutes.
that's fair. I switched to. I'm still streaming. I switched to a different game while we're chatting because Europa is a really chill game for just chatting.
yeah. But 5 Seconds to Summer, very good band. Don't know what kind of music you listen to, so I don't know if you'd actually think they're a good band.
I wouldn't necessarily say they're good or bad, but I'll put it this way. It was a long time before I listened to any songs with lyrics in them because I was just always like, lyrics? Those are scary. So most of what I listen to is video game soundtracks.
I love the lyrics, but the most important thing to me is the singer's voice, because I find a lot of female singers' voices extremely annoying.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I listen to mostly bands with male singers. But 5 Seconds to Summer, favorite band? I've seen them 4 times.
Nice.
Love seeing bands in concert, even though I hate large crowds. The only time I'm comfortable in a large crowd is at a concert.
Nice. That helps, yeah.
But I had to wait 2 years to see them, even though I bought a ticket to see them again back in 2019 or 2020, early 2020, and then, you know, COVID happened and I had to wait 2 years to see them.
Oh, jeez.
It's just like, oh, I bought this ticket 2 years ago and I finally get to see them live again.
In my case, if the band I wanted to see in concert, their only concert was in California last year, and I'm like, nope, not happening.
What band?
A YouTube artist. So not
Ah.
even technically a band. He's part of a band, but this was just him performing in California. And I'm like, yep, okay. I ain't going to California right now. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I don't even know if I'd want to go to California.
Well, I mean, I might, only because the next Tilly Beans meetup is supposed to be in San Diego, so I might go there, but
Yeah.
it's going to take some effort.
I'd have to actually have a job and save up money.
Yeah, that's fair. I have the advantage of, at least, okay, maybe not the money part, but I have the job part.
Yeah, that's a plus.
Mock, do you live in California? I forget. I might be thinking of somebody else. I know somebody I know lives in California. I have
A lot
somebody
of
in my
people.
chat who's like, California is great.
Oh. Never been to California.
Yeah, it is very expensive. Yes, that is very true. But hey, at least they pay better than certain competition, who shall not be named. That is totally not Texas.
Yeah, I live in a very different state than California or Texas.
Okay, so what's different than California or Texas? I guess if size is the thing, then that's a lot of things. But if talking politically, what's very different than California or Texas?
Well, I don't even know if politically, technically, it's that different. It's just culturally. I feel like it's very different.
Northwest or North Central?
I live in the Midwest,
Same.
so.
Illinois.
Ah. Yeah, I live in Minnesota.
Oh, yeah, that is very different.
Yeah.
I have been to Minnesota twice in my life. Once for a wedding and once because my mom wanted to go to the shoebox packing center because she loves that thing.
But yeah, I've just lived here my whole life,
Yep.
so.
I have lived within the vicinity of Chicago my entire life.
Which I learned this year that apparently saying the cities plural is not normal, but it's very normal for Minnesota because we have the Twin Cities.
It's not? I thought it... Oh, you mean in general?
We have the
general.
Twin Cities.
I knew about the
So,
Twin Cities it was normal. I didn't realize in general.
in general, we just say we're going to the cities.
Got it, yeah.
So
Like how
becomes
around here
plural.
around here we say going to the city, which means Chicago.
Yeah, but
Like, I
for
work in the
in
city.
Minnesota, it's normal to say, "Oh, we're going to the cities," because you're going to the Twin Cities.
Mm-hmm.
So you just drop the twin part. So I don't know. My sister wants me and my dad to move to the cities,
Mm-hmm.
but
And
he
then
wants a house. Houses are expensive
Yes,
in
yes, they are.
that area.
Minnesota is surprising. Like, Twin Cities is surprisingly one of the more expensive areas.
Yeah, and we live a bit away from there, so it's a bit cheaper to have like a 4-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms. It costs like at least half the price where we
Yeah,
live than in
that
the
checks
cities.
out.
So it's a great time because my dad also doesn't want to live in an old house, which most of the houses there were built
Yes, they
a
are.
long time ago.
Full disclosure, I used to work at a real estate company called Coldwell Banker, and my first office region that I worked with was Minnesota.
Oh.
Not Twin Cities, like Minneapolis. Like, it was Minneapolis Lakes, Stillwater. Crap, what were they all? The St. Paul area a little bit, but not as much. What were all them? Roxham. Dang it, I used to have them all memorized, but this was 6 years ago. Basically, I used to be able to talk geography with Minnesota regions, and now I don't remember half of them.
Oh, I don't even know a ton about Minnesota. Like, northern Minnesota, do not know. I do not live that close to. Like, Duluth, at least a 4-hour car ride. And then there's like another 2 hours until you get to the top of Minnesota from Duluth.
There we go. Shoreview. And North Oaks. And... yeah, it's eastern Minnesota, western Wisconsin region. Because, yeah, it's the Minneapolis greater area.
Yeah.
I need to know offices. All offices. What were all they? I used to have all these memorized. But now I just feel bad because, like, I haven't worked there in forever. Which ones are they? Oh, here we are. Apple Valley, Buffalo,
Ah, Buffalo.
Corcoran, Egan, Eden Prairie, Edina, Lakeville.
Buffalo seems very odd with the other ones you said because most of those are like suburbs of the cities, and then Buffalo is like almost an hour away.
Well, yeah, Stillwater I don't think is that close either. Medina.
Stillwater is even farther
Yeah,
away.
that was my original office. That was the only one I worked with was the Stillwater office.
Huh.
Oak Park Heights, Minnetonka, Rochester. That's what I was thinking of. Rochester was the RO
Rochester.
one.
Ah. Well, there's more than just one RO place. There's
Yeah.
Rogers, which is also RO.
Yep, but we don't have that one. Rogers
Yeah.
is Coldwell Banker, but we don't have that one. Shoreview, Stillwater, Wayzata, Woodbury. That's the last two.
Wayzata.
Wayzata, okay. I remember that was an argument of we all called it Wayzata and they called it Wayzata, and we kept calling
Yeah,
it Wayzata
there's
just to piss them
lot
off.
of places. and-
Wayzata had the absolute worst person who was in charge of the office, who was super pissy about literally everything. And to be fair, at the time we thought she was the worst. Then we got Texas and realized she wasn't that bad. All she wanted was the job done correctly, and she just thought we sucked because she did it better back in the time.
Yeah, that
Uh,
sounds about right.
The Texas offices were actually stealing money from their clients.
Oh.
I'm
fun.
sure, stereotypes aside, the Texas needed the internal audit because, oh boy, they were like, it's only a few $100 transaction. Fuck you. So yeah, and that's why they were mad, was because we caught all that and they weren't allowed to keep doing it, and so their agents got mad that they couldn't keep stealing money.
So they got mad at you for doing your job, but in Minnesota they got mad at you for not doing your job correctly.
They thought we weren't doing it correctly because, yeah, Mock, agreed, fraud is fraud. Their logic was, oh, it's only 195 a transaction. And I'm like, yeah, that's 195 a transaction. Because the rule was there's a transaction fee they're supposed to charge in the region, and a lot of them were saying they waived it and then charging it anyway.
Oh, fun.
And then they wouldn't tell them that it was charged, and so, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds... My sister would have a great time with all of that as an accountant.
Yeah, well, the job was accounting. I
Yeah,
was an accountant.
my
I'm sorry, not
sister...
accountant, auditor. I was an auditor.
Oh, my sister has been doing a lot of different things at the place she works, and she actually likes auditing more than doing taxes.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair.
Yeah. Apparently, if you do auditing, you work less time
Yeah.
than if you have to do taxes. So,
Depending on the area, I can see that.
she's working with Wisconsin, though, for auditing.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
she's having fun with that.
I did Minnesota, a little Wisconsin, but only the parts that were part of the Minnesota offices, because it was all the same there.
Yeah.
And then later, Texas, the Carolinas, we did California actually as well. So I actually was involved with the Los Angeles Coldwell offices, which is how I learned that California has more paperwork than any other real estate region in the entire world
Oh
combined.
my god.
Like, the average paperwork package in Minnesota was about 35 pages. In Texas, it was 20 pages, and in California, it was over 200.
Why?
Laws. California has the most things you are required to keep track of. As a result, rather than doing what a normal person would do and, say, putting them all on one page, they would make a separate page for everything. Supposedly, it's the legal requirement to have a separate disclosure. I'm pretty sure part of it was the real estate industry trying to make the government look bad by even making it look even worse. Yes, they had the most laws for selling real estate, but the real estate agencies tried to make the consumer feel bad about all of it, so they would complain about it. So it's basically both sides are adding more work, and in the end, the consumer suffers. Because.
Yeah, that sounds not fun. I don't know who would want to own a house in most of California anyways.
People who live there and are tired of renting.
Seems extremely expensive.
It is extremely expensive, but it has a major advantage. One of the highest rates of pay in the country. So if you're already making that kind of money, you can afford it. The catch is you gotta be making that kind of money in the first place. The worst is if you aren't making that money and are forced to live there anyway, which is why the homelessness problem can be a problem. But if you're already doing well enough, California at least does have a comparably high standard of living.
Yeah.
But you're right that it also is, everything is more expensive. So, you win some, you lose some. And also part of that just comes down to the fact that we subsidize the wrong things in this country.
Yeah.
I have not been subtle about my political opinions on this channel.
I stay away from politics. That's a thing my sister can talk to my dad about. I will be living in the same house as my dad and just ignore all of it.
I don't live in the same house as my dad, and we still get into arguments about it. My father is I bought Trump merch Republican, and I am not.
Oh god.
And he does.
My dad is the opposite of that. He thinks Trump is the stupidest person ever.
No, that's Elon Musk.
I think they're both really high up there.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference. Trump convinced more people he was right for a longer time. Elon Musk took a couple of years to completely fall apart. Trump at least lasted a few decades convincing people he was smart.
Yeah.
Also, Trump at least discovered his fan base early on and stuck with it. He was like, okay, I want to appeal to people who genuinely are convinced there wasn't enough racism in the US before. Elon Musk tried to appeal to liberals and then tried to switch. Hey, MAGA, will you buy electric cars, please? Like, okay, politics aside, that was a boneheaded move. This is the party that doesn't believe the problem exists. And that's the side you chose.
Yeah.
But that's pedantic, and you're right that both of them are also pretty bad. Yeah, Mark, yeah. The California real estate market's trying to convince everyone it's the government's fault for decades. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Knowing what I know about the real estate market in general. I'll put it this way. One other market I did was St. Louis, which was the worst to work with. Because the St. Louis real estate market, like the entire market, was lying about property sizes and lying about square footage on housing, which resulted in a government audit where they were not allowed to delete any documentation even if it was uploaded incorrectly. Which meant we couldn't fix any errors. If you uploaded, and frequently they would upload the wrong document into the wrong placeholder, but it auto-locks after 24 hours, and they do it overnight. We get back in the morning, it's already auto-locked. So guess who gets to fix it? Not the agents. Hell no. Always us. So once again, it's like, well, we fucked up. Let's punish everybody else.
Yeah.
Because we can never punish the agents for being wrong. We always gotta punish everybody else.
Mm.
And that's my problem with the entire real estate industry is it's... How do I phrase this? They are a group of people that have exclusive access to a very specific way of handling things. In particular, the fact that only the licensed real estate agents can access the MLS, which is where properties are listed, which leads to a problem where only they can view these documents, so they're technically a required mandatory service. But this kind of exclusivity is a problem because it means that, well, you have to have an agent if you want to see where almost all properties are listed. Like if you go to Zillow, that property information is a week out of date because all they're doing is listing what's on the MLS, but they're not allowed to do it immediately because that would be illegal.
Huh.
So a lot of times Zillow is a week or more out of date.
That's great. So my sister is looking on for, she's trying to find us a house in the cities because my dad will not do it because he's fine living where we do. It's just my sister, who is the one who moved away from living at home a year ago,
Naturally.
misses spending time with us. She's like, oh, I don't want to drive an hour and a half to come see you. And it's just like, you're the one who moved that far away from us in the first place.
Yeah, it's like on my end. My dad is like, I don't like your house. Why? It's too far away. It's hard for me to visit. Yeah? Like, here's the problem. That's not a problem, in my opinion. That's a perk. But it's very different of I deliberately move further away to make it harder to visit.
Yeah. My sister moved to the cities to be closer to the job she had just gotten, even though we have a train going directly from where we live to the cities.
Oh, yeah.
So she could have just taken the train to work like every single day, and she works from home so much in the first place.
Yep, same. I work from home and also take a train to Chicago. It's an hour train ride, but that's what I own a Switch for.
It's what our books are for as well.
That's what my mother likes to say, too. Why don't you read on the train more? Because I have a Switch.
It's like I went to work with my sister. She pretended that I was 18 years old so that I could go as like a bring your child to work thing, even though I was 21. So I took the train there in the morning, like you would if you have a train station in your town. going to the cities, and then I took the train back home after. She could have done that too,
Mm-hmm.
but she didn't.
Yeah, trains
Oh.
are great. We need more trains in this country. We need a lot
Yeah.
more trains.
The only thing with the train we have is that you have 2 trains in the morning going to the cities, and then you have 2 trains in, like, earliest I think it leaves is like 4 going back from the cities. So you're just like stuck in the cities for a whole day,
Oh,
whether you
yeah.
liked it or not.
Where I worked previously, like where I lived previously, the train went into the city 4 times a day and then came back 4 times a day. So yeah, once about 10 o'clock hit, there was no way home until about 4:30 in the afternoon. And if you didn't leave at 8, you were screwed. Or sorry, 7.
Yeah, it's a great time because they share the tracks with other trains.
Ah, yeah.
So they have certain time frames that they can be on the track.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, why not just build
More
different
trains, more
tracks then?
Yeah, the new place I'm on, the line has 2 different tracks, one for outgoing and one for incoming, and that's the only line that track uses. So it has, I think, 22 trips to and from the city each day.
Oh, that's
The
great.
the last trip into Chicago leaves at 10:30, and the last trip out of Chicago leaves at 12:30 in the morning.
Oh shit. You can't even take the train to go to a concert either.
Because the
For
last
here,
train
because
leaves
it's-
before the concert starts, yeah.
Yeah, because it leaves, I think the latest it leaves is like, I think it's 5:45 is when it leaves the cities.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, well, great. You're stuck there.
No, I'll put it this way: we had the Tilly Beans meetup in Chicago earlier this year, just because.
Yeah.
I found out because Chelsea had a wedding there already, so might as well have the meetup there. And everyone's like, "Well, that kind of ruined it for some of us, because the public transit was really good, and it's going to be hard to go to another city where the train lines aren't that good." Because
Yeah.
Chicago has some of the best trains in the entire country.
I wanted to go to the meetup, but I had no way of getting there.
Yeah.
Like, if I could drive, I could have driven like the 11 hours, I think.
Ratwar drove from Georgia. No,
Oh
not
my
Ratwar, sorry.
god.
No, I think he flew. I know Taco flew from the east, or drove from the East Coast. I think it was someone did. The funny
Like,
thing was,
just
I was the closest along with Defcode. Defcode still drove it, and I took the train.
Yeah, I don't drive because being in cars is kind of terrifying.
No, you're right. You're right. You got to, especially when you're the only one. You're watching the road, but if you lose focus, that's rough. And
I get distracted so easily.
yeah,
That's one reason not to get behind the wheel.
Yeah.
I have another reason for not getting behind the wheel.
that's fair.
I have issues with depression, and
Ah.
I can be fine 1 minute and then the next I crash.
Yep, and that can
And
get
if
literal.
I'm in a car when it happens, I could literally crash and put not just my life in danger, but other people's lives
Because
in
you're just
danger.
like, I don't care anymore. Yeah, that's rough.
You know, one thing I'm glad about with my depression, I never feel that way. Like, I get really down, like, not wanting to do anything, but I'm still fine with the fact that I'm alive.
Yeah, yours is more.
You're,
I have
you're
difficulty.
lucky.
Yeah, it's very different.
It also
Yeah.
helps that I'm terrified to be the reason that I die. So,
Yep, that's fair. Whereas mine's not even so much depression as just getting bored, which is very different.
yeah.
But mine's definitely depression. I've had suicidal thoughts on and off since I was 9.
Oh,
Yeah, that's rough.
So
Yeah, that.
Yeah, I understand that.
and I think one of the problems I have with it is that because like I'm not one of the ones that slash their wrists when I get suicidal, and and the times that I have been, and I've actually tried something, I've tried things that don't really leave a mark.
Mm.
So I think it was hard for my mom to take it seriously because I wasn't cutting myself.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's depression is different. There is a stereotypical type, but nobody is the same, I feel like.
That can be a big problem, is people thinking that, oh, depression just means one thing, and thus it'll look the same for everyone.
And yeah, and suicidal thoughts are, you're either going to cut yourself or overdose on pills.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so all
And
these are
no.
the same. They're not.
Eh,
It's why
Yeah,
medication
no,
is such a
no.
tricky topic, because what works for one person might not work for someone else, because brain chemistry is so different.
Yeah. Like, just how me and my sister both deal with depression. She went to therapy, is on medication, is dealing with it, and I'm just like, you know what? I am fine. I can handle it. Which may not be the healthiest way to deal with it,
But
but
it's the
it's worked
cheapest.
so far.
It's
I also hate talking about myself, and that I feel like is very important in therapy. It just makes me extremely uncomfortable to talk about myself to literally anybody. So,
I think I might need to head off.
It's fair.
Um,
Just too heavy of a topic, or got something else you need to do? All right. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. So the fun stuff, yeah. Yeah, that's something you need to do for sure. Not a problem. I'm literally just playing Europa. For sure. And if you ever need someone to chat to, or just, yeah, for sure. And yeah, if you need someone to chat to or something, she's gone. They're gone. Oh. That's. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Not a problem. Not a problem. I'll try to do so again. Hopefully on a dim we have more than 4 people. Maybe get like 6. For sure. Thank you very much. Testing. Testing. That got heavy way faster than I expected. I apologize. I should have been on it muting earlier. The problem is I thought I did, and I pressed the wrong mute and realized it was still going, and I said, "Oh, fuck." And that's when I posted the message in chat like, "Sorry." And then I did find the right mute button, and I muted that for a second, but they're just going to go. everything seems to be fine for the moment. Just going to go play another Among Us game, and that's all that was. So, yeah. Yeah. It's also the moment where I realized that although the other person, I forgot her name already. Damn it. The problem when I just meet, I'm not great with names. I just already forgot. Basically the problem where I realized Doki might not realize I'm still alive. Which might be a problem. I should have been paying a little more attention. Yeah. Well, that's the problem is I don't mind talking about serious things, but I'm trying to be aware of the fact that other people might not like it. Not other people are different, and what works for me might not work for everybody else. Names are hard, faces are easy. I can't do either. I had a problem when I was in college. There was one person who was an RA and made the rounds regularly, and another person who was roommates with a different RA, and for the entire first year, I thought they were both the same person and said, "Hey, Michael," whenever Steven walked into the room, and it turns out that was Steven and not Michael. And it was over a year before I could tell the two apart. Ironically, I'm still friends with Steven, and I haven't talked to Michael since he graduated college, which was the year after that. Oh, Room is helping me. Right, because, oh yeah, because I hadn't scootaged them yet, so Room and the Hutt and the Hittites are both in this war. I believe Tunisia is not, though. And I thought I told the Hittites and Room to stay home. Stay in your... There we go, I didn't tell them that yet. Okay, so yeah, go back home and stay there while I wait for 6 more years until the stupid truce is over. And if I had to guess, Russia's not going to give me anything for this war because I have done literally nothing. All that war score is from a couple battles early on. And then the fact that Room and the Hittites contributed. Unfortunately, I cannot tell Almani Down Under to stay out of this war. But I have the feeling they ain't going to do much, given that they're kind of insignificant. How do they have a Liberty Desire? What did I even do that pissed them off? Omani Down Under. Oh yeah, I'm helping them because I made them the militaristic kind. Can enforce culture. Oh, I can knowledge share. Pay off their debt. Oh yeah, let's do that. I didn't realize how much money I have. Yeah, I'll pay off their debt. That'll make them happier. Ensure knowledge sharing. Enjoy industrialization in Australia. Hopefully I can annex the rest of Australia next Spanish war. I'll do it if I have war score left over. It's low priority since obviously the Muslim provinces are still the highest priority. But if I can, I want to expand that to at least 10 provinces and get the free merchant. Because I'm thinking I want another merchant so I can collect trade in Constantinople and really hurt the Ottomans. Since right now they have almost no competition for the money in that region. I'm sure Russia's leeching part of it off, because of course they would be. Or can they? Does it go towards Russia, or does it go only away from? Never mind, it only goes to Ragusa, that's what it is. Which, Ragusa only goes into Venice. So yeah, Constantinople's a really good node, which is why I'm trying to mooch so much of it from the Ottomans. Yeah, I have 49, and Ottomans have 44, but when I conquer the rest of this stuff, they are going to lose so much. The goal is to get the Ottomans irrelevant enough that even Poland will pounce on them. Which should happen eventually. What's Poland's great power status? Not at all, because Lithuania still wants to be independent. Lithuania has had their independence supported by Bohemia for almost 200 years. Talk about dedication. Songhai, who, yeah, they did not take quantity. They just have decent military powers. Yeah, infantry combat ability, army tradition, fort defense, morale of armies, and discipline. So decent military ideas, but no manpower ideas. So that's why they're not recovering army after I wiped them out a few too many times. Unfortunately, they do have... No, they don't. They have no more Muslim provinces I need, it looks like. Why do I have... No wonder I'm losing so much manpower. I had no clue they were still there. They're autonomous sieging. No wonder I'm losing so much manpower and not gaining any more. And that's probably costing me a ton of money, too. Never mind, it's not. It's 18. But holy crap, I'm losing a lot of manpower from that. From 2 80k stacks. In fact, you just stay there and let the other guy leave. Oh, I never noticed because I have military access from the Shun War. That's why I didn't catch it. Because even though the war with Spain was over, I had Shun military access. And thus I still had access through Spain, which is stupid. World Conquest, no. This is Ibadi, so this is a third way. It's way too late for a World Conquest, but I was never trying for that as Oman anyway. This is an Oman converts the entire Muslim world to Ibadi campaign. Which is also why I went religious ideas immediately and didn't even bother with administrative until later. Oman, in my opinion, is not a great country for a world conquest. They would not be my first choice for a world conquest. First choice would be the Mughals, for obvious reasons. So I guess the Timurids. But yeah, this is the Omani Caliphate trying to do the third way and convert all remaining... I didn't say it's impossible. I said I wouldn't do it. It's honestly less of a skill issue and more of a patient issue. Did I get all Islamic provinces? I was doing really well. Czar Lunar, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I do a lot of achievement runs. I've never done World Conquest, and admittedly, it's not even a skill issue. I get bored. Whenever I'm doing a World Conquest, it's like, okay, it's time for 150 years of being at war with everybody. And then sieging the same provinces. And sieging the same forts. And then I take like a bunch of provinces. And then I kill the same rebels. I'll probably do it someday just to say it's over with, and then never again, because World Conquest is the most boring way to play, in my opinion. I'm sure other people like it. I like the achievement runs, which is why I'm doing third way. And yes, my energy. I swear I have a lot of it. Here's how we're doing. 65 Sunni provinces left, 7 Shia. We were doing great. And then I disinherited at the worst possible time because my king died 2 years later and his wife died 2 years after that. I got an heir, but I had to spend 10 years not able to declare war. I got lucky in that Spain decided to declare a really easy war against Wu, and I said, oh, cool! So I immediately allied Wu and joined the war against Spain, only to realize that because of the kind of CB, I could only take 4 provinces. So I took the 4 provinces needed to form the Caliphate. And I got Alhambra, and maxed out Alhambra, and got the admin efficiency, so at least it wasn't a complete waste of time. But holy damn, 10 years not being able to declare war this late in the run isn't good. Not good. I'll take the... Oh, nice, admin. Good, I need that. That's the one advantage, is I'm at least not coloring anything, so I can hopefully get to... the remaining idea group I need? Yeah, by 74. Literally, it'll be right on time. How many do I have right now? According to Steam, I am up to... 119 out of 345. Most recent, Dar al-Islam, Unify Islam, because apparently Form the Caliphate's an achievement that I never got for some reason. Not even my rarest achievement. That, I think, goes to... What's my rarest achievement? It's not One Faith. I'm never going to do a One Faith. I know my limits. I am never going to do that. Because I just do not have the patience for One Faith. And if I do a World Conquest, honestly, it's going to probably be off stream at this point. Just to get it over with. But it won't be on stream only because I'm not sure... The biggest problem with the World Conquest, I think, is coming back to the game when I haven't played it in a week and be like, oh, what do I do next? Where is it to the bone? Nice. Alright. Oh, here we go. Achievements. Global personal achievements. My absolute rarest is... Here we go. Note, I'm Galactic Baron on Steam as well. Here we go. I got all the easy ones. I never realized that Royal Marriage is the most common one. Jeez. So I got almost all the easy ones. I think I do have at this point... Yeah, I have all the achievements that are 10% or less because I might as well. The most common achievement I don't have is Form Italy. Really? I'm slacking. Also, I've never switched government types? What the fuck? If I do stream, the problem is it would need to be something I stream constantly. When I tried to stream a couple of World Conquest, the problem I ran into was I had to eventually quit for the day, and I came back and I forgot what I was doing. And it took me a bit to remember because I keep doing these really late at night. So it would need to be I just dedicate it. Times for government types. Yeah, kind of can't do that right now because I need all my theocratic bonus. Otherwise, I totally would. How about this? I'll do it at the very end of the run. Like, right before I quit, I'll just click the switch government button. Enough reminders. Yeah, I should probably do that, to be honest. Or maybe I'll just form Italy. Haha, no, I can't do that. No, Italy, I know what happened with that was I tried to do an Italy run as Naples, and they wouldn't let me free, and the Independence War went sour because Aragon had really good allies, and I got bored and gave up. And I don't think I ever tried again. I'm like, who do I even do this with? Maybe Milan. Maybe that'll be my next run is a Milan run. Not mid-run, yeah. Yeah, I think switch government, I'll do that at the very end before I switch off. I'll just be like, okay, theocracy time, boom, done. It's only 50, and I can do it real easy. Just grab that one. One family to rule them all. I am not surprised I don't have this one. I am not surprised I don't have this one. Because I don't usually get... Naples is easier. Yeah, they released way more than they used to. I've never gotten Magellan's Voyage, because I'll be honest, I never focus on that. I've never played a colonizer straight. Whenever I play Spain, I'm usually declaring war on Portugal almost immediately. I've never played a straight colonizer. Which also, like, the only time I ever... Okay, not true. For my Mexico run, I played England straight colonizer to form Mexico. Because I was trying for the achievement Vassalize Your Overlord, and I didn't realize you had to do it without forming a colonial nation. Very disappointed. Form the Netherlands as a minor nature. That wouldn't be too hard. Colonizer on stream and auto off stream. Nice. Own a Protestant Reformer Center Reformation. That doesn't happen because the last time I owned both of them was when I was Austria and I was destroying them. I usually have one or the other because I usually go Protestant or Reformed, and by that point, you know. Oh, I should do that one. That would be really easy. I'll just go to my Oda game, click Form Japan, and leave. I think the Oda game was a much older version, so I'll have to go back to an older version, but yeah. Forever Golden in Spain. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I tried Spain so many times, and I just kept getting the worst luck. Like, spent years without an heir, and with one party having a woman on the throne, and the Spain diplomatic event never fired, and I was very sad. Form the HRE. I also could do that on my Austria game. Just click that button and be done with it. Yeah, some of these achievements are ones I could easily have gotten and I just didn't. My biggest regret is that I played an Incan campaign all the way to completion and didn't realize that own everything as Inca was an achievement in the New World. Because I owned almost everything, I simply had Scotland as my vassal because Scotland got kicked to the New World, and I kept them as my vassal and force converted them to the Incan religion. And I thought it was hilarious, and I didn't annex them. And apparently, if I'd annexed them, I would have had that achievement, and now I'm sad. I did get the Be a Defender of the Faith as a non-Catholic or Sunni nation with 50 nations as my Mexico game, because I released 49 vassals in my fully Protestant New World on the second to last day of the game just to get that achievement. So I'm Defender of the Faith of my 49 Protestant vassals. That was a game. As Spain had Mexico, Panama, Havana, Cusco, and colonial nations under you. Yep, that was the one. Die, please die. I've never gotten this one because I disinherit too much. I've never joined a coalition. Mostly because I keep calling them. Yeah, New World runs are great when they work. Exactly. I should maybe do an Inca game again. Or even continue my Maya game. I did a Maya one. My Maya one, I did the one of form Maya as the one Mayan nation who's north of Mexico. I did pull that one off. And it went south only because it was just harder to do everything. We have to go through Aztec. And it's Castile, yes it is. Have I mentioned I don't like playing as Castile? Like, my least favorite nations to play are probably England, Castile, and Portugal. Because I just find that part of the world boring. I usually like playing in the Middle East, or the Caucasus, or the Balkans, that area, or going over to East Asia and saying, okay, let's see who can beat up Ming today. I've done playing as Ming. One nation I want to do. I do have Big Blue Blob. That was one of my most proud achievements. Took me 2 tries to get it, but I was very proud of that one. Especially my super pro gamer move of realizing I was in a coalition. It wasn't going to go well. I was like, I'm going to spend way too much manpower fixing this coalition. I have Naples. I can't possibly integrate them in time to get them for Big Blue Blob. Bye, Naples! And I let go of Naples and the coalition ended, and I was like, yes! And I got the achievement. I was very proud of that pro gamer moment. More than 90 naval and army tradition. I've gotten naval tradition this high frequently, and I've gotten army tradition this high frequently. I've never gotten both at the same time is the problem. This Amani run right now, I have 90% army. I just never have enough of a navy and an army to get this. Colonial governors are elected and appointed by you. Speaking of colonial things, become a great power as Naples. Okay, I probably need to do a Naples game. By accident. Favorite run is a Shoshone, Catholic, and did a bunch of holy wars against the Protestant heresy. God damn. Starting as Vijayanagara or Bamanas conquered the other's capital. I tried this a few times as Vijayanagara, and the war just kept not going my way. I should probably try it as Bamanas. They're way easier. Have winged hussars as your active unit with 50% common. Yeah, that's my Poland game. I have never played as Poland ever, and I probably should, because there's a couple of achievements you need to do playing as Poland. So the Great Britain achievement. Yeah, as Poland, become an absolutist monarchy, abolishing the gem, have winged hussars your active unit with more 50% cavalry compatibility, and then Poland can into space. I've never gotten any of those 3, and those are probably pretty easy if I just play Poland. To be fair, I'd probably need to buy the Lion in the North DLC to pull it off. Form the nation of Malaya. That's probably not too hard. Own and have cores on all of Japan as a European nation. Oh, I've done that before as a Middle Eastern nation. I've never done it as a European nation. Okay, there we go. Let's see what else. I should probably stop going reading every single one of these. Yeah, same here. I've never been Master of India because I've just never done that. Usually when I'm in Europe, I'm focusing on Europe. I'm not usually focusing outside of it. I'm almost here. I'm almost at this one. I'll pick this one. I didn't realize that this was an achievement. I'm going to have this one this stream, because I've already got like 6 or 7 at tier 3 at this point. I will have this one by the end of the game. Nice. Coffee Arabian coffee. Form Arabian. Be the nation doing the most coffee. I could maybe grab this one, but I doubt it. Poland can into space. Never pulled off Georgia on my mind somehow. Become the HRE Emperor as Spain. Another easy Castile achievement that I just haven't done. Start as Artabil and form Persia? Never mind, I have my next game. Let's go. I know my next game. Gotta do the easy ones, am I right? Own or have a subject own all Silk provinces, so part of the World Conquest run. Okay, no reason to even bother with that one when you'll just have that at World Conquest. Start as Sweden and lead the Protestant League to victory. Own and have cores on British Isles. I was doing well on this one. England was about to be mine. They were diplomatically isolated. No one had them. I was going to attack England. It was going to be great. And then they fell in a personal union under Spain. As Ireland, I was in no position to take on Spain. I did try. I called France in, and France got their ass handed to them by a coalition consisting of Spain and Portugal, and I think Austria. It was very sad. That run was very sad. Because I had Ireland as a great power, but I never got to declare on England, and the one time I did, it went horribly wrong. Privateering really well. Yeah, World Conqueror. 100 nations in the HRE. Shouldn't be too hard these days. Get the oranges, so a Netherlands achievement, Andone province in China. Aragon, I've tried that one a few times. I almost had the Golden Horde 1500. I formed the Golden Horde in 1501 because the freaking Crimea event. I was about to invade Crimea when they fell into a vassalage under Ottomans, and I wasn't strong enough to fight the Ottomans quite yet, and when I finally did, it took a year too long to core. Reconquista. What's the rarest? As a horde, own 200 grain provinces. I remember that one. The sun never suns the Indian Empire. I swear there was a rarer one. Is that my... No, here we go. Tatarstan. As Kazan or Nogai own all Tatar cultural land groups. I didn't realize that one was that rare. Is that actually my rarest achievement? Nope. League of Mayapan. Starting as... Yep, here we go. Starting as Hoestek for Maya. That might... Nope, even more. As Hamburg, trade in both gems and livestock. As Hamburg, you can't change into a new nation. So those might be my 2 rarest. Yep, those are my 2 rarest. The 2 rarest total. Make sure that no colonized province produces slaves while having the War Against the World Doctrine government reform enacted. Oh my, so a pirate nation frees all the slaves. Okay. Those were easy, got it first try. Nice. I think I missed that one. To the bone, yeah. As bone, use pillage capital 7 times. Oh, yeah, that's super easy. In comparison, equally difficult, I guess, A-Twix Legacy. Have 10 personal unions. Equally as hard as pillage capital 7 times. You can tell which ones are DLC locked behind new DLC. Oh, here we go. As a Jewish nation, convert all of Egypt to Jewish. There's another fun one. As Kilwa, convert the Moluccas in Indonesia. That's not bad. And where is... Yeah, as Prussian Blue, as Livonian Armor, find Livonia and own blah, 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 blah. Yeah, crossing the finish line. Release and play as Finland in 1444 and have a direct land connection to the Cape of Africa? While your capital's in Nyland, Usima. Almost Prussian Blue, yeah, does not seem difficult. It's just, as Livonian Order, form Livonia. My guess is it's only rare because it's DLC locked, and a lot of people aren't playing as Livonia. They're playing as Sweden. As Mutapa, convert to Jewish and celebrate a festival. Hakuna Matata. Oh, fuck, of course. I get the pun now, screw you. Starting as Riga, enact the salvific plutocracy government reform and raid the heretic Church of Rome. Oh, I need to do that. There's another one I gotta do. There are so many fun ideas here. As Songhai, have Prussia and Nepal as marches. I forgot about this achievement. That's rough. I've heard that just, like, Nepal's not bad, but getting Prussia to form is rough. As a Malagasy country, unite Madagascar and hold all the most southern provinces of the world. Oh, good God, another one of those southern ones. Yeah, purify the temple. Oh, yeah, exactly, because that requires a reform that you need to have. I don't like sand. Have the most development while having only desert or coastal desert provinces. Okay. Starting as the Knights, own the Caribbean and every Mediterranean island. Colonies are not allowed... Oh, so you must move your capital to the Caribbean. Yeah, sand is brutal. Form Scandinavia and revoke the privilege of the HRE while being the emperor. Form Prussia or Germany, have empire government rank and 40,000 marines. Oh, okay, I was like, what's the catch? I've done that before. And marines. Oh. That's what the catch is. So you gotta go basically naval ideas hardcore. And then where's the other one that I'm never going to get? Yeah, Pheasant Strut. As Gorka, form Nepal and deplete Prussia with 100,000 Prussian casualties in a single war. Both nations are the primary target of the war. I'm never getting this, because I don't hate myself. Another one I'm probably never getting. Eat your greens. Ugh. Control all grasslands in Asia as Kale before the age of absolutism. Well, that actually isn't too hard. There's a trick for that, for knowing which provinces you need. All you need to do is go to the achievements list, and it'll show you the requirements. Like, I'll scroll down. It should still be here, the third way. For example, for the third way, I can just click on the achievement, and it will highlight all nations in the world I still need. So these are all the remaining Muslim provinces that must be converted to anything except Sunni or Shia. So the achievement's technically not convert everything to a body. It's no, you must be a body, you must stay a body, and no Sunni or Shia provinces must exist. So it's okay if Russia takes them, for instance, and I'll let them because Russia kind of wants all of Crimea, because of course they do. So yeah, if you do that one again, that's what you gotta do, is just go to the achievements page, and it will highlight all the provinces you actually need. In my case, 70. I need 70 more. And I can't do anything more until my heir comes of age in 5 years. When does he come of age? But will they convert them? Oh yeah, that's the advantage. Like, some nations won't. Spain, it does not. Spain doesn't convert anything because Spain is a stinky butt. Russia? Oh wow, they already did. Nice. Yeah. Russia, this province last year wasn't converted yet. Russia is super big on converting, and so is Ethiopia. It's why I allied them as soon as possible. Both Ethiopia and Russia tend to choose religious ideas because they mesh really well with their ideas and their religion, and they will convert. They do not leave those provinces. They will convert them. Yes, Spain immediately adds every single province not in their main region to trade node. Everything. It doesn't matter. Spain adds everything to trade companies. So does Portugal. So does England. That's part of why I don't like them. Because, yeah, they do that. Catholic nations in general tend to use trade companies, whereas Orthodox and Coptic, especially the religious ideas, don't trade company, they convert. I do both. I convert, then trade company. Because I don't have the governing capacity to state everything. Not when you own 6,400 development as a nation that has no military ideas at all. Look at these garbage ideas. Naval morale and naval maintenance when you start landlocked. That should have been an ambition. Instead, our ambition is blockade efficiency. Trade steering is all right if it wasn't one of the best ideas in the set. Shipbuilding time minus 10%. Tolerance of heathens is actually a pretty good modifier. That's actually probably one of the best ones. And then national sailors, 10%. Trade efficiency, 10%. Light ship cost minus 15%. And sailor maintenance minus 5%. +1 naval leader maneuver and +1 merchant. It's a bad idea set when your best ideas are trade, steering, and efficiency. And plus, like, literally, +2 tolerance of heathens is probably the best idea in that set, only because that's kind of hard to get. Except I convert everything anyway, so it's worthless to me. There's what my +2 tolerance of heathens is doing. No. This is the Omani. The Caliphate doesn't get ideas. The Caliphate takes on the ideas that the nation who forms them gets. The Caliphate does not have natural ideas. The only other nation I could form is I could form Arabia right now. Or at least I could if I was at peace. Arabia also doesn't get ideas. So I have the Omani ideas. If Caliphate had ideas, they should be religious focused. And I would have converted a long time ago. You can form other nations to get this achievement. The catch is if you form anything that's not too far off, you can't see the achievement anymore. I could, for example, form Byzantium, who has some really good religious ideas, or even Ethiopia, really good religious ideas. But the achievement vanishes because of the culture change. I think. Could be wrong. Actually, maybe not. The Caliphate, the achievement still actually stays, and that's good because that way I at least know what province is left. But yeah, the Caliphate doesn't have ideas. And it's the reason why they've strongly hinted the next expansion will probably be either an expansion or something in the Middle East. And among other things, Arabia needs ideas. The Mamluk government needs a little tweaking. The Ottomans probably need a little tweaking. Byzantium probably needs some more unique events. And the Ottoman mission tree is super boring and needs revision. We definitely need more work for the Arabian miners because they are super boring. How about the Omani mission tree? Here's my amazing mission tree. Ottomans getting nerfed, I heard. Ottomans, what they probably need to do is get a little weakened off the top but then get buffed in their mission tree. Yeah, they've announced the next a couple of items, but I believe what they've done is they've tweaked idea sets and stuff. I don't know 100% what's going on with the Ottomans, though. Yeah, missions for Omani. I must own the Muscat area. Yeah, oh, and pips. Yes, that's where they're getting nerfed. Yeah, that's right, because yeah, they're nerfing a lot of the pips of specifically Asia, Islam, and yeah, East Asia / China, the Islamic nations, and Anatolia are all getting like a -1 at various stages in the mid game. End game, I think, will stay the same mostly, other than they're tweaking the Islamic ones slightly to make them a little bit more viable. So Islam is getting a late game buff, but Islam, Anatolia, High America, I think as well, yeah. And then, yeah, conquer Batinia. Here's the problem with the Omani mission tree. It's conquer downstream. The end goal of the mission tree is conquer Zanzibar. Notice where the arrows go. Omani mission tree is Garbo. And it's one of the best mission trees. Here's a stupid thing. Yemen doesn't get the Yemeni mission tree. Any nation who forms Yemen gets the Yemeni mission tree, since Yemen in this time period was actually reformed by the nation it starts in the civil war with. Yemen doesn't get the Yemeni mission tree. Arabia needs a lot of work, and the Arabian formable needs a lot of work. Persia, the Persia mission tree is a disappointment. Persia needs more events, and it probably needs to form more often, especially since it's supposed to form from Ardabil. It is a one province minor. So really, I'd say what it comes down to is this part of the Muslim world is probably doing fine. Like Tunis, Morocco, Grenada, they're doing all right. The Mamluks aren't doing terrible for a nation that's supposed to die in less than 100 years in the game. But a lot of the mission trees in this part of the world are super boring. And that's part of why I have not done an Ardabil game yet, because I'm hoping they make it more interesting. Mamluks need to be more historical and real life. They're very unique government of minority mercs from Asia, ruling native and free people, and they don't feel special. They do kind of. They do have the unique Mamluk government form, which is one of the only government forms in the entire game where you don't lose stability upon government or death, and it gives +2 admin. And the idea is that you can choose between either local people or the mercenary leader. I think the problem is that you're not incentivized to choose the mercenary leader more often. And I'd say what it comes down to is it's unique, but it doesn't technically feel like it's representative of the way it was unique, basically. It's very different, but it's not different in a way that reflects them as accurately. Prussia, yeah, something more similar to that, only maybe not necessarily with militarism. Mostly because, let's be real, if the Mamluks get militarism, the Ottomans are never conquering them. Which is probably why they gave them admin stuff instead. So maybe something like administrative bonuses, because, let's be real, that's a really impressive that mercenaries from Asia were ruling the Egyptians. So administrative is probably an administrative version of the Prussia might be interesting. The problem is it'll also become the new meta for World Conquest because everyone already thinks Sunni is, and an administrative version that gets you more admin points will probably be all anybody cares about from that. Hey guys, Happy New Year! Okay, that's a hilarious coincidence. It's 1 year from the new year where I am right now. And I'm gonna hold off on that for a bit, only because I don't need naval maintenance or naval morale at all, and pretty soon, in a couple years, Rouse Bros, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Bariata was full annexed. The Caliphate got 0.06 ducats. Why did you not separate piece Shun, you idiots? Happy New Year! Indeed, it is now New Year. Happy 2023, everybody! Everyone power slaves. Yes, that is technically true. That is a very interesting. Both the Ottomans and the Mamluks, the way that they had very interesting dynamics for their slave nations is fascinating. Note, I do not condone slavery. That's not my point here. The point is how they did it is really interesting. There's the fireworks now. I'm actually surprised. There's no fireworks in my area. I figured there would be, considering that we're rural Illinois. rural. More rural Illinois. That being said, I'm debating: do I get the sparkling apple cider? I think I do. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab the sparkling apple cider. I'll be back in a few seconds. I'm gonna go grab the sparkling cider because I want sparkling apple cider. The 12 for me tons of government. There's tons. Yeah, exactly. Hi, kitty. I'm still playing Europa. Is that a problem? Hit 12 for me, a lot of guns fireworks going off. Nice. Slavery is bad, unique government are cool. Yeah, basically yes. Unique governments are very interesting. Alright, Little Goom, yeah, you're gonna need to move aside a bit. Best Dollar Tree cup, because it's the fanciest. Just me, New Year's kind of underwhelming holiday. New Year's is a great holiday because I stay up till midnight and nobody yells at me. That's why it's the best holiday, because nobody yells at me for staying up till midnight. Especially when it's on a Saturday, because that's the best time to have it. It won't be nearly as exciting probably in like 2 years when it's on a Monday and I have to go into work, or even a Sunday, honestly, next year. Also, my bottle opener is a shark. I didn't know I had this until I looked for one just now, which tells you how many times I open bottles. Making midnight and catch some Z's, not a problem. Take it easy. Maxine, thank you kindly. Maybe I should have been a little more careful opening this by my computer. Just maybe. That wasn't so bad though. Huzzah! Doo-dee-dee. Yep, non-alcoholic, because I don't do that. I just like apple cider. And sparkling apple cider is like something I only get this time of year. Because it's never for sale. What? OBS disconnected? What the heck, OBS? What did you do? OBS connection re-successful. Sure, okay. Whatever you say, OBS. Yay, to 2023. May it be a year that exists. I'm gonna sleep tonight. Lawrence welcome on me. Yeah. I feel that. Yeah, I'm generally surprised. I'm not hearing any fireworks. I figured there would be. I mean, they are technically not legal in parts of this state, but that's never stopped most people. I'll be right back. I'm gonna wash my hands before I touch my computer again. let's get back to work. And by work, I mean sitting on my ass for 5 years waiting for the frickin' cooldowns to expire. I don't know, maybe I'll insult Spain or something. Just for kicks. Yeah, let's see, how many great projects do I have? Do I have that map mode? I don't remember if I ever set that up. Opinion, coalition, technology, diplomatic opinion, coalition. Trade goods. Great projects. Magnificent. Because significance tier 2, right? So I need to see how many tier 3s I have. Petra, magnificent. Jerusalem, magnificent. That's 3. Alhambra, 4. 1,000 hours of backpack. I mean, when you're world conquesting, I'd call that pretty significant. 4. Zimbabwe is 5. Only 5, so I need 3 more fully upgraded. And in my case, it'd be almost 2,000 hours of back pay, so ha! Only 5. Oh no, wait, never mind. 6, because I got Malta. So I need to get 2 upgraded to Magnificent. That shouldn't be difficult. That should not be difficult. I'm sure I can get 2 monuments. That's like, I could do one right now. Alright, who wants to be upgraded to Magnificent? You get me stability cost modifier, enforcing religion for war through war, and piety acceleration. At this point, the stability cost modifier might be the best thing. Did I DC? God damn it, OBS. Yep, according to Twitch, it DC. God damn it. For only 4, how slow it is and very impatient and low attention span. Waiting an hour to college, one problem is annoying. That's fair. Europa definitely feels like a game of sitting around thinking and then doing things and then waiting for the thing to do. Okay, how long will that take? 1809, so it will be done on time. That's good, because honestly, that's about when I'll probably need the stability cost modifier. Is in the 1800s when I need a truce break. Because what is my stability cost modifier right now? It's... like, right now, that's not terrible. Even with a Regency, it's actually not too expensive because of all my modifiers. Innovativeness, United Islam, Registan Square. So another 25% is not terrible. And once the Regency's gone, that'll be really cheap truce breaks. Yeah, especially when you can't declare war, like me right now, that's the big issue. Is like, well, 5 years of doing nothing until the heir comes of age in 74. I still love the game dearly for some reason. You know, have a zillion hours in it. The Demi want more privileges. Why would I give you privileges? The merchants want more trade company in Kashmir. How many do I have in Kashmir right now? Thought I had a lot. Oh, I see. Because Kashmir is the trade company here in Lahore. No, it literally means Kashmir. Huh. So they just want more provinces in Kashmir, I guess? I don't know. And the Ulema want me to increase the base tax. Great. Go burn all my admin points, so none of these are good. How about we just piss off the Demi because nobody cares. The Demi already hate me. It can't possibly get much worse. Really, I just wanted the Seas land. But even then, I'll probably piss off the Demi to a ridiculous degree. So probably not worth it. How's that coring going? Almost done, 70. So we'll have those provinces converted. Unfortunately, only one of them is Muslim, Bifada, so... that means... oh, nice. Admin Tech College. That's a good time for it. Just stay trading in it for, like, 2 years so I can save 5% on it. Yeah, that went from October to August. Wow! To be fair, I'll be able to do it probably in 72 at this point. Yeah, whatever. Free mercantilism is free mercantilism. It's not like they could possibly be that big a worried. Yeah, no, I'm at the point now where I'm literally just waiting for modifiers to pick up. I could pay off loans. Royal marriage for Rune. That's a lot of soldiers, but I'm not using them for now, and you need them, so... Yeah, they have, like, no manpower left after that Chinese war. I say Chinese. They declared on Bariata to finally conquer them. And then I guess it took even more Shun, because why not? I'm only going up 5 per month with Diplo. Oh, because I have too many alliances, that's right. I didn't even ally Ayutthaya. I was debating, should I ally Ayutthaya just to call them into the war with the Deccan, so I have someone? And that might not be a terrible idea. So yeah, whenever I do find out they're going to go to war with the Deccan, I'll call Ayutthaya in just to get them out of the way. Really? The dangers of the favor system is everybody wants my money now. There we go. Convert everything. No. No. That'll be a trade company for sure, but yeah, none of those are actually going to benefit me much as trade companies, given that I simply don't have the trade power in the region. I'm just waiting for the rights of man. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? And impulse warfare sounds good too. Yeah, no, that's not much. Really? Screw you. Now it's back to July. You suck. I was doing good. You had to ruin it. You ruined it. Because the idea is, once I get this, I will grab exploration ideas so that I can start colonizing provinces in Central Africa. That's literally the only reason, is the colonizing, because I need to convert these provinces to, oh nice, it's done. I need to convert these 2 provinces to Ibadi as well. Uncolonized provinces count, and they are the only uncolonized provinces in the world that are Sunni. So I need to go, because only I can reach them, because I'm the only colonizer in the region. Ethiopia obviously isn't, because, you know, why would they be? Oh, yeah, that's all wasteland. They don't even border it. Sailors, oh, fine. Press gang the sailors, I don't care. But yeah, expansion ideas is not a good idea, only because I kind of need the admin points, whereas Diplo points just really aren't worth anything to me right now. So might as well just spend those. Why? Oh. Yeah, let's move north so that Spain quits walking through my territory. Sure. Liberty Desire in the... I guess I have those now. Room and the Hittites. Hey guys, you have a negative Liberty Desire again. Stop asking me to repay loans. I don't care. I'll pay them off later. How many loans do we even have? 1, 2, 3, a lot. A lot of loans. How much interest do I even have? It can't be that much, right? Yeah, 92 ducats. That's nothing. Just sitting here waiting while I build up the money. 2 more years and I will upgrade a monument. Good. Bifada's converted. Alright, so what are we looking at? 5 provinces. Ibadi is officially ahead of Catholic! Take that, Pope! I'm the #1 religion in the world. Suck it! Zoroastrianism, Jewish, Norse, and Hussite are completely dead. Sikh is mostly dead. Only 3 left remain in the Delhi. Tengri, only 5 remain because Russia's killed everybody else. Shia. 8? They're up to 8 now? Could you please stop converting your provinces, Deccan? I'm sick of it. They keep converting their province. Is it? No, it's not the Deccan. Oh. Another Shia province has popped up. That's bad, because I don't know where they are. All I know is I'm going to need to go to war with Deccan eventually, and I'm not looking forward to it because they're the worst. Okay. 1 more month, and I can decide who else can be upgraded to Magnificent. And then they'll definitely finish before the game is over, which means as long as I play until 1821, I will have the monumental achievement. Yep. 72 sometime. So I can get those Diplo ideas and start colonizing, so I at least can do something with my time other than just kill people. Pegu is at war with Portugal, who's allied with mine, Ethiopia, and the Congo. Congo is unfortunately guaranteed by some people. Great Britain allied with Portugal and Ndongo. So I declare war on Ndongo. I could avoid war with Ethiopia. In fact, they joined me on my side. But I can only call Bohemia and Ethiopia. And why does Bohemia want to join, but not Russia? I guess because of proximity to those nations. Because the problem is, all I want to do is declare war on Portugal. But Portugal is allied to my eternal friend Ethiopia, who I've been friends with for 200 years. Closing in on 300. The Portuguese-Cambodian Imperialist War. Actually, that's an option if I can just find some war to call Ethiopia into. I've also considered declaring war on Kane and Borno, because their only ally is that they're guaranteed by Ethiopia, and I could break the Ethiopian-Portuguese alliance. Because that's the problem, that's the only ally they have other than me. Fortunately, they're completely landlocked by me. Well, I guess, yeah, the only nation they border is me, so I could probably get that off, but as long as all I do is break that alliance, I could easily re-ally them no problem, and not have to worry about them during the actual war with Portugal. That's probably the best way to handle this. Where even is their capital these days? Back in Dembaya, okay. Can I spy on you for a second? No, not a problem. You have forts everywhere, don't you? Because everyone has forts everywhere in this current version of the game. It's genuinely annoying. There are too many forts in the game right now. Prestige, Splendor, and average monarch lifespan. That might have been useful earlier. +1 missionaries. And missionary strength versus heathens. Okay, yeah, we're doing this. That'll benefit me soon. So Jin is the priority province right now. By which I mean I'm going to still probably neglect both of them because whatever. That'll finish in 1806. That's all I need right now. Because the important thing is I need that done soon. Oh, I'm in a state. Interesting. Oh, right. It's slower because I had the event that made this one province take longer to convert. That's hilarious. Tunisian noble rebels. Hey, Tunis, can you kill your own rebels, or should I do that? I think they have, like, no army right now. 11k. Oh, I have 11k army. They could totally do it. Whatever. It'll be a joke. Yeah,
only a few hundred people. That's nothing. We're gonna go over there because I'm tired of losing manpower because of you guys walking through my territory. What I wish is I could just say no and turn off military access, but unfortunately it got turned on a while ago, and I can't turn it off because they're in my territory and won't leave. Mercenary maintenance minus 15%. Yeah, that's whatever. Interest per annum. None of these are useful. That would be, but I'm not spending that many points. Basically, I'm not finishing admin ideas. I'm more looking to finish... Oh, right. You exist. But Deccan keeps privatizing, so they stole all the money. Because, yeah, the next idea set we gotta take is going to be exploration, which will get me colonist +1. I'm not bothering conquistadors and everything. Colonial range, whatever. Global settler increase, whatever. Tariffs and envoy travel time is honestly one of the better modifiers in this set. You don't even get another colonist, so it's just one colonist I have. Naval force limit modifier is actually not terrible. For my specific build, anyway. And in general, it's not a very good idea set. It's just, in my specific case, better than the alternative. Truce with Floride has ended. Let's corrupt officials, because I got nothing better to do with that. And let's also keep building up them government buildings. -4 across the board. Might as well. I can do this too. Good. There. Which just leaves, I don't know what I'm doing with Thrace. And my Spanish spy network is at 100%. What do I do with that? Sabotage recruitment. Suck it. Let's say which army? Yep, it's you. That makes sense. Because Portugal has a goddamn 70k walking through. Even Tunisia is like, I ain't walking through there. Which is the other problem. The reason why it's not even worth it trying to turn off the military access is that one of my vassals will grant it, which gives it anyway, which is so annoying. I really wish I could tell Spain to suck it up. You want to conquer Indonesia? Take a boat like a normal person. No, we gotta walk all the way through northern Africa, Persia, and India just to reach Indonesia. Ugh. Y'all are despicable. And if nothing else, yeah, December 72, which means honestly, January 73 is might as well you do it then, because you'll save a lot of monarch points, and then I can just immediately spend them on Diplo exploration ideas. Just get that out of the way. Because I should have enough saved up by then. Yeah, let's see. +7. All of a sudden, I'm only 2 over. Who did I lose? Yeah, Bohemia, Switzerland, Russia, Ethiopia, Bhutan, Tunisia, the Hittites, and Rome. I swear I had more. France. Why am I no longer allied with France? What the fuck? What the fuck?
France is in a personal union under Bohemia. When did this happen? When did that happen? Holy, like, no wonder Bohemia said they'll join. And no wonder calling Bohemia into a war with Portugal. Wow, okay, that changes a few things. No wonder Bohemia will join a war against the Congo now. I was wondering when they became a colonizer. Oh, no, they aren't. They would just join anyway, and that would call France in. Okay, that changes a few things. I didn't realize. What's your limited desire? Almost 50, goddamn. Okay, that's Bohemia, but I thought I had another one. Who's the other one I had? Is yeah, Bohemia, Russia, France, obviously. Oh, Wu. Oh, let me guess. Yep, Wu lost. Okay, that's whatever. Austria, Venice, and Bologna. So, Venice and 2 jokes. Austria and their capital in Ansbach. Also, their only province is in Ansbach because they got beaten up the hell and back by Ottomans, Bohemia, and Switzerland. Okay, good. The Ottomans have not gotten new friends, probably because they're the sick man of Europe. Literally, in this case, look at this garbage. Look at this garbage. Ottomans. Ottoman Persia is in Crimea. What nonsense is that? And then Japan. Are you still allied with Shun? Yes. Why are you at war with Spain? Oh, Spain declared war on Shun. Well, good grief. Also, I should probably say I'm no longer interested in that one province. I'm not. Okay, good. I did turn it off. That's good. Ayutthaya is currently at war with Luang Prabang and Champa. That's fair. They have Kamai as a tributary. Nice. And Shun currently has Dai Viet, Luang Prabang, and Pegu. Oh, Shun didn't join when Ayutthaya declared its war? Nice. Shun is requesting access. No, why would I give you access? Screw you. Spain, if you have access here, I'm revoking it. Screw you again. Yeah, good. They don't have it. Screw you. Yeah, let's see if I can get them both before 1800, just to make sure that I have at least enough time to make use of it, and also to make sure that I didn't screw up and do something else. $17.90, that's good. And then the other one was... I don't even remember. Does it even show great projects currently in progress? On this menu, it does not. Is it Merv or one of these ones? Samarkand. $91, that is fine. That gives me 30 years of good use out of it. And that's about the point where I'm probably going to want to be truce breaking anyway if I need that for this achievement. You know, like I said, I didn't even give Spain military access, but they have it anyway, because, you know. Oh, good, I can get money. That's what I need. Honestly, I need the manpower more, I think, so I'm gonna leave that for now. Another general died, gotta recruit another general. The disadvantage of a higher general cap is you gotta recruit way more of them more often, but hey, you were doing that anyway, right? Just to get your militarization up? Your professionalism? Yeah, my poor army tradition is suffering terribly not being at war constantly. That's what I could do is build more ships. I want to do that. Who do I want to piss off? it? Aleppo. Against Luba? Who the heck is Luba? And yeah, let's build way more ships. Get that naval tradition up, maybe. And then actually get a lot more trade power as a result. There's a lot of ships, but it'll be worth it in the end, don't worry. Well, the development cost, friendly movement speed. 287. And we'll get plus, yeah, that's... Oh yeah, might as well. Like that's 6,000 ducats for an extra 5 years of bonuses and +1 +1 base tax. That is not worth it. No, stop asking. Truce with Delhi is over, but Deccan guaranteed them, and I'd rather just go to war with the Deccan. There's the first fireworks. I'm impressed it took this long. More money. I'm turning Diplo points into cash, which I can then turn into other things. Like Diplo points. In the meantime, holy crap, look at all them ships. And then all the buildings just finished, so my governing capacity probably just went up a bunch. Oh yeah, that was like a ton of governing capacity. Alright. You can invest in new admin tech next year. I could do it next month, but I'm gonna wait till January because it'll save me a bunch of admin points, which I desperately need. Yeah, base cost now, ahead of time, a ton. Base production, might as well. See, there's stuff you can do when you're not at war, just not a lot of stuff. It's clicking buttons and modifiers and crap. And now it'll only cost me 5. Yeah, so that's saved. Oh yeah, about 100. Free slot, exploration ideas, all the way this late in the game. Good God. Native policy. We're going to do native coexistence because I only need this for 2 freaking provinces. Dawa, and Iwasa Nagaro. Don't need that, whatever. 73. General Muhammad has died. Oh no, not Muhammad. Diplomat from the Deccan. Oh no, the Deccan. I also realized I could have been drilling, but I'll probably lose more generals that way. Eh. At the end of the day, at this point, the general drilling is like, it's fine, it's a little better, but I kind of need the generals more. Because Miltech is important to keep up on at this point. It's probably either or. Alright, Dawa. Yeah, I have the advantage of I'm so high in Diplotech, I have all the modifiers that come with colonization now. And yeah, those are both garbage provinces. 3 dev, landlocked. Not exactly high quality. Desert only. There, and then that one. And then I'll just need to convert them when they're done colonizing. What's the rate? 100. 110 per year. And then the colonist chance is higher, so it'll take a few years. That's fine. I can afford it. Because yeah, these are the only provinces left that I even can colonize. I also just realized something. There's no... Yeah, okay, there's a body here, but nothing else. That's good. I was worried for a second that there might be some Islam hidden somewhere here. Because we're still missing one Islamic province somewhere. And I have no idea where it is. Regency is ending in July. Oh, don't I know it. And when do my truces end? Spain in March. Ottomans in June. Well, let's get ready to invade Spain, guys. Would Bohemia join? Bohemia would join. Which means we crush them. I'm sure Bohemia would love to eat Austria. And I will 100% feed Austria to Bohemia. Just because Austria needs to die now. Bavaria can go be the HRE Emperor, I don't care. Just not Austria. Let's be real, it would probably go to Bavaria because they have the majority vote right now. Even though they're also one province minor. If it goes to Bohemia, even better. Bohemia would be a great elect... Oh wait, Bohemia is not Catholic, are they? Yep, they went full Protestant, so Bohemia can't be emperor. So there's not much empire left. Switzerland went reformed. Mine is Catholic, and so is Cologne. That's probably why there's so few electors left. Siena, Austria. Bremen, Verden, Bavaria, Cologne, mine. Brandenburg is Protestant. Lubeck is Protestant and pretty beefy. Oldenburg is Protestant. Yeah, religious map mode. Catholic isn't exactly big. The Pope has all that, so it's... Are those literally the only Catholic nations left? Verden, I guess. Is Verden even an elector? Guess so. Ulm is Catholic, so I guess Ulm could be an elector. One of the 4 remaining free cities, along with Bologna, Friesland, and Lucca. Who I guess stayed in the Empire when everybody else left. how many people do I need to invade Spain? Spain has 344k. Much of which apparently is in their mainland. So, you should probably get over here again. We're not going to have a rebellion in Sicily anymore, so it's fine. And everyone who's not marching back over there probably should as well. Okay, let's see, which armies are available for the war with Spain? You should get up here. You're going to stay down here and take care of these provinces. In particular, Bambouk. Because I need Bambouk in order to take the remaining provinces I need here. Yeah, you are going to be essential to take out these provinces. At least whichever ones that aren't already occupied. Yeah, we don't need you there anymore. You're good. You can move away from Transoxiana and honestly move to the Ottoman border. I don't think I'll make it to the Spain border in time, but you might as well be ready for that war, because that's coming up next. Same for you. And you lot are all the Spanish War. Do I have enough for another army? I have enough for several armies. Good God. Let's see here. Yeah, I have enough money for it, too. I'm freaking rich. So, 560, 600, 6... I could do 4 of these. Let's do it. Let's go all out. Or all in if you prefer. And then we'll do that. Oh no, we went over the force limit by 2. I'm so scared. Of 2. Do I not have military access through Russia? Thought I did. There. Anything else that's worth upgrading to tier 3? Prestige, advisor cost, special force limit. So great in India, not so great here. Tech cost, worthless. Institution spread, worthless. Elima loyalty, worthless. That is the most worthless monument right now. I might do this one just for the tolerance of true faith. Is fun. And then I guess monthly piety. Sure. Extra manpower. Gotta love it. Now, though, actually, now that that's taken care of, I should definitely be focusing on just more of those buildings. No, not general with a name. How are we doing on ships? A lot. So many people. So many armies being built. It's great. Nice. Garnata is done. Forgot that I was doing that one, but yes! Admin efficiency plus 5%. And reduce liberty desired subjects, and I think that's actually it, but hey, admin efficiency, that's a plus. Monumental Pride has expired, whatever. I got free monarch points, that's all I needed. And we're so ahead of time on admin tech that it's not going to matter anymore. Definitely save that, because I'm not buying mercenary anything from admin, so it just gets saved now. Do you mind, Portugal? Yeah, when I call Bohemia in, France can go pick on Spain, while Bohemia should crush Venice for me. And mine, I guess. Yeah, Bohemia, you can crush Austria, mine, and Venice easily, I'm sure. Yeah, easily. How many favors do I have with you? Max. Okay. Oh, from all that time when you were irrelevant. And then France loves me dearly, but I'm losing trust with them because I'm allied to their overlord and not them. On the bright side, I'm getting more Diplo points per month now. Yay! And actually, I could upgrade that one advisor and get even more. He's 43. He'll last a while. Might as well. I've already converted a bunch of Diplo points into money. I might as well convert the money back to Diplo points. And Hofu. Oh, that is so far away from anything. Other than a fort, which is probably to my benefit. Yeah, that's right by a fort. Really advantageous for me. Yeah, unfortunately, well, I mean, I almost have the manpower. I possibly could. I won't be calling Russia into the war against both. Would Russia join a war against the Ottomans if I decided to do a two-front war? Only because they have a truce. Otherwise, they would totally do it. Okay. Heck, Bohemia might too. Alright, so honestly, we could possibly do both. That would make this way faster if I finally have the manpower to declare war on both the Ottomans and Spain at the same time. You know, just the number 3 and number 8 great powers. Okay, no. Honestly, yeah. Russia's super impressive now that they're the number 2. Truce with Spain is over. Great, I can't declare war on them. So what I might do is declare war on the Ottomans, but then don't call Bohemia in until we've pacified Venice and mine. And Austria. Alright, that's almost done. That's almost done. That's almost done. So actually probably move those armies in place to attack Ottomans. Hi, Spain. Do you hate me enough to declare a coalition? Yes. Will there be one? No. That'd be a really stupid coalition that's impossible to form. But I definitely should declare war on the Ottomans before they have a chance to cause a coalition, because that'll cause a problem. Actually, it might not, because it'll be down to less than 50 by that point. Heh. Still do it, let's be real. Yeah, I don't care about the colonial range, I care about the global settler increase. The faster I can colonize provinces, the better, just because it's, at this point, free money eventually. Whatever. If this works out, yeah, let's get rid of the... way cheaper to do it this way. If I'm going to spend money to reduce the inflation, I'm going to do it the regular way, and not through the event. Nice, it went up to 680 naturally, so I'm not even over force limit anymore. Okay. That's 4, because what does the Ottomans have manpower-wise right now? 438. So a decent bit, but not as much as Russia has with their 840. They are no longer enough hegemon, though. We're almost at the point I'm approaching the size of the Ottomans now. That's something. That's something else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to take on the Spain. Holy crap, they have a lot of people trapped here. I actually probably need to move a bunch of soldiers this way. Yeah, that's probably what I should do is... Yeah, that'll kill off a lot of the Spanish army once I can finally declare war on them in a couple months. That's over 100k of their army. That's a lot. And since I scootaged Tunisia, they can't go through Tunisia. So they will be completely locked once I wipe them out. Just make sure I'm ready for the war. That's not a fort, that's not a fort, so I can easily occupy these provinces. Which are the main ones I need, honestly. Everything else is just, I need to take Gibraltar anyway, might as well. How close are they to being done? 3 decker on 74. Let's head back there. I don't need the strait immediately, and I should probably focus instead on this. Because those will just be provinces. There's no forts here, so these are literally just, I need to crush their armies. Thankfully, these are coastal deserts. There's no defensive modifiers anywhere here that I'm aware of. Yeah. Coastal deserts and drylands. And then Djerba. No declaring war until all the armies are in place. That would be very dangerous. Good God. And I have a 215 heir who probably doesn't matter. And they're a colonizer. Great. Okay. Enforce religious unity, and that's all I can do. I can't do the others because they require the Diplo skill of 3 and 5, and I have a 0. But at least my admin's high, so the disinherit was totally worth it. Grant privileges to Russia. Lose a bit of legitimacy and piss off the merchants. Yeah, let's just be nice to Russia. I can easily get the legitimacy back. Alright, hey Spain. Guess who dies today? You know how you're losing against Shun? It's about to get a whole lot worse. Oh, is Austria allied with Switzerland? That's hilarious. They're not. That's weird. Who's the HRE Emperor then? It is still Austria. Okay, so hey, Austria, you're dead now. Oh, is Switzerland guaranteeing Austria? Yes. That's what it is. Okay. Okay, Spain. Die. A lot. This should be fun. I've missed more going to war with people. Alright. First off, we kill this army. You split in half. One army goes there, one army goes here. You split up. More or less the same principle. You split up, also more or less the same principle. Someone's going to need to take that province. No, not my Ottoman's diplomat. And who's... Oh, really? That's dumb. I declared war. That shouldn't count. Oh, because I went through Portugal. Okay. Still dumb. Alright. That stack wipes that army. Now I just need to kill the other two. Battle will begin here on September 11th. Convenient. can build another great project. Why not? I need to start buildings, but for now I'm busy killing Spain, who totally has it coming. Okay, that's another stack gone. And then there's that. East Bengal, nice. We're making good progress. You can get back over to here. Righteous Sheikh Islam. Nice. Spain has occupied my provinces there. I just remembered you existed. My bad. And also I should probably do things with you as well. Yeah, I know. The provinces I kind of need to, win the game. Oh, God, they put a fort in Brunei? I'm going to need to siege that. Yeah, frick nuggets. Okay, let's go blockade so they can't get any more manpower from there. Alright. As we battled to the death. Get some reinforcements in. From the looks of it, right on time. We lost a lot of manpower this battle, but it's okay because we completely obliterated them. Hopefully they die completely. They escaped into Kasifa. Who's the weakest? Who's got the best maneuver? I guess best siege would also be. Yeah, whatever. You auto siege. You get over there. There. That battle cost us a lot of manpower, but we did a lot of good. That really hurt Spain. Yeah, they had 300, almost 400k. Jesus. That hurt them so much. Honestly, this army, once it matches, is going to regroup down to attack Songhai soon. Because where's their new capital? There's a level 8 fort. I need their capital. Level 9 fort in Kong. Well, frick. At least he's got a decent siege stat. Good Joma. Excuse me. We do not have military access to Portugal. Of course we don't. Peace. Okay, that's that. And then in the meantime, we've got these 40k armies that are going to move over by the Ottomans. I'm not putting as many generals on the Ottoman front, only because honestly that's less important. The Ottomans have weaker pips at this point. They're on par with Anatolia, basically. So I'm not as worried as I was with the Spain, because Spain has a super strong army. Like, dangerously strong. not nearly as worried about the Ottomans anymore. You're not going to give me military access, are you? Oh, you would, okay. Oh no, I can offer it to them. They hate me and thus won't give me military access, so I'm going to need to blockade them. That's annoying. Here you go over there. There's a lot of manpower there, but it totally is worth it, right? And in the meantime, hey Bohemia, you mind murdering everything over here? Not at war with mine. Did mine break? Oh no, it's Bologna we're at war with. Not mine. That's actually probably a good thing. So, who'd be? Probably France would have easier access to Bologna. What a coincidence! They're currently being sieged by rebels. Okay, never mind. France, go kill the rebels, and then kill them. And then good, yes, siege their northern provinces. My guess is they don't have a lot of manpower in their main capital. And it helps that I've been sabotaging them there too, so. Alright. Get over there. Let's get to work conquering Spain. Oops. Are any of my ships not hiding like they're supposed to? Got it. Yeah, you. Okay. Because that's so annoying that they don't automatically do that as well as they do everything else. Nice, nice. I got there first, and they'll join afterwards. And hopefully get completely stack wiped. Good. Bye, Spain. Glad you lost another army. Good God. Oh, they just merged up, didn't they? Siege of Bambouk is over. Good. Might as well let's just do it correctly. And once we have that, we can just siege everything else down. Hi, Ayla. I love you. It's not time for food. And then once that army is done, it can get ready for the war on Songhai. No, it's not food time. It's not. I swear. It's not. Yeah, Venice definitely has a better navy than France. Yeah, Austria, you can die now. I just want to feed Austria to somebody just to force a re-election in the HRE. This would be funny. Yeah, which provinces? Yeah, that and not even that one. You have 2 victories. You build one instead. That would just make more sense. There. And then when does the Ottoman truce end? June, okay. So we have until June to have Spain enough under control that we can begin going after Ottomans. Truce with Songhai has expired. Might as well. Trade efficiency, trade range, may infiltrate administration. I want that. I'm so annoyed it takes until Tech 30. That's like way too late for it. That should be coming so much earlier. To just it's just not very useful this late in the game. Where are you headed? Yeah. AI priorities are weird, man. Okay, now we can go through there. You go there. Does anybody have any Siege Pips? I guess you have 2, so you're my Siege Master. You go attack Malaga. Oh, you can't even do that, can you? Okay, you just go there, and you go there. Pillage the hell out of these provinces. As you do. Easy fight, easy fight. And then you can go there. And 200k by itself should be enough to take on the rest of whatever's on the Spanish mainland. They would have to have the entirety of their army here, and they don't. It's in France. Why is it in France? Because France has put their entire army sieging Bologna. Oh, and Austria got driven away. What the heck? How much army does Venice have? Not a lot, so they must have done some serious work. Even Austria, what do they have? None. Not surprised. Only one province is hard to build up, but holy crap. France is losing to Spain. Spain is dumping their entire army into France. And from the looks of it, it's effective. Yeah, once I control both sides of the Spanish region... Well, that's the problem. I don't, because Portugal has Quetta. And as long as Portugal has Quetta, I don't control that. I need to declare war on Portugal. I also need these sieges to be over, ever. Oof. It also shows how much money I have and could be using on building town halls. That's 4. Now we get to the 3s. And I'm sure, yep, there's 2s and there's 1. And there's 0s. Jeez. Hey, it's better than nothing. Let's just take a lot more land. All for the cost of money. And then how much is that? That's 200k to fight the Ottomans, who currently have 438k and 238 in reserve. But Russia will join when I call them in, so I think we're in business. Heck, Bohemia would join, and they're currently in another war. Losing. So I should probably not call Bohemia in this time. I'll just call in Russia. That should be enough. Both the Hittites and Rum are currently vassals, but they're scootaged, so the Ottomans can't invade them. So it'll literally just be a matter of working my way through here. The best part is that means that I control the straits, so they can't blockade them, I think. That's how that works. Oh, can't even get the merchant. Oh, I already have it, okay. And then a few of the more valuable buildings for all that's worth this late in the game. Actually, yeah, let's do some of this. Some manpower is going to be super useful at this point. So yeah, I think actually manpower might be the next thing I work on. Oh no, Room, can you kill 3k rebels with your 12k army? Suleiman. Murad? That's hilarious that Room has a Suleiman on the throne. Crap, I'm using more than I'm making. That's never good. Tripoli. Although, to be fair, a lot of it seems to be actual reinforcement, not just... Oh, yeah, so we're not doing as bad. Yeah, 4,000 from attrition. And we're making 3,600. So that's not terrible. Like, I'll run out, but it'll be gradual. Bologna will peace out. No. I'll do my own peace. Well, actually, honestly, Bologna, I might just leave just for the extra war score. I don't care about them, so honestly, they're whatever. No reason to piece them out. Bohemia doesn't even border Venice. Switzerland does, though. Oh, Switzerland probably wants some of Venice. I'm sure they do. Yes, they do. Okay, let's feed some of Venice. Oh, that's why I was confused. Salzburg is in the middle. Alright. They still don't have any real allies, do they? Better not have allied Burgundy again. Just Songhai. Okay. Russia will join, right? Yes. As will Ethiopia. Because whatever. Oopsies, don't do that. That would call Spain is already at war, but it would call Portugal and Great Britain. Let's not. But we will call in... Yeah, we'll call those two in. And what I need is nationalism. Today we'll do Raqqa because it's right there. Who has the best siege? You have a 2, you have a 1. You're the siege. You have a 0. You have the worst siege. You're a 1, but you're the best general, so you're the front runner. I will call Bohemia in later. Russia, please occupy these 2 provinces because I can't possibly take them and I'm going to have to feed them to you. Astrakhan, I'm pretty sure you want as well. We're at the point now where I'm taking almost all I need from the Ottomans, and we're at the point now where I might need to be polite and give some to the Russia just to keep them happy. Go there. Exiled armies in Quetta. Oh, right. That would be a thing, because I have them parked for military access. And just go right back. In fact, you should probably go there. Caliphate. Good, good. Everything. Did you really go down to Tripoli, then up to Susa, then down here? You idiot. Whatever. Anyway. Yes. Do that thing. And now... Oh, right, Songhai. Yeah, just do that. They're still sieging that level 8 fort, because we will be for the rest of forever. Are there any navies that aren't in fleet right now? Oh, okay, hi. You want your stuff back, I don't care. I'm going to take your capital and then piece you out. I might even break the Ottoman alliance just to end it all. Because I genuinely don't care about Songhai at this point. No, I'll keep them just because that's the easiest way to go to war with them. They're easy to piece out. And just in case they manage to get a Sunni province when I'm not looking. Because that'd be the worst. Gazamuk attacking me up north in the old Armenian provinces. Do I have an army available to take them on? I don't think so. There. Not surprising that they're spending all that manpower in Constantinople. They'll probably take it too, but I don't care. Because it's territory. It's not worth a lot in the grand scheme of things right now. It's high dev, so it's going to be worth a bit of war score, but it's a territory, so whatever. I haven't full cored it yet. Gazamuk wants their provinces yet back. Yeah, that's a good idea. Sultan Nasir. Go crush them. You. Obliterate Gazamuk off the face of the earth. I think today is when we eliminate Gazamuk from the equation. Oh no, we lost the siege of Constantinople in 35 days. That's scary. How did they do that in 35 days? That's genuinely scary that they were able to do it that quickly. I don't get how. They must have done the... Well, I guess they do have modifiers, but even then, they don't have as many as they do in the earlier ages. Hi, Artabil. You ain't forming Persia this game. Well, I guess with that, they control the straits and they can move up into north. You knew they occupied one province. Whatever shall I do? I occupied a province. I don't know which one. Frick. Because, yeah, we're at war with the Ottomans, Gazamuk, Songhai, Spain, Austria, Bologna, Venice, and all of Spain's colonial nations. Venice, I will separate peace whenever they lose. Same for Austria, because I want to feed Austria and just make the HRE go. Pfft. Oh, that's what I occupied. Okay, that makes sense. Ah, dang it, I was going to put a better general there. Too late. Oh well. Yeah, I figured. Even with the better general I crush, better general than that would have just meant less casualties. Ooh, infantry combat ability. Nice. Hi. Pacifico Norte. Oh yeah, that's right, because I forgot that this... Yeah, no, the Omani Down Under is in so much trouble. Game. Hello, game. Please load. No, let's cancel. Just keep doing what you're doing. That's probably the best plan. Ethiopia has arrived to reinforce us in Anatolia. Not going after Songhai. No, I guess they have an army going into Manga, so that's basically the same. Oh yeah, no, they're mostly going after Songhai, which is the main reason I called them in. I figured Ethiopia would be the best ally against Songhai. But I guess they're going to help in Anatolia too. That works. No, I wanted to give that to my beloved Omani Down Under. Okay. A diplomat from Spain has been discovered. general. My guess is the ones that aren't are going to be the ones that are not with an admiral. Now, what can I do to hurt them more? Don't want to sow discontent because those are the provinces I'm occupying. Are there even maps I can steal from them? Eastern Siberia, good grief, no. Sabotage, reputation, corrupt officials. Issue embargo. Yeah, the Ottomans have occupied my 2 provinces. And the best part is, because I still have room and the Hittites, I can feed them provinces as long as I'm not at war with Spain or the Ottomans. Statistically, I'll probably be done with the Spain war first. Which, that I'll just eat the overextension myself. But yeah, the plan is to feed the rest of Anatolia to these 2. Heck, Spain, I could possibly even form a new colonial, or a new, one. New whatever. Oh no, they're attacking Borgu. Whatever. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, it's just not worth it. Rather expand administration or something if I have to do something. I don't know why they call them the same thing. The other expand administration. The local one. Sure. Just to cut the inflation down. Nasir can go to Gazamuk. Much better general. And then this guy with no siege pips can be right here. I don't know where you should go. Just guard this area, okay? Until we take the fort at Mardin, there's not really anywhere else to go. The good news is there aren't many forts left. Sultanu, Kastamonu, and the other one. So once I take those and Lakia, that's a lot of the Ottoman forts down. Astrakhan should probably be taking this game too, and Kairim. If I can get rid of all of the forts, we'll be in business. Hello. It's way too early for food. Iwasa Nagiro has livestock now. Oh, they're both body. Beautiful. They've already converted. So they fixed it after all. Nice. Has a few more provinces I don't gotta worry about. Sunni 62, Shia 9. Where are they coming from? Deccan, are you promoting? Oh no, I think Deccan's promoting trade. That's going to be a problem. I'm going to need to kill Deccan. Because I think they're promoting trade in the trade regions or propagating religion in the regions they're dominant in. Yeah, those are all Hindu. Or maybe, I don't know who is. All I know is Shia keeps going up, even though Sunni is going down. And that should not be the case. Yeah, that's all Orthodox, so I don't care about that. But Shia should not be going up. So why is it? I know one of them was just that random prop. Oh. Now it's 3. They have... Why do they keep converting them? Yes. You know this, I play game on this night. This gameplay night. We've won the siege of Wolof. Good. Now autonomous siege everything in the area. Including Songhai provinces, because whatever. Actually, no, don't include those. Everything except those. Just not the fort. Okay, good. Ethiopia drove them off the fort. That helps. And to be fair, I don't care about Songhai much. They're just a convenient ally for the Ottomans that if I ever need to kill big provinces from them, I can. But I don't think they have anything left that's actually Sunni. So not really worried. It's Spain where I need this province. Spain where I need Turkur. Which happens to also be next to Wolof, which I should probably take Wolof too, just so I don't have to keep sieging it. I'll keep Bambuk. Or they can keep Bambuk. That's an easy siege. Heck, I'm tempted to take Wolof, delete the fort, and return it. And then out of manpower. That's not good. Why am I low on absolutism? What happened? Oh, it just is down for whatever reason. But it goes up naturally over time, so I should be fine. Changes it by +1 each year due to the many modifiers. No, never mind. It only goes up +1. It would go up more if I did other things. Okay. Hello, kitten. Excuse-moi. That is not my concern at the moment. I'm just confused how Amani Down Under is somehow not dead yet. And also why I don't have enough siege pips. Ethiopia, how you doing on manpower? Not bad. You putting it all into this war, aren't you? I'm just glad I'm finally being able to do war with 2 great powers at once, separately. Makes my life so much easier. I'm just annoyed that sieging takes forever and is the most boring part of the game. And that's after I took half a dozen forts from the Ottomans last game. There's still so many. Is Austria occupied yet? No, but it should be soon. That'll be worth some more square, but I don't care. The point of Austria is I want to piss off. I want to take Austria down. I will feed them to whoever wants them. Bohemia and Switzerland, I don't care. Time will be remembered. Diplo-Rip and Diplo-Annex cost. 57%. Venezia, I don't care about unless they, for some reason, own Muslim provinces. I do know that that province right there is a problem. I need to do something about Semendire. That one I'm tempted to literally just take the province, convert it, and then ignore it. I don't know, do something. Ottomans got the tree state, that's hilarious. Bologna's the seat of a cardinal. The Ottomans, oh, they occupy Modena. No, they own Modena. They got onto Italy in this universe. That is hilarious. They own reformed provinces. They own Santa Maria di Fiore. They took Spirit. What is this timeline? This is the best timeline. This is the dumbest timeline. Doot-dee-doot. Hey, Baranor. We're in the dumbest timeline. The Ottomans own property in Italy. Bohemia and Lubeck carved up Denmark between them, and then Russia ate Finland and most of Sweden. And then Bohemia and Russia split Norway. Burgundy still exists and has eaten their way into France. Up to Paris, basically. Oh yeah, I don't have a stuffy right now because I put Goomba aside to drink the apple sparkling cider. There. Now I have a Goomba. Which probably won't last much longer, knowing Baranor. How much manpower does France have left? Oh, they're fine. How much does Bohemia have left? I've seen better, but they'll be okay. The important thing is, sieging sucks. And sucks all the manpower out. I have not a lot of manpower left, and a lot of it's because of sieging. I hate sieging. I need more manpower. Let's build manpower buildings. Whoops, you're not a manpower building. I need this building. Anything that's gonna increase it by that much. Perfect. Sure. Yeah, no, I'm not calling it the Ottoman War. I need you to crush Venice for me, and you can't do that if you're involved in the Ottoman War. Once Venice is out of the war, and Austria, I will call Bohemia into the Ottoman War. Where are the Ottomans right now, anyway? There. Okay. So I'll need to call in Bohemia soon just to distract the Ottomans. But I want them first to... Yeah, I want Venice out of the picture. Unfortunately, no one's going to take the capital from Venice. No! You are extra war score, Bologna. That's all you exist for, is extra bonus war score. You literally only exist because it's funny. Yeah, we're at the point now where once Venice loses a few more forts, I'm going to call it. And just feed whatever I can to whoever I can. Unfortunately, because it's an island, actually taking Venice is not happening. I would need to go siege it down, and I just don't feel like it. I think the best plan is I should probably break Venice's alliance with Spain. Just so I don't need to keep fighting them. Let the Ottomans have them if they really want. How goes the Siege of Kong? Lovely. Oof. Hi, Ayla. You're a good kitty. I'm declaring war on all my enemies, and it's going great. None of the forts are falling yet. Can I please win the damn siege of anything? Please. I hate sieging in this game. The worst part of this game is waiting for sieges to end. Okay, if I were to try to piece Venice out now, would they accept anything? I could annul the alliance with Spain, easy. Could I give any provinces to France? No, Venice has such high dev provinces. Just giving away 2 is going to be a problem. But I want to make Switzerland and France bigger. I know they want provinces. It's just like, holy crap, Venice, why are all your provinces 40 plus dev? Jeez. Maybe I should go blockade Venezia if I want anything. Nah. Not worried about it right now. Given they can't even reach Venice at the moment. Because there's still other forts in the way. Now, the priority is Spain itself. Okay, the Ottomans are over here. Hi. Hi, baby kitten. Okay, that's 7 armies currently involved in the invasion of the Ottomans. Siege of Tondo is over. Shun will be in Manila. I'll go to Laguna. And that'll be the entirety of the Spanish East Indies occupied. Spain was so sure now was the time to invade Shun, and they never expected someone else to do it instead. Meow. We won the Siege of Lakia. That's good. They're retreating to Dagestan. That won't happen. There we go. Make your way down to Trebizond. We got this. Hey. Okay, Siege Sine. I love how song is like, we control Sierra Leone and Benin. We are relevant. And I'm like, no, you're not. You are not relevant. Hi. Is the Siege of Congo over? No. In fact, it cost me even more manpower. Frick. Austria still has high enthusiasm because their walls haven't fallen yet. Holy crap, the Siege of Austria is taking forever. Bohemia, if you could just take one province from Venice, that'd be great. Cat, I cannot see. I cannot play the game if your butt is in my face. We go through this every night. Or I guess every weekend night. I play game. Wait a minute. Oh, that's Pope. I was like, is that Austria? No, that's Pope, man. Okay, good. Let's make our way over to Trebizond. I need Conic. Trebizond I would only take just because it's kind of in my way. Same as Kars, they're both forts. That's the only reason I would take them, is just because they're forts. Not because I actually need them or have any use for them. My main goal is, yeah, stuff like Aleppo and Constantinople nodes. Oh, because they took Constantinople back. I no longer have anything. Heh. Because that is the trait of this node. They be retreating. Alright, move the army up. Slow and methodically through the region. Oh, I just realized I need this province. Because it's Simi. And I only have one navy, which is a problem. I have a couple of sieges that need to be over as soon as possible. One of them isn't even mine, so I won't even know when it's done. Oh no, Gazamuk made it to Sicily. What the heck? Gazamuk made it to Sicily. And Bohemia isn't at war with them, so France can ignore them just fine. Okay, I need the Siege of Ansbach to be over. I need the Siege of Kong to be over. I need the Siege of Malaga to be over. France is not going to make it to Toledo, so it's up to me to siege my way into Toledo. I also need Austria to fall because it's funny. Please? Thank you. Why me? Who wants that province? They don't. Interesting. Does Switzerland want it? Switzerland is casually interested, so I will switch it to Switzerland and see if Switzerland will full annex Austria. Austria. Switzerland would accept. I don't care. Switzerland, enjoy Austria. Also revoke cores on everything. Mostly just because screw you, Austria. I don't care if it benefits me. I just want Austria to go screw themselves. Which, hey, they do anyway, so what do you know? GG, Austria. Hey, look, it's Bavaria. Called it. Hey, Bavaria, guess what? You're in charge now. Austria just died an inhumane death to Switzerland. I hope you appreciate this, Switzerland. See, I'm a good friend. I gave you Onspach, which you wanted for a while. Austria will announce their cores on literally everything. Austria doesn't have cores anymore. Is that their only core province? Ansbach is Austria's only core province. Unfortunately, they won't lose it because of how the system works. But if Austria is to be a revolter tag, it'll only be through Ansbach and nothing else. That is amazing. Battle of Sinop went well. That's good. I didn't realize there was anything on Sinop. I guess there was. Who knew? Room, congratulations. I freed your province. Gazamok is spying on me. I should kill them. Gazamok dies this war. I'm tired of them. Even if I have to feed 2 of their provinces to Russia, Gazamuk dies this war. Speaking of which, Russia, you have converted your provinces, right? You're doing a good job with that? You're not putting them in trade companies? No! You can't do that! You can't put them in trade companies. You gotta convert them. No! I'm gonna have to declare war on Russia to take 2 of their provinces. This run might actually be fucked now. Why, Russia? Why? Why? You were doing so good. You were doing what you were supposed to do, and now you aren't. And why? I can't even demand it from them because it's a core. I'm gonna need to declare war on Russia. At least it'll be an easy war, because it's Russia. I only need 2 provinces, which are be trade company provinces, so they won't even be that big of provinces. They have offensive ideas, they have quality ideas, they did not go quantity. Oh no. And they have defenses, so never mind, their military is going to be better than mine. They have all the modifiers. That actually could fuck the run up. This actually might well be over. Unless I... that's an option. Declare war on Shun and then force Ottomans to release Transoxiana in the peace deal. That might work. It'll reduce loyalty of Russia, but I think it's the best way to handle this without actually giving up Russia. Sultan Nasser. Can I get any more? No, I'm at max. There. Who no longer has an army? Or a general. I did before. You, okay, that's fair. I still haven't even finished that damn siege, or the siege of Kong. Oh, are you kidding me? Disease outbreak? Siege of Kong over. Good. We're gonna finish the Ottoman War before the Spain War. I just know it. God damn it. Relative military strength. Yeah, you're an idiot. There. Killed 2k of your troops. Not enough relative military strength for you. I need at least something so it's not a white piece. better than nothing. Literally better than nothing. And you can honestly return up here. I will likely be taking at least a couple provinces here. I'll leave one army of the Caliphate. The written word of endures. Zanzibar loses a development. There. That's 2 sieges over. Just one left I need to worry about. How did you get there? I don't know. Magic, I guess. I'm gonna need to take Brunei, though. That's the real problem. Yes, I get it. You're a cat. You're great. That's a mountain. That's gonna suck to attack. Are you kidding me? Why is Malaga taking forever? Who thought it was a good idea to let Spain be a military power? Not me. Definitely not me. Can we piece Venice out yet? Did you guys lose the province? Yes? Oh, good grief. Oh, because they lost the siege. There. Oh no, Kitty, you did. I smell that. Yeah, you could give a province to France, because France has been so helpful in this war. And that's Venice out of the war. Venice and Austria are gone. Songhai's gone. Just Bologna, Spain, and the Ottomans, and Gazamouk, and all of Spain's colonial nations. Though Gazamouk is basically out of the war. I'm gonna be right back. Get a chicken. Finish this war so we can head to bed. I guess finish both wars. Why is the enthusiasm so high? Ongoing battles. I hate that. That's so dumb. Just artificially inflated because there's a battle going on, even if it doesn't actually benefit them at all to have that battle. You need to head back over here. Yeah, just go all the way around. Occupy a province casually. Bologna, buzz off. Nobody cares about you. Gazamuk has their entire army stranded in Messina, where it'll do literally nothing because they can't reach. Ideally, I want to peace out Spain first. That's difficult because I still need to siege Toledo and Brunei. France has returned to crush Spain. Not nearly all the threes, but it's better than nothing. Are you done with Malaga yet? Are you kidding me? How long has this siege been going on for? 43 days. It's been almost 2 years. This is 1776. Sieges don't take 2 years in 1776. Or at least they shouldn't. Because I still gotta siege Toledo and Brunei. Ooh, nice. Free admin power. Oh, wait. Now I gotta find you need to use it on. That ain't good. There, probably. There. Oh, that increases the governing cost. I misinterpreted. I need to do the opposite. Centralized states. You need government progress. I have 27 and I need 50. Okay. Yet France is now helping me from the other side. And how's Spain doing on the manpower front? 336 and 90k in the bank. And look, Portugal's also at war with Shun. Ethiopia would not join because they're the Ottomans. Oh, this is the war that mines would be involved in. And Switzerland would join because they want mine territory. Unfortunately, Bohemia is way too in debt to join. There's another war. Ethiopia's on the wrong side. But I convinced them to break off their alliance. Yeah, favors action. We are at war, Ethiopia is at war. Okay, so not while they're at war, but during peace, could I force them to break their alliance with Portugal? All I need, other than this stupid siege of Malaga to be over. I get it. It's a mountain fort in a defensive nation. That doesn't mean I don't want it over. It means I might want to take Malaga just to be done with it all. They don't even have a general. Crush them. foolish mistake of putting an army without a general right next to me. There we go. 1 siege, 2 siege. Although I don't know why I'm sieging that. I should be sieging Toledo. It's kind of pointless to siege Almeria. It's not the main region I'm after here. How goes the war between Spain and Shun? Uh-huh. Minus 26, so they gotta peace out eventually, right? Okay. Which army drops? That one, okay. Oh, that makes sense. That's fine. No one's doing anything over here. Literally, they just exist to look around and say, okay, cool. We have lost the siege of Holone. I didn't even realize I occupied that. Okay, Ottomans are a little salty. Spain's a little salty, as you do. I don't want to siege too many provinces at once because I need manpower. I'm losing 4,000 from attrition. That's not great. No, we're all dissatisfied with their monarch. Well, that sucks. Very sad for them. Okay, if I were to attempt to peace out Ottomans right now, I don't have their capital in Kastamonu, which I am probably taking this war just because it's a fort, and I want all their damn forts gone. So once I take their fort, then I will see how they're doing. But until their capital's taken, that's not worth it. And look, it's a lone horse by itself. That's a mistake. Never do that. Don't leave a horse by itself in a province, just sitting there. Retreat it, hide it, do something with it. Don't just leave it. That horsey go die. Good, I got my province back. And we'll just occupy these ones bordering there. Oh hey, they moved their lightship out to blockade. That sounds like a stupid idea. In the meantime, time to go take Brunei. And just because I want this over with, let's do a bit of this section. Whereas Russia's doing pretty good on the Ottoman side. I just don't want to take the Ottomans completely out of the war until Spain's out, if possible. That, and the more I can take from Ottomans in one war, the more I can also feed to Russia. To hopefully not TC it. Imperialism? I already had that. Why do you keep giving me imperialism again? Did I temporarily lose it for a day? Like, that is the CB I'm using against Spain. 'Cause it better be. Or else I'm out of luck. Oh wow, a lot of that's occupied by me. Thank you, France, for doing your duty, but I think it's over. And unfortunately, if I were to super peace against Spain, could I take their provinces? Yes, I could. Spain would peace out right now, but why peace out Spain right now when I can take Toledo? And more importantly, Brunei. I need Brunei, or else this war is pointless. Of course it was status quo. Isn't this province in the mountains? No, it's grasslands. Okay, that's better. Siege will be slightly easier. Whatever. There. Speaking of whatever. France coming in from the north. Beautiful. Where is my navy? Where is my beautiful navy? Coming around the coast of Africa, where there shouldn't be any Sunni provinces. Right. Good. Okay, good, they ended that war. I was hoping that they would. Because I have a lot of provinces I need, and at least one of them is over here. Alright, how go the Ottomans? Are they gonna rescue Bologna just to get back at me? If so, by all means, I don't care. Yeah, this is all orthodox. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to make sure I take those forts this game. Those forts are annoying and they need to go. And if I can take the remainder of Spain and the Ottomans in one war each, heck, I've got enough army, I could probably just take Portugal on and not even worry about the Ottomans. No, your bonus war score, we've been over this. Siege of their capital is over. They are thoroughly disillusioned and will gladly give me no lot. I want all your forts. They would give me the forts. I don't care about that fort. That fort's irrelevant. The rest of the forts I care about. But I want more. Yeah, I'm not worried about the Orthodox provinces. Russia can get those on their own time. I hear about the Sunni ones. Let's see. If I were to take, say, all of this. Okay, that's the point where they no longer will accept. New Year in West Coast time zone. Yeah! Happy New Year in the West Coast. That's only 53 war score. That's not terrible. Probably take Trebizond just because it's there. I don't think I need those islands. I think those islands are actually Orthodox, and it'd be funny for the Ottomans not to be able to reach them. Actually, taking that would give me almost everything I need. And then I can just feed that to the Ottomans, possibly. Yeah, I could finish off the Ottomans part of this game in one war. The only catch is that the Ottomans need to convert their provinces. And also, I'm probably going to need to return those two provinces to Transoxiana because the Ottomans aren't converting them. The bastards. Transoxiana does have cores on them still, right? They will lose them in 1839. Perfect. And Shagtai is the permanent owner. What yeah, I'm gonna need to return those to Transoxiana, I think. Transoxiana has 5 provinces, most of which are Orthodox. So what I'm going to need to do is declare war on someone along the lines of Shun. 100% occupy them so they'll accept anything, and then forcibly release Transoxiana as a nation from Russia. It'll be a tight timeline, especially because I'm going to need to declare war on the nation, convert, and then take those provinces. Thankfully, they're only partial cores of Russia's, so yeah. It's not full core, it's trade company core. I'm just mad that they didn't convert them first. That's a problem. Because if they don't, I'm gonna have to do shenanigans. Because the alternative is breaking my Russian alliance, declaring war on Russia, and let's be real, that's way worse. That is so much worse. It's like infinitely worse. But yes, Happy New Year in California time. Oh my god! Oh, that was a mistake. I did not consider that. April 28th. Is there any way I can do this faster? No, they're fucked. That army is fucked because I forgot that if he's isolated, no one else can get to him in time. That was a mistake, and it literally is 1 day different. Is there any way I can get a little more movement speed? I think he's dead. I think that army is dead. Salim Sakar. Literally 1 more day would have been enough to get him out of there in time. Nope. That army is probably dead. Can't leave battle for 7 more days. Spain pulling some Napoleonic warfare BS. Good. Yeah, where is my navy? It's over there. All the way over there. It's gonna be a while before I reach Brunei. Did they just get completely stack wiped out of nowhere? They had half morale left! I hate how the stack wipe rules work, mostly because they don't exist. Literally, it's just like, Spain is better than you, so they stack wipe you. Fuck you. That is not the case. They are not so much better than me that they just stack wipe me. Not when I am the dominant military power in the world. They should not be that good. Like, strategically, I should have known better than to put an army right there. My only defense is I'm a little tired. That being said, that was stupid, and I did not appreciate it. You, get over there as soon as possible and reinforce. And I need to find someplace to dump my extra admin points. That's not... I guess that would mean cheaper admin tech. Fine. Only to get you off my case. Mostly I want those for coring. The Ottoman War is going well, which is good, because I want to eat as much as possible from that war. Yeah, it would require 72 and cause a coalition of Ottomans, Songhai, and Spain, so nobody relevant. War score's 38%, and I want 72, so if I get another 30 or so, we're probably fine. And we probably can, because the Ottomans are... Where is their army? Where is their army at this point? It's all up there, I guess. Because it sure as heck ain't by me. How do the Ottomans or the Ottomans have medium when they're 100% occupied? Military strength. Oh, ally in war. Because the Ottomans are doing well. Gazimuk's like, yeah, we're fine. Never mind that their entire nation is completely occupied. You know, the little things in life. Who actually has a good military? Yeah. I'm gonna go help them. They need it. Ethiopia does not know how to siege. Rule 1. Put a general on your siege stack. Like, that's just rule 0, honestly. Yeah, what I should do is I should leave a navy in that region. Yeah, I'm not surprised, they're fully occupied, but I can still technically take stuff from them, so it's fine. Okay, for this. That's not Muslim, is it? No, it's Catholic, it's fine. For you, I need this, all of these. Yeah, this is where you're like, nope, I'm not accepting, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care. I'm just testing how bad this is going to be. Just for all the provinces I need for the achievement. And that's without occupying any forts. There. That's minus 71. That's not terrible. And I don't even have their fort yet, so... But that would get me all the remaining Sunni or Shia provinces in Spain. Oh, those are Portugal, so never mind. Those aren't it. State, religion, and body. Religion and province. Animist. Majapahit. Forgot Majapahit was my vest. It's guaranteed. They're a body? Oh, I guess they converted recently because they border me. Okay, I ain't complaining. Makassar, Mayana. Ternate, who actually is Mayana and has 3 provinces, Spain. I wish I could look by religion there. That's an option. Oh, I already took that too. Right. Because those are worth nothing. I could full annex Australia in one war, probably. Just send an army there to help them out, probably. I did not realize how many more provinces Australia was. And then I'll just cut down on Australia as I don't need them. Okay, yeah, that is Catholic. That's Mayana. Hindu, 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 Hindu. Catholic. All of that is not other than this province, which is Sunni, which I'm taking. That's animist. I mean, alternatively, what I should just do is check the achievement. That's all that stuff. Those provinces, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, no, 8. So the 9th one is someplace else. I don't know Okay. There. All of this nonsense. Oh, these aren't even... These are Catholic. Okay, so those don't matter. That right there. Nothing Britain owns. Nothing in this region at all. Not there. Nothing here. Those three, and then some Portuguese provinces. Nothing in the Moluccas. And it doesn't look like anything in the various islands scattered around everywhere. It'd be kind of weird if Islam appeared all the way over here. In the New World, I don't think anything is Muslim at all. It'd be kind of weird if it was. But I know I'm missing a couple of provinces and I don't know where they are. I'm pretty sure that's everything. These two wars right now are going to take care of a lot, and then the next war with Portugal is going to take care of the rest. And then it'll just be a mopping up effort of what provinces are left. A couple with Deccan, a couple with Russia. Alright. Let's finish the siege of Malaga and Brunei and see where we're at. And then, yeah, I absolutely need to leave behind a dedicated navy because holy crap, that took so long. Speaking of so long, farewell. Need to say goodbye. Your message sucks. Second time in a row. Second stream in a row, I should say. Don't understand why you would pull a stunt like that. You'll never win because you suck. You know, if I take any other province, cars also makes sense. That's what I want. How much overextension would that be? 137. Not terrible, especially because I can feed pretty much all of it to the Hittites and Rome. Just divide up Anatolia between those two. And then I'll be the one who occupies all the miscellaneous crap everywhere. Heck, I can feed bits to Tunisia at this point. Speaking of which, I don't need those two, so it doesn't matter. Spain, you can keep your little Catholic provinces here. Oh, Saleh even. They did convert a couple, I guess. So hey, every little bit helps. And exceed war score, current peace offer. But the more, once I get the capital fort and take Brunei, that war score should go way up. Especially because we're taking stuff back. I just need the friggin' fort. And the good news is I don't believe that Ottomans can put Crimea in a trade, or Russia can put Crimea in a trade company, so those should be converted pretty quickly. Which is important because I'm pretty sure that, yeah, oh no, Crimea does have it as a province. So I could force them to release Crimea as well. Literally, all I need to do is find some nation that Russia will join me in declaring war on. that's nearby. Which I guess means Shun. But it could also mean Chu. Would Russia join me in a war against Chu? Yes, they would. That's hilarious. Whose only ally is Min. Just because Russia is there and wants to eat Min. Beautiful. Would they join me in a war against Chang Shang? No. Distant war and fighting in another war. Mostly distant war. So that's okay. We can just go attack Min. That's perfect. So, declare war on Min, force Russia to release Transoxiana. I think we have a winning strategy. Are you kidding me? Get fucked. Back in my eternal rival. Okay, can we win the siege maybe? Nope. But the siege of Sultanoni is over. Sultanani. Oh, for goodness sake. Only two. Better than one. Well, Spain moves to cut me off. 239k, which I think are literally all here for the most part, now that they're no longer at war with Shun. Yeah, 50, 80, 95, 110, 170, 374. So I outnumber them, but only barely, and only because I just killed and stack wiped that army. Definitely could use more manpower. Not force limit, just raw manpower. And also a lot of government capacity. If I ever want to annex any of my client states. Can I win the Siege of Toledo? No. Can I start the Siege of Brunei? Yes. Bosna is now occupied by the Ottomans. Whatever. Bologna, deal. Nobody likes you anyway. Bohemia would love to join your war against the Ottomans. Yes, please. Hey Ottomans, you're now suddenly at war on your northern front. Just so you know. Seriously, they're only at minus 47%. Oh, I guess Hungary is a lot. And the Balkans. Oh no, they occupied that one province. How we doing? Will they accept yet? 74. Not terrible, but not amazing. It is that one province, right? Yes, that one province. And I think that's literally it. After that, I think Malaga would be a good choice from Spain if I can grab it. Spain might require another war, in which case my priority is forts and the miscellaneous provinces I have everywhere, but mostly forts. Toledo is down. So from Spain, now that that's down, if I took off Brunei, they would accept and it would be only Brunei remaining, which means I'll just take it next war. Honestly, I don't feel like waiting the entire siege. And that leaves me enough war score to take other provinces I want, like these two, that are just in my way. These are not occupied by me. That is. Oh, nice. There we go. Money down under, doing good. Getting down to business. Is there anything else I would take while I'm at it? Not an option. Oh, I don't occupy any forts there. Never mind, that's why. Actually, yeah, that's a good choice. So that actually connects. There. Beautiful. And that just leaves a few things. One day, and immediately Terra Australia. Yeah. Are not loyal to the true faith. Oh, right. Hey, Terra Australia, guess what? You're in a much better spot now. And you're... Yeah, I'm going to need to declare war on Spain once more just for these three provinces, but at that point I can take whatever else I want free of charge. I just didn't want to... Like, I can go... It's only one more war that all I'm taking is Brunei. It'll be a really easy war, so honestly, I'm not worried. What I'm going to do for now is do this. Wait for my... oh, it's going to take an entire month to come back. Oh, well. Let's start coring. How long will it take? 2 years. Yeah, let's get started. It'll be really easy to convert everything. And I saved up enough admin points, I might as well do it. So, a few hundred development, not terrible. Okay. We've lost Holy War. And Turkur now is livestock. How many provinces is that in Spain? 4, so let's leave 4 armies here. We're gonna need them for the war with Portugal. Poor Spain, their colonies have just gone to hell. Sucks to suck. Whereas I would prefer to finish the Ottomans off in one war if possible. I think that would be ideal. Oh, nice. They stack wipe Gazamuk. Makes my life easier. Oh, I can't even look at it. Would they accept at this point? No, minus 160. We need a little more war score. That's fine. And then once they finish coring that, I will have a super strong Australian colony. Okay. Yeah, that's literally the right amount of those. Okay, I need you. And then we'll say 20. And then the galleys all could stay there. This one is gonna go back here to meet up with the others. Whereas the new second largest, only 63, needs an admiral. How many of those do I have? 10 out of 11, not bad. You are going to be the the army or the navy in charge of transporting units in this region. Specifically, we're off to Australia, where there will almost certainly be rebellions of some kind. Hopefully, not many in Gascony soon. That's going to be the one that's going to be difficult to get to. Anything else is fine. Gascony is the one issue. Alright. Let's just finish the Ottoman War up, and then we can go to bed. And then the Ottomans, I will definitely have to feed their stuff to my subjects. Thankfully, I have enough of them. We're making progress. Unassigned merchant. I know where they're going. Guess who's going to have a ton of trade power in this node? That's right, it's me. Let's just suck all the money out of the Ottomans, because I don't care. Excuse me. Persia's a rich trade node. Constantinople's also pretty rich. Let's see how much I get out of that. Nice! One merchant instantly making me a couple hundred more. I mean, I think it cost me some in Persia is the catch. Not really much, though. So we're doing good, is what I'm seeing. We're economic powerhouse for sure. Which needs to be immediately translated into anything other than economy. How about manpower? Just build manpower buildings everywhere. And thankfully, although I have some unrest, it's not really that bad. Like, the worst unrest is in, of all places, my colonial nation. Super Australia. And then Spain is going to need to recover. Do they might not get a chance to because I'm about to screw them over even more. There we go. Here's Spain. Guess what you don't get to have more of? Manpower. Oh, ooh, sabotage. So discontent's also tempting. They have a lot of revanchism, though. Let's go to manpower. To cut the revanchism. 60%. Are we there yet? Close. Current peace offer demands exceed war score is still an issue. Oh, and ongoing battles, I guess, too, ain't great. Oh, did I forget to select a province? Yeah, I forgot to select Musil. I need that, too. Well, that makes it a little more complicated. How much overextension would that be? 148. Okay, so easily divided between my two vassals. Got it. Just don't accidentally give them Saruhan or Constantinople and we'll be fine. And then, actually, yeah, 100% will be fine. Spend all your guys' admin points and I'll spend the Diplo points. And then as long as that's all the colonizable provinces done, I could probably cancel exploration ideas and maybe even go influence. Which I can't view anymore. Oh well. The important thing is the conversion. I don't really need to annex them. That's just an idea because I have so many Diplo points to spare. Who would I annex first? Let's be real, it's Tunisia. Can I? Yes, I could. By Tunisia. How long will that take? That'll be done in 81. 3 years, not bad. Given that it's all same culture and everything else. Holy crap, annexing Tunisia minus 13. Jeez. Stupid high Diplo rep plus all the other in-line modifiers. Minus 7 per month. Tunisia will take a little longer to annex than you think. Especially because I declared a nationalism war, and I'm pretty sure this won't be 100% nationalism. Unfortunately, although a lot of that's going to Russia, so won't be as bad as it sounds. No, why do the Ottomans have such good anti-spy? Fine. Do I have an army anywhere near? Yes, I do. Only Russia would join, which is all I need. But let's not do it quite yet. I'll save that for the peace period. That's coming up soon. But yeah, I think if I'm correct, I can full occupy those nations. And then I can force Russia to release Transoxiana as a independent nation. Heck, I could technically test that now. No, not the Spy Master. He was expensive. Algerian is not an accepted culture. Mali is not an accepted culture. Bedouin is an accepted culture. And that's high Diplo rep. Which I need right now with the annexation in progress. Yeah, in 9 days I can technically test what I could offer. Could I offer Transoxiana as a releasable nation? Offer tribute. Release nations. All the way at the bottom, Transoxiana from Russia. Would cost 83 war score, but they would accept. Russia would be pissed. That's okay. Not that we're doing that now. We're doing that next war. It's going to cost me my Defender of the Faith. And it's going to cost me a little trust with Russia. But I think it's worth it. It'll also cost me trust with Omani Down Under, but that's whatever. Yeah, I think the Ottoman army is officially no longer necessary. Not to nearly the extent it is, given that the Ottomans are going to be reduced to mostly their Balkans holdings. They'll be small enough, I think, that Poland will be comfortable declaring war on them. And I can move the army other places, like Portugal. I'll leave some here for crushing rebels, if necessary. Since I'm sure Rome and the Hittites will both have some. Oh geez, thanks to Diplo Rep, it's even more. I can afford it, might as well pay it. But yet -8 now per month. Ugh. Yep, Zanzibar collects 160, Constantinople collects even more. Okay. You don't have a general, you don't have how many general can I have? Up to 12, it looks like only. You. Oh, there's a spare general. Didn't even know I had a spare general. Yep, because we can't get the next Militech quite yet. 1780. Maybe we'll be able to. If not, more generals to make up for all of the manpower I lost these 2 wars. Thank you, Russia and Bohemia, for helping me out. I really appreciate it. And Ethiopia. How are we doing? 5 points away from a crushing peace decree. Honestly, another fort siege should do it. Nice. Yeah, once we take Iskadora, that should be enough. Yeah, not sure how that province turns Sunni. Probably random event, but hey, look. In modern time, Albania is predominantly Sunni, which definitely caught me off guard. I did not realize that. No, that is a bad thing. I just did not expect it. Who knows? Maybe we can get the heavy ship achievement. Just gonna pay off our loans as well. Ottomans, you're in trouble. Russia is so much bigger than you. It's not even funny. Even Ethiopia is getting out of the action. Helping France on the Bohemian border. This is such a weird timeline. I love it. We have to negotiate. Yes. They abandoned the siege just to crush the rebels. Or the Ottomans. It's fine. How much will this cost me Diplo point-wise? 118. So Tunisia will not be annexed anymore. And that's all the Muslim provinces, correct? That will leave none that are... Like, that'll leave the Ottomans only owning Orthodox territories. Heck, war score, I could take even more. No. More accurately, I want things that cost no Diplo points, because I want to finish with nationalism. Oh, I have. Nice. Can't take Cyprus, unfortunately. Okay, so what else do we want? Release a nation. Theodoro. Treaties. I'm thinking war rep is a good idea. Because that the Ottomans can't share. And then we'll revoke cores on nobody because they won't accept. Okay. There we go. It's massive overextension time, baby. But we'll fix that. It's time for tedious assignment of provinces to vassals. Grant province time. Is there anything that'll get it to... Now we'll do the 97. And Room. Grant Province. Damn it, stop doing that. $79, $87, $91, overextended. $96. Beautiful. And I'll core everything else. What does that drop it down to? 119. That's doable. That's very doable. Unfortunately, I could have potentially given one or two provinces to Tunisia, but oh well. 119 is like, there will be a negative events, but only until 1780, and then we're fine. And with that, the Ottomans are no longer a great power. Burgundy has replaced the Ottomans as a great power. Amazing timeline. Also, the Ottomans no longer own any provinces that are Sunni. At all. Also, I think, if I'm correct, Ottomans now, yeah, they're Hungary, and then Ottoman Caucasia. Now, Russia, remember what we discussed. You need to convert your provinces too. No assigning them to trade companies. I don't think you can. You could assign those too. Maybe I should have kept them. Will I declare war on the Ottomans again? Maybe. Do I need to? Not really. I've got Room of the Hittites, dark green and lovely dark gray. I've got Tunisia orange, who's about to get annexed. I've got this amazing mess that is Spain. Do that for now. My trade power in this region is 83%, due to the fact that I have all the trade from the Hittites and from Room, I believe. I do believe I had them all assign it to me, yes. Room, and then also the Hittites. Yep, divert trade. Beautiful. And then there's trade power here, which I only have 30%, because there's a lot going on there. Bunch of provinces already converted. We're already off to a great start. They don't have the same level of devotion I have, though, so unfortunately that's not the case. Alright, and now... Ethiopia! I know your friend... Oh, who are you? You're supporting Lithuania, too? Oh, good God. Anyway, I need you to break your alliance with Portugal. Thank you. I am so sorry, Ethiopia. Portugal, yeah, sucks. Okay, the Congo. Can I force them to break their alliance with Portugal? No. How about mine? Just to get them out of the way. If not, I can easily call Bohemia in, but, you know, if I don't have to, I'd rather not. No. Okay. Alright. Hey, Portugal, guess what? You know how I just broke off your friendship with my buddy Ethiopia? There's a reason for that. It's because you're about to get racked. Oh, Bohemia won't join because they're in debt. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'll let them get out of debt first. Because Portugal is bigger than me, thanks to their ridiculously huge colonial nations. Portugal by themselves has a massive army, and then all their colonial nations have even more. So what we're going to do for now is, hey, Russia, let's declare war on Min. Trust me, this is a brilliant idea. I promise it's a great idea. This won't backfire in any way, shape, or form for you. I swear. I could take out my ideas after all. Maybe I will. Because it gives me governing capacity if I get there. And it's not like I'll be doing much more annexations, so maybe I could do that. I can finish annexing Rumenon and the Hittites and do well there. Alright, now, offer tribute. Release nation. By name. Would it require more than 100% war score? Are you kidding? Which provinces are they? It's just Narian and Shimkut. Nope, because the nations that has cores there doesn't exist. I need them to... Oh, they converted it to... Oh, good, they did convert it after all. Oh, I'm an idiot. They didn't put them in trade companies. They are in trade company regions. They're not actually trade companies. Okay, good. They are converting them. Never mind. This war was pointless. Hey, Russia, enjoy a free war. I am so sorry. You are my best friend. Other than Ethiopia, who is my real best friend. You can tell that Ethiopia is my best friend because I told them it's either me or Portugal, and Ethiopia said Portugal. Had to go suck it. So, yeah, Ethiopia, best friend. How are we doing on the colonizing? Good God, that's going to take forever. At least they're actually converted. How are we doing on that, by the way? Sunni is less relevant, like, than Coptic. Ethiopia by themselves, and I guess the Armenian region, so also the Ottomans. And then Sunni nations actually left are just the Ottomans, Songhai, and Delhi. Shia is up to 9 provinces. Yeah, I'm not going to declare war on Portugal yet. I'll save that for when Bohemia is recovered a little. Delhi, do you have any provinces I need to worry about? You've got a few Sikh provinces. I'm not that petty. I'm not going to exterminate Sikh from existence. All I care about is Sunni and Shia. And then I convert Catholic along the way because they're in the way. Alright, so we're doing well. I have this random province in the middle of nowhere now, which is dumb. Increase autonomy because I'm a be real, I can't get over there. Like, I would make it a trade company if I could. 15 separatism. It's so far out of the way. I really hope that I don't have to worry about it. Because I cannot get over there finish, and I need it converted. Maybe I should cancel that and convert it first. Yeah, let's do that. You lost the investment, but this is more important. It'll be converted in April. Okay, that'll really reduce the unrest. And then I can make it a trade company, and that way there should be no rebellion. Only in that one province am I doing this. Nowhere else. Everywhere else I'm coring first. Purely because of the overextension. So I'll keep playing through I'll keep playing until 1780. And then I'll go to bed. 3 a.m. Good God, I will be feeding a cat before I head to bed. Yeah, whatever. I might have just lost 9 admin points. It's fine. 9 is nothing at this point. I just realized the wrong navy probably took them. Because where's the good navy? Oh wait, it's already back there. It's already back in the Mediterranean, I think. Yes, it is. So, you're the other navy. And the worst part is, I'm betting I actually have access through Shun now. No. Oh, right, because they just hate the Chinese miners that much. I'm sure Russia will be here soon. And I guess I'll need access through Portugal if I'm gonna get to Shu. Or Chu, or whatever they are. should be an easy enough war, to be honest. Demnate. I can upgrade trade efficiency and caravan power. Or here I can upgrade... Oh, they upgraded themselves. Interesting. Oh no, that's right, I did, because I want to see... I can annex them and see what happens when you annex them. The annexation's not gonna happen anytime soon, because I'm out of Diplo points. 0 Diplo rep ain't great. Or 0 Diplo, I mean. Not Diplo rep, Diplo. Roshed and Sultan, that's here. Which have, like, what? -13 unrest, so it'll go up to 2. Oh no. Can I accept another culture? No. Hausa is smaller than Azerbaijani. So many cultures. Alright, 79. I'm gonna finish this year in game. Happy New Year, 1779. America could be independent, except they won't declare it. Because they're afraid of England. Even with Spain supporting their independence. They're at 100, but they're afraid of Great Britain's allies. Great Britain would probably crush them. Great Britain's only allied with Gallery. And they have Spain on their side. Seriously, what are you waiting for, 13 colonies? Spain would automatically join you with the help of all their colonial nations. You have everybody on your side except Australia. Vessels unwilling to pay for scutage. That's not... Yeah, government corruption is gone. Thank goodness. I got tired of paying for it. Very good. Ooh, a commander. That could come in handy later. Actually, that's going to come in handy now because he's cheap. And Omani. There we go. Half off, and he's younger. So might as well just be paying for the cheaper one longer. Old discipline advisor, you're fired. We have a new one who's half the price. And more importantly, he's younger, so he won't die as soon. Hopefully. Oh, I made it. Okay. Guess I'll siege the capital. I don't really need these provinces, they're just there. Cede Antiob to the Hittites. I have Antiob? Or I have a core on Antiob? Did I core it and then give it to them or something? They have a claim on this province. Oh, I couldn't give it to you because you would be overextended. No. You're fine. You'll live. I love how it's already almost caught up. It won't win, because it won't be done until April 79. These will be done in March, but it almost caught up. Because converting my own provinces is just so much faster. Or it might just be that I have more modifiers for converting heretics. Either way, that'll reduce the unrest in the region. And get rid of a lot of these. With that out of the way, that'll make that a much easier province to maintain in the middle of nowhere. Just a random 8 dev province in the middle of Ottoman territory. Nice. And with that, the unrest is at 0. Went from 15 to -0. Because I have so many tolerance modifiers that it overcomes the separatism. Also, I increased the autonomy, which helps. Dangerously high, not for long. February of next year, so I guess I'm playing for another 10 months in game. Oh, nice, they're getting a navy going. Gonna increase trade power just for me. How thoughtful of you. Monument in progress. Oh, nice. Russia, you want this, right? There. Russia doesn't want that, they do want this. There. Stupid war. And then, hey Russia, how would you like it if I sold you the other one? Send a letter to them for administrative aid. No, diplomatic aid, actually, ironically, is what we need. In fact, I'm going to do something really weird and actually switch to this. I can switch back in 94, but for now, I kind of need that. They desire Murray and Paru. And Fuzhou. Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna sell you Fuzhou. Sell province. Fuzhou. They desperately want it so much that they'll pay a lot for it. That was the plan. And now they're no longer hostile. Hopefully. Minus 117 from wants 2 of your subjects' provinces. Are you kidding me? Who are your rivals? Deccan and the Ottomans. Oh, you're rivals with Deccan now? Would you join if I declared war on the Deccan? You would. That changes things. Also, I don't know why you're hostile against me when I'm over twice your size. Thank you. But they still want my subjects' provinces because those are probably the Australian gold mines. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about that. Can I get the next mill tech yet? Not till next year. So I should probably see who I can Royal Marry out of my vassals. Not many, to be honest. hurt my legitimacy just enough. Yeah, that's probably it. And then strengthen government. Excellent. Legalism. Diplo points 25. That'll help. I'm only losing 5 rather than 8. The Deccan is still spying on me. And rebels here. The important thing is I can call the Deccan or Russia into a war with the Deccan. That's a big deal. And in fact, we might want to take advantage of that. Almost over. Oh, what do you know? I'll do that one first because I can reach it in time. Ottomans be salty because they no longer... Do they even qualify to be my rival anymore? I guess so. Deccan, Ottomans, and Spain, my 3 big rivals. Not even Portugal. Finally! Yeah, I guess I just keep moving. Hi, Katara. Nice. What does that get me? Oh, money. Fine. Guess I'll take money. Oh, that's right, that's what I'm doing. I was like, what else was I doing? Converting provinces. Nice, that's 2. There. Now, no one better have made any of their Sunni provinces into trade companies. Your overlord insists that is not allowed, because it would ruin the achievement plan. Tunisian separatists by Tunisia? Heaven forbid. Get over there. An Ottoman separatist right there. That's easy mode. Ahmed Musa. Who else do I have that's super ready to rebel? Talimkin, Morocco, Gaza, Mughal, many. Oh, of course, the Royal Marriage of Tunisia ended immediately afterwards. The one with allies. I haven't done allies in a while. Kill them first. I'm not going to make it to those in time. There we go. Yeah, 100 population. Excellent. We are under 100% finally. And those are in the state of Juba. Nice. Alright, I might as well keep colonizing just for kicks, but we're good here. Religion, how is Sunni doing? They are about to drop below Mahayana and Shinto and Nahuatl and Inti and Mayan. I'd say El Chiringa, but let's be real, that's gonna be dead soon. Shia went up again? Are you kidding me? Deccan! Where are they converting them? How? Why? They didn't go humanist, did they? No, yeah, they went humanist first. And yet, there they are. They keep converting them. They must be doing that trade node thing. That's annoying. I'm going to need to crush Deccan. Which means, honestly, my Ottoman army probably needs to be by the Deccan. Or at least a lot of it. I don't really need an army in the Ottomans' territory anymore. I don't really need to declare war on them, and at the end of the day, Russia can do most of the heavy lifting. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that can go over to the Deccan. We haven't been friends in a couple hundred years. And it looks like even giving you the Shia provinces wasn't necessarily necessary. To make everything difficult, because you've been converting them anyway with your trade node. I didn't realize there was any trade node you had so much power in that you could do that. 75% in Coromandel. Don't I have ships in Coromandel? Not enough, it looks like. Not any. Oh, wow. They're protecting trade in Coromandel. It's just they have so much raw trade energy now that they're taking Candy. Not enough sailors. God damn. Oh. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Who am I friends with that has a lot of sailors? Need opinion. Okay, fine. 117. That's not going to last even a month. That's a problem. I can press sailors, but even that's not going to be enough. My navy is neutered. That'll last a little, but oof. Oof. That's not great. I did not realize how bad that was getting. I need a lot more sailors. A lot more. Tunisian separatists that will not join actual Tunisia. Like, wow, I didn't realize how bad that was. have the Diplo points to increase that dev, so that don't work. I'm just gonna need to cancel some ships, honestly. Where are the ships being built? There, that'll give me a lot back. Yeah, I need a lot. Like, it looks like the sailors or the heavy ships achievement will require some actual dedication and work. And not just building a bunch of ships. Yes, I know, Ayla. It's hungry time. It is almost 3:30. It is time to be done, I think. I said I'd go till February next year, and I'm sticking to that. That'll let me do one more round of missionaries. Holy War against Katara. Oh, because I colonized next to them. Hang on, hang on. Like I said, February. It's December. You got 2 months left, and then I'll feed you. You can wait 2 months, right? In game, not out of game. Saying separatists. How rude. I don't have military access through Bohemia or Switzerland because it never comes up. They go in my territory all the time, but I've never gone in theirs. All the way over there. They're going up to Russia, so I guess they're Russia's problem now. Sorry, Russia, my rebels is leaking. These are expensive to convert. High dev provinces. And we're getting high on military. Oh, Jesus. I didn't expect all that at once, but I guess I should have. Like, okay, okay. Overextension gone. And then you soon too. I can convert a lot more provinces. Alright. I guess there's one more thing I can do is I can get, yep, Mill Tech next month. Might as well. No, don't waste your time with that. Get over here. We got a war with Portugal coming up soon. Portugal and the Deccan, the two big ones left. Okay, kitty. I know I said February, but now it's March just because I want that Miltech. Because that'll get me, what bonuses will that get me? Ooh, the best Muslim infantry. Plus military tactics is always good, land morale is nice, and improved flanking range is pointless because I don't use cavalry as designation. But hey, the best infantry in the game for the Muslim nations. That's a joke. At this point in the game, the previous one's actually a little better. Alright, and then finally, let's build a lot more dry docks. Actually, that's an idea. Impressment offices. That'll take even longer for about the same reward. I need more sailors now. I'm losing 300 a month, so that's not great. Alright, conversion has begun. Sunni is down below 50. Once I finish the conversion of both the Spanish regions and Anatolia, there will be a lot less to worry about. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 left here. Plus the 2 in Gazamuk. Oh, thank you for killing my rebels, Russia. Okay. I get it. My guess is we will have the achievement done next week. I did not get it done before the year is over. That is just the way that it be. The important thing is I am a super dominant global power as Oman, who formed the Caliphate. The Ibadi Caliphate. Uniting all of Islam under the third way. Alright. Is anyone even still alive? Oh, for goodness sake. Not really. Not really. Not anybody I'd feel comfortable rating. They're a little big. I could do that. That could be funny. But nah, I think we're good. I think I'm gonna head to bed because I'm tired. Is anybody playing Europa? Europa 4. Is anyone playing it? New year, new strat. Let's see. Someone's doing a Byzantium run. Another person's doing a Byzantium run. Someone's doing a better than Napoleon run. Someone's doing a Congo African power run. And someone's doing a body run. Oh wait, that's me. And then there's a foreign language playthrough. I don't even know what language that is because I can't tell. Rome is popular. Who would have thought? I know, right? And that playthrough has 165 viewers. So, damn, someone likes Byzantium and is popular at Byzantium. The question is which one? Might do that one. Also, I need the kitty to be fed, so it's like I gotta make up my mind. I'm just like, oof, thinking, it's working. Like, oh damn, he's late. He is real late. Yeah, we'll do that. Kitty, excuse me, I will feed you in a second. Just let me do this first, and then I will feed you. Hey, good news. The account that spammed my Discord also sent me a whisper, but it no longer exists as of an hour ago. Classic. Alright. Mana Intolerant Mage is doing Chill Europa, which sounds perfect. Yep, go right down. Wednesday, I have a new game we're playing. I'm not quite sure which one it is yet. I got a few new ones, and I'm going to play one of them. It's something strategic-y, puzzle-y, kind of. And then Friday, more Final Fantasy VI, and Saturday, more Europa. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It's always a pleasure. Even if it's 3:30 in the morning, what the hell am I doing? See you another time. Later.